Ask that all of you rise for invocation. Please remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. We don't have a member of the, we don't have the pastor or an ordained minister, but we do have somebody who is as close as you can get. Mr. Terry Mills.
Here? Okay, I want to be in order. Okay. Good morning. May we bow our heads. Father, we just want to say thank you for another day. We want to thank you for life, health, and strength. We just want to praise your name for your goodness, your grace, your mercy. We just praise that you just forgive us for our sins. We pray, Lord, that this meeting be conducted in order that you would have it to be done, Lord. We just ask that we can do the business of the county, move forward, and brother love, just being on one accord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much. We're here in Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard, on the third floor of Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. It is 8:39 a.m., and I do certify that all commissioners are here and present, and that is certainly nice to see everybody here in their chairs. At this time, we will move to, and I don't know if I said the magic words, Lorenzo, and therefore I certify that a quorum is present. Announcement on disclosures or conflicts of interest. If there are any conflicts of interest or any appearance of conflicts of interest with items that have been noticed on our agenda, they shall be declared at this time. This is in accordance with Texas law. Members with conflicts will refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from discussion on such items. Conflicts discovered later in the meeting can be disclosed at the time if they had not done so already. I'll move to the safety briefing and ask Rebecca to take the podium and ask all of you to give her your attention.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, August 5th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located through the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse. If someone is unable to walk down the stairs, please wait at the elevator and make sure that someone goes down and lets law enforcement know that you are waiting to be assisted. Once you are down, then you will assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further notice from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Daniel, and I have 2 other items. One is, everyone remember, school is starting on Tuesday. And it is very important to pay attention to signs. If the lights aren't working, be aware of the children in the street. Also, I wanted to say happy birthday to my daddy. He's 90 years old today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And so we will move now to public comment. And as I do every court, I'm given a sheet, and this one is full. And so I will ask all of you, we also have some online, Connie, and I'll be mindful of that. What I'll do is maybe, Ms. Fuentes, I see you, and I will work you inside this public comment. I'll call on you, and when I do, you can unmute. At this time, I'm going to take us a little bit in order, and I'll call Miss Betty Sheets. Yes. Yeah. Ms. Sheets, hold on just one moment. The hard part on today is that there were no items referenced. So here's what I would like to be able to say to you. Let me just do a hypothetical. There's a great item coming up on the Veteran Cemetery contract. I recognize some of my veterans here. If you're here to speak on the Veteran Cemetery contract, then you could do so when I bring that up. Of course, if you have to leave, you could also do it right now. But I think I'm giving you, the option. Same thing, I can tell because I know the audience so well. I know there's a lot of wonderful people here that represent the behavioral health and mental health communities and advocacy groups. If you want to wait till that presentation, you may, or you just need to announce, that you're going to be doing it now in advance. I hope that makes sense. Sometimes we do get public comment on items unrelated to agenda. And I think what's important, as is that we don't speak back to you at this time. But you might get information on the agenda items later. You've got a 3-minute timer. I'd ask that you be mindful of it, since we have a sheet and a half of it. And speaking of sheet, Miss Betty Sheets, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm here today. It's not on the normal topic that I'm here for. This is a very special topic, and I hope each one of you takes this to heart today. As you know, Judge Barbara Canales is running for re-election. I had something I was supposed to say, but you know what? It doesn't mean anything. Because when I walked through those front doors this morning, that tablet down there said it all. As you know, it contains the 10 Commandments. The major commandments to me are 8 and 5. They are, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. When it comes election time, the nastiness, the dirtiness, the lies are coming out of the woodworks. People can't even get along with each other, as it has been seen and proven here. I hope you can, in your good consciousness tonight, sleep, knowing that you have bare false witnessed against your neighbor. The 5th commandment is, thou shalt not kill. You're killing her soul, and you're killing your own, ladies and gentlemen, especially you gentlemen that are tearing her down. You should be supportive. When you run, she's there for you. You need to be there for this lady. Please forgive and forget whatever your problems are and support her and back her. Take your family and friends and let's go to lunch today. Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you. And next, we will have, it's Andrea. Would you like to wait till, either way? Go, please do. Kaverick.
All right, so my name is Andrea Kovarik. I am our Mental Health Service Director for our local mental health authority, better known as MHID. Some of you may remember it as MHMR. And so what I'm coming here to talk to you all about today is the opportunity to save lives in our county and to be able to help some of the increasing issues that we're seeing nationwide, which is the overrunning of jails and the overrunning of our ERs due to the rise of mental health issues and substance use issues that have been shown nationwide, especially since COVID has come about. And so while back in 2018, this was already an issue and it's just increased. In 2018, it was recognized and MHID was asked for help to address these and where those pitfalls lie. And as one of the largest outpatient providers of mental health services and co-occurring disorders, we know what those are. And so when we were asked for help, in 90 days we were able to design diversionary programs through CIT, our jail-based competency restoration for those who were sitting in the jail for years waiting to get to a state hospital bed because the lack of the resources available. We are able to address those individuals and get them competent within now a 60-day average, even with the slowing down of the courts. And through this, with CIT, we've been able to divert, just from October to June of this year, 722 people that we've been able to serve for calls of service just through that program alone as well as diverting 362 of those people. So overall, this is a humanistic issue and saves lives throughout our county and helps thousands of people. Annually we serve 10,000. But overall, it does help the county addressing these issues for agenda item for the Behavioral Health Collaborative. And so with a diversion center, we could increase these efforts and save the county a lot more. And not only does this impact the lives of the people in this county, but it also impacts our taxpayers. Overall, with these diversions, after the expense of these programs, we've been able to have a net return of $4,719 just in this year alone that isn't even complete. So with the diversion center, this will create an ease for law enforcement, the jails, mental health community, but also strengthen those partnerships that we have with Centocor that addresses those substance use diversions and gets people the help that they need and gives people a second chance and an opportunity to find their purpose in life and give back to their communities. And so that's where I'm strongly encouraging you all to take a look at the impact you can have on the citizens of this county and improve the processes that have already been created and close the gaps that are remaining, which we've done a lot, and I think we can do a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you. The next on our list is Renee Mendiola.
Honorable Judge and County Commissioners, good morning. My name is Rene Mendiola, and I want to say good morning to y'all. And I just have a couple of bits to add to that. I'm with the same program with NCMHID. I'm more on the financial side, and there's just a couple of points I wanted y'all to be aware of, which you may be already, is that one, we are a nonprofit. Therefore, every dollar that is sent to us or awarded to us is spent on the programs. If not, they're returned to their rightful owners. So that's very important for everyone to know that every dollar that is spent on the programs that we get. The second item that is very important is that we are one of 39 centers. This would be the 4th diversion center in the state. And it is important to know that we are governed by HHSC and everybody else who gives us any kind of funding. We are audited on a regular basis. In addition, we get an annual single audit by an outside firm that ensures that we follow all GAAP accounting principles, that we follow all their program mandates and everything, and that every dollar that is spent in the correct manner. So it is important. We thought it was important for y'all to know that all the funding that comes forward goes to the programs themselves. And I know y'all will have a very busy day and a lot of stuff to cover, but we thought it was important to bring those points to you. I thought those two in particular of how the funding is spent and that we are constantly audited and then an annual audit done every year to make sure that the funding is spent properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mendiola. The next person is Gina Benya.
Good morning, Court. My name is Gina Benya. I am the Intellectual and Developmental Disability Service Director, also with MHID. I wanted to draw attention today to the specialized services that MHID provides to residents of our county who have intellectual or developmental disabilities. This includes people with IQ scores below 70 and persons on the autism spectrum. These individuals have unique needs related to sensory processing, cognition, and communication. Many also have very complex physical, mental, and behavioral health conditions. As a result of these complexities, many inpatient psychiatric hospitals turn away individuals with IDD who are experiencing a mental health crisis. In the past, this left our families in Nueces County with very few options other than calling the police department. Often law enforcement response escalated these situations further as the individuals did not understand what was happening. This could result in them being removed from their homes or even placed in jail. Placement of special needs individuals in institutions and jails puts them at an increased risk for abuse, neglect, exploitation, sexual and physical assault, and deterioration of their overall functioning and health. In order to prevent these types of outcomes, MHID operates IDD crisis intervention and crisis respite services. Our IDD crisis programs have specially trained staff that are familiar with working with these populations. They partner collaboratively with our mental health services and their crisis teams, including CIT and MCOT, to ensure that the mental and behavioral health needs of these special individuals can be safely met while they remain at home or in the community. There are no other services or programs like this in Nueces County. that serve special needs populations, as it is MHID that is the local Intellectual and Developmental Disability Authority for Nueces County and also the sole provider of these services. So far this fiscal year, MHID has provided 63 individuals with IDD crisis services. Our specialists have engaged with CIT and MCOT numerous times and on multiple occasions. We've referred to adult mental health and youth services. We also have access to MHID's mental health crisis respite facility, walk-in psychiatric clinic, and victims counseling programs whenever needed. Without the combined services of MHID's mental health and IDD crisis services, these individuals could have ended up in jails, state hospitals, state-supported living centers, or in many cases ended up homeless, interacting more with law enforcement and hospitals. I would like to conclude by stating that these programs are based on best practices and are regulated by the Texas Health and Human Service Commission, who provides oversights to all services provided by MHID and who provides annual surveys to our IDD services, where we have been found to be in significant compliance with all state rules and regulations. MHID is also Joint Commission accredited in behavioral health, recently became the only certified community behavioral health clinic in Nueces County, and are currently in the process of seeking accreditation for our IDD long-term services and supports through the National Commission for Quality Assurance. It's my belief that a diversion center as proposed and overseen by MHID would be of benefit to the residents of Nueces County, including those with IDD and their families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll next hear from Kayla Burrow.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am an LPC and a supervisor for Nueces County Mental Health. I'm currently the supervisor for Mobile Crisis Outreach Team, and I wanted to speak a little bit on our crisis services overall and why the Diversion Center would benefit those crisis services. 2 years ago, we expanded crisis services to include our own psychiatrist, 2 nurse practitioners, as well as a certified medical assistant and 10 case managers. We work closely with law enforcement as well as our community partners, which includes Bayview, as well as Ocean, Senecor, who is here today as well. The Diversion Center would be of benefit because right now we are serving a population that often steps down from these facilities and is in need of additional care, which is inclusive of medication, education, stabilization. And so we are able to provide that through our new walk-in clinic where they can step down, they can see a psychiatrist, we can update their medications, we can help them financially obtain those medications. And with the extended care that the Diversion Center would provide, we could extend the care up to 30 days, which would allow for us to see a person every day through our case managers. We would be able to provide case management, extended independent living skills and coping skills. We would be able to go out into the community with these people and locate them immediately upon their hospital step down. So today I would appreciate any consideration that you've given, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burrow. Mr. Bill Holscher. Okay. Miss, is it Meredith? Is your last name, is it? Grantham. Oh, Meredith. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Don Osborne? Not to embarrass you, but forever you'll be Chip to me.
Well, I was going to mention something like that. Some of y'all up there might remember me from high school as Chip. Yeah, life's full of firsts, right? This is my first time in a non-criminal court in this building. And it's kind of a strange thing. But I come, now as life turns, I look back and my life has been full of mental health and substance abuse problems. And from beginning, I can remember early on, way at 8, I remember drinking for the buzz, probably caused by the post-traumatic stress of early childhood. I didn't realize until the age of 45 that suicidal ideations and suicidal thoughts were not normal. And that was when I was in the loving hands of our judicial system and seeing a psychiatrist at the time. And so my journeys have been up and down. Through the judicial system, when I got out, I was learning how to live sober. Before I was trying to be sober, and I used the MHMR services at the time, because when I was getting sober, I had suicidal ideation. I had to seek, medication at the time. When I got out of the loving hands of our judicial system, which was an answer to a prayer, I don't have any problems with it, it saved my life, and it made me turn around. But when I got out, I had to learn how to live sober. And that's when I reached out to the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse for guidance. But I also had to go back to MHMR, because when I was in the halfway house, I had a nervous breakdown. The stressors of life got to me, and I didn't understand. I was fine one minute, and I was crying and bawling in the halfway house, and I couldn't sleep, and I didn't know, I didn't understand. And this is from somebody that has a college education, that had resources. And so I couldn't imagine trying to deal with this, being on the street and not being able to reach out. So in order to make this short, I think that the diversion program at some point along my journey, let's say, would have made a great impact upon me. Upon one of the arrests for possessions that I had, then I would have perhaps stopped the progression of that. But I was never afforded the opportunity to go to a rehab. In my criminal mind, I was thinking I was outsmarting everybody, right? But in reality, I was just prolonging them. The sooner that we can catch these things through a diversion court system, the greater impact on the individual, the less impact on society. Because when I was incarcerated, when I first got in, it was $32,000 to house me. When I got out, it was $45,000 or over $45,000 a year to house me in the federal system. The money spent now brings great rewards and gains on the backside. Do not be afraid to spend the money up front. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, I also use Robert for broken change. Thank you, Robert.
I know it's just these Dollar General glasses, so I do apologize. I can see Ruben really well, but the last name, oh, it's Ruben, come on. Yes, you're going to wait, okay. Is it, it's Candace Cloud? Yes, ma'am. All right. Dr. Lucens? I'll wait. Thank you. Crystal Aguilar from San? I'll wait as well. Thank you. Susie Luna Saldana?
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. Let me tell you, I'm here and very, very upset with you guys. It's been a long time that this Commissioner's Court has been split. And let me tell you what. And I'm not talking about you, Commissioner Maris. The rest of you have gotten together to attack the judge, to attack a woman, and I'm sick and tired of women being attacked. You want to remove her from her position? If you are what you say you are, because this is all about elections, people, don't get it wrong. It's all about elections. You want to set up so that you can remove all the power and the ability for the judge to do her job, so that you can shine, so that you can say, look, she wasn't able to complete what she was going to do. And the two of you that are left up there that carry one label, but you act as another. You do not represent your people. You do not represent the people that elected you to that job, because they would not approve of what you're doing to the county judge. They would not approve of your agendas that you have done now. How dare you? How dare you come in here with sheep's clothing and say one thing and do another? You put this, the city does this. Well, the city does a lot of stupid things. Do you follow them? Do you agree with them on a lot of things? You don't. You do your own thing, and you're doing this for political reasons. Don't get mixed up for political reasons. But the worst part is, you've made it a point to attack a woman every time you turn around. And we're sick and tired of women being attacked. We're sick and tired of the positions you're taking. Like I said, how dare you? How dare you say you're one thing and do another? If you're going to be one party, be that party. Don't run under another label. Don't have any problems with the person that says, hey, I want this for my party. I say, more power to you. But don't set it up where you do it to a point where you're attacking people constantly in order to make your point. If you got a good candidate, let them shine. Don't you set it up for her. Tired of this business. Tired of you being up. And the people that vote need to know that. And I wish they had known before one of you got elected. Am I ashamed of you? I sure am. I'm tired of you doing these things, and I hope that in your conscience you begin to know who elected you and who your people are. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Terry Longoria.
Susie's a hard act to follow. But I agree with everything she says. As a small business owner, as a fellow Corpus Christian, as a voter since I turned 18, I'm a little disappointed, discouraged. I don't know what it is that the ultimate goal is here, but if you're so upset about your local judge, then wait for the election and see what happens. But to undermine a lot of this that's going on, it's not good. It's not good for the community. It's not good for any of us that are watching this without really a lot of true facts. I mean, La Crónica, Channel 6 Investigative News, they can only go so far. So let's be truthful. And I think this weekend or this week, in honor of Judge Lloyd Neal, who was an inclusive man, not exclusive. And I knew him from the first time he was my insurance man when we started our business. And when he decided to run for mayor, he called my husband and I. What do you think? He was a Republican, I was a Democrat. He didn't care. He cared about the city, his vision, and what we could contribute, what were our concerns. And I think you all need to step back in honor of George Lloyd Neal and think about the way you're handling your situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Longoria. Francis Murray. Okay. Constable Jason McCacken.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Constable.
Commissioners. Put that up there. Can everybody hear me? All right.
Yes.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I don't know if this goes in this general comments, but first thing I want to say is our office has responded to over 400 calls for service for mental health since we began. So I think I'm going to speak when mental health starts. Also, up for consideration again, I would like to reconsider soft code for consideration for ARPA funds. We now have the backing of the Sheriff's Department, the JP courts, and the rest of the council. So I think this would be a good thing for the county, and I would like to speak then on that matter. So,
Thank you, Constable.
thank you.
I'm going to switch to online, just in fairness, and so I'll call in the way I see it. Ms. Edita Fuentes first, followed by Mr. Mike Davis, and then we'll come back to the piece of paper. Ms. Fuentes, good morning. If you would just unmute, we are ready for you.
Good morning, Honorable Judge Barbara Canales and County Commissioners. My name is Edita Fuentes, and I am a resident in the Flower Bluff area. In addition to serving as the administrative assistant to the Nueces County Mental Health Program under the direction of Dr. Xavier Gonzalez, I serve as a volunteer to the local NAMI Greater Corpus Christi leadership team. I am thankful to have the backing from both entities and was honored to connect them together as well. My public comment is on behalf of NAMI Greater Corpus Christi, as our affiliate leader had a prior commitment to attend to. First and foremost, NAMI Greater Corpus Christi supports all funding sources that will provide much needed access to mental health services and treatment, especially to the underserved population. We understand that the American Rescue Plan Act, or APRA, will be discussed as part of Dr. Gonzalez's presentation. We appeal to you to approve the allocations as requested. Not only will it leverage Nueces County as a prime example to follow, but it will also guarantee a win-win position among the countless individuals in need of mental health treatment and substance abuse services with the appropriate stakeholders. Secondly, with the APRA funding in place and NAMI Greater Corpus Christi's commitment to educate and train consumers and mental health stakeholders throughout the remainder of 2022, we wish to be part of the movement to eliminate the stigma of mental illness. Last but not least, NAMI Greater Corpus Christi extends their appreciation for the well-received support from County Judge Barbara Canales and the County Commissioners. In closing, we invite you to attend and be part of the upcoming Suicide Symposium scheduled for September 8th and 9th at Del Mar College. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Davis. And for the clerk, I am filling out here for you, those that I
Yes,
called.
ma'am. Well, I apologize that I could not be there today. I'm in Austin taking care of MHID business. But I wanted to actually provide a little context. My staff have done an unbelievable job of explaining where we're at today. But back in 1965, MHID was basically named MHMR Community Center of Nueces County. We have served this community for over 50 years. We're not a state agency or a county agency, but we're a unit of local government. Per TACA, we're a local mental health authority, intellectual developmental disability authority, and we act to go ahead and continue to go ahead and serve those roles as of today. We offer 30 plus programs. We are Joint Commission accredited. We're only one center out of 39. Actually, so there's 7 centers out of 39 that are actually Joint Commission accredited. And I'd also go back to a vision. This is kind of ironic the way this was falling and the way this meeting fell this week is Judge Canales, Commissioner Gonzalez. If you remember back on August 8th of 2019, I invited you, Mark Shire from the City Council, various other entities in Nueces County to go and visit the Harris County's Diversion Center, the Judge Ed Emmett's Diversion Center to be exact. And we took a tour of that facility. And we looked at a vision of what it could be in Nueces County. And here we are nearly 3 years later, and we're still having the same conversation, but we have a great opportunity in front of us right now to make it a reality. To be quite honest with you, if we can actually get the money to renovate the building on 1630 South Brownlee, which is my administration building, we could actually have enough funding, current funding, to run a diversion center without any additional funding stream coming in. That is reality. And also when you actually look at the program that we've actually offered for the past 3.5, 4 years in Nueces County, and some of the numbers that Andrew Kavorik listed earlier, the actual program is going to pay for itself 3 times over. It's going to be a huge benefit to Oasis County. It's going to be a huge savings, but also when you look at the impact of lives, I mean, that's really at the end of the day what we're looking at. And also, Renee Mendiola touched on this. My organization is audited every year. We're extremely transparent. That single audit goes to the county. You can look at every little dollar we spend. We don't make a profit off anything. And I think it's, you know, it's profoundly unique that we're in this position right now to offer these services, but also be as transparent as possible. So at the end of the day, I implore you to go ahead and take a hard look at this. And if you have any follow-up questions at this meeting, we'd be more than willing to sit down with anyone and continue this conversation to get this accomplished. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. I'll go back on to the list now. I believe Connie, I've tackled the online.
M. Davis has their hand raised, but I don't see that they have an audio connection.
Well, that was Mike. We just heard from him. Yes. And so I'll move on to Miss Linda White. And Chief Shower, you'll be next.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Linda White. I live at 825 Egyptian Drive, and I'm here to speak about item 2A13, which I find to be a bit ridiculous. I find it to be a waste of time that you're trying to penalize people for traveling outside of our county to do county business, to recruit funds, which have made your budget a lot better. I don't know about my tax base, but I sure am glad when I see federal funds coming in my direction. So I'm very worried that you're going to try to restrict the judges and yourselves from traveling to do county business, wherever it might be. We have important issues before us, mental health issues, things that really matter to this community. And for you to go out of your way to be petty and ugly and to restrict not only the county judge, but yourselves from doing the work of Nueces County and bringing grants in to do the work that we need to have done seems ridiculous to me and very petty. I would just like to say, please keep in mind that we need open door policies both nationally and statewide to bring things to Nueces County. Our port depends on it. The Naval Air Station depends on it. People, you need to get off of your cans and be realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Chief Mark Shower.
Good morning, judges.
Good morning.
And commissioners. My name is Mark Shower, and I work for the Corpus Christi Police Department. In fact, I'm the longest serving officer in the department now. I have over 40 years. And I don't say that with pride. I just say that's just the way it happened. But to make a point, in my career, I've made well over 1,000 arrests. I've been on well over 300 search warrants where I was the supervisor, and those were no-knock warrants at the time. So I've taken incredible risks to make lots of arrests over the years. And I'll be the first one here to tell you, I think we need a paradigm shift in policing. We need to do something different. We can't just keep sending people to the county jail. There is no more room. And there needs to be room over there for serial criminals, or gang members, or family violence offenders, and some of the people who are prone to extreme violence, including murder. So my question to you is, if you consider your family and some of your close friends, your extended family, do you have anybody in there that has suffered from substance abuse disorder, including alcoholism, depression, bipolar, psychosis, or has attempted suicide or committed suicide? And if you ask me that, my extended family, cousins and everything, and some friends, I hit every single one of those things. So the second question is, would you rather us, as a community, as a collaboration, try to address those problems as we become aware of them and funnel them into the social sector where they can get treatment? Or would you rather us wait until they fall down, scrape them up, and send them into the county where it's already overcrowded with jail population. So that's the whole purpose of this. And just to give you a couple of numbers really quickly, we're expected to probably make about 13,000 arrests this year at the city. About 60% of those will go to county and Class A, B, and on felony charges. Out of those, not people, but number of charges, there's about 3,000 of those who are charged with possession of controlled substances, which would qualify for diversion. They're possession cases, but they're not Scarface amounts. That's about 7,800 people we're going to predicted to send to the county this year. A significant number of those could be diverted into treatment before they reach the county. It's also said that the 3 largest mental health providers in the whole country are Rikers Island Jail, Cook County Jail, and Los Angeles County Jail, because when they get arrested, they actually get treatment there. So last thing I'll wrap up, I'll get 20 seconds left, is that we committed 3,671 persons from May of last year to May of this year. So we have plenty of people that we're committing to try to get them into services, but we make calls on a lot of other folks who need help, but we can't commit them. And we have one homeless guy we've arrested over 60 times in less than a year and a half. And he's had 87 charges, and some of those are county charges, which means he goes to the county jail. Thank you. And I'm here to support the diversion center.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, you signed up. You'll wait. Terry Mills. Followed by Dotson Lewis. Just like to get you ready.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Judge Canales, Commissioner Chesney, Gonzalez, Mares, and Hernandez. In the history of Nueces County, the center of the county judge is unprecedented. The profound disrespect to Honorable Barbara Canales, Nueces County judge, mirrors the years of suffering that women have taken down through the years, especially as a minority, as outcasts, and is diminished. I am asking you, as a constituent in Precinct 2, Commissioner Gonzalez, to reconsider your actions and build a better leadership of the judge. The action of the court reflects on all of you. Bring back dignity, respect. This is unconstitutional, and we the people will not tolerate it. If you have, I'm sure each one of you guys have wives, daughters, aunts, cousins, so forth and so on, who are female. The way that you guys are treating her is very ugly and is very disrespectful. And it's going on throughout the United States of America. And whether you Republican, Democrat, to treat a female disrespectful, that's horrible. And the voters remember that when time comes to the ballot box. You want us to work with you, we need to work together as a team. I don't know what's going on here, but it needs to stop. It needs to stop. Just like you elected to do a job, we elected to vote. And we want to work together as a team because we need to build up Corpus Christi, build up Nueces County, and not tear it down. You have other counties that don't even have the resources that we do. But because we're able to go out and get these grants and bring them back, and like Mrs. White said, the county budget is much better for the fact that we don't have to go into the reserve funds to do what we want to do. We want to be able to make Nueces County better. Like Mrs. White said, we need to look at the diversion plan. We need to talk about mental health. This is crazy. Take that time and use it on constructive rather than destructive because it's wrong. I don't give a doggone, I almost said something else, but I'm going to keep it, y'all watch me now, I'm not a preacher, but I will say something. But we need to learn to work together. This is crazy. I'm sorry, I know each one of you guys up there are first name basis only. We need to work together. If the other counties in the United States have worse issues, they have a lot of murders and crime than we do too, but not like this. Our crime rate is very low thanks to the county and the city. But if we don't work together, we're going to be like a Los Angeles. We're going to be like a Chicago. And the part about the people on the streets having mental issues, it's going to get worse. because there will be nobody out there. There will be nobody to take care of them. I would ask that you reconsider what you're doing, because when you strip of her power, it goes right back to you, and it goes right back to the citizens. And when we don't have a meeting here, it's not fair to the citizens of Nueces County. The county business has to be done. It has to be done.
Thank you.
Amen.
Dotson Lewis. Dotson, you'll wait for the agenda item? Sounds good. Shree, would you like to speak now? Okay.
All right, quickly wrote this thing up, so if there are any mistakes, excuse me. Well, good morning. I'm Sridhar Anandula, part of our Nueces County and City of Corpus Christi, and a graduate of a leadership class of Corpus 50 of Corpus Christi. I do want to say, though, it was pure coincidence that I'm wearing this T-shirt, because I just came to know about that I was going to be here for an hour, but seems like it's the right opportunity. Well, I'm no expert at mental health. Andrea and her team already covered why we need the Vision Center, the stats, and the benefits. So maybe the reason I'm here is I care deeply about how mental health, and as I've been through the same. And so I represent all the people who go through mental health issues and who want to drive the change for the better. Now, with that desire and with support from 10 other leadership 50 classmates, we launched an initiative this March of this year as part of the program. It's called Call to Action for Mental Health. And the intent was to bring the stakeholders under one roof, which we achieved that objective. Now, jail division is another huge milestone for us as a community that cares about our quality of health of our citizens. But there is a lot more work to be done. And me and my team already are looking at how to solve problems using technologies and collaborating with community partners. But we all have to work together and look at how we can transform and how to address mental health. Maybe if we do that, we can set an example for other counties and cities to follow our lead in how we can work together and be the change. Thank you. Seems like I have a minute left.
Thank you so much. Terry Shamsi, followed by Rick Deagle.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. So I want to address the agenda item 2A13. I was a county judge here, and I dealt and negotiated deals with all the commissioners, Republicans and Democrats. And most of those discussions were done at workshops, and they were civil in nature. We had our differences, but there was always a compromise. And that's what government is. It's compromise. You don't always get what you want. You get a piece of it. For Judge Borchard, for Judge Barnes, I worked with Judge Barnes as an assistant county attorney, for Judge Neal, and for myself. We never had an item like 2A13. All of us men were never restricted in this manner. None of us. Now, I'm sure that there is some personal animosities among all of y'all, and I understand that. But you do not have the luxury to sit and fight while government business is not addressed. You're all making $100,000 plus a year. You get retirement. You get insurance. You get a travel budget. And some of you have a great second job, making a whole lot more. So you're flush in cash. The items that this county faces, and I see it every day, you have a severe crisis in the district attorney's office. They are so underpaid, people won't even apply for the job. You have a crisis at the jail because you don't pay your employees enough to attract them. You now have a crisis at the juvenile center because you don't pay them enough to attract those employees. You have a crisis in the court now. This week, it was revealed that jurors, while deliberating, were audio and video recorded during their deliberations. and that lawyers watched it. You have to address the issues that concern us citizens. We want things fixed. Fighting doesn't help. Personality difficulties, I understand. But all of us as citizens, regardless if we're Republican or Democrat, we want the system to function. And I'm asking you to put your differences aside and address the issue at hand. And those are the budgetary issues and the right pay, a livable wage, and a government that functions. And I'm not going to cast blame on who's doing what. I'm just asking you, I pay my taxes, do the right thing, and do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Deagle.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I hope I'm not redundant. I haven't been to a council meeting for 2 years for the same reason that a lot of you had as well, so I'm not in this boat alone. But we were in darkness, of course. We couldn't go anywhere for a long time. And so therefore, I haven't had the opportunity until today to do something that, like I said, I don't think it's been done enough. If it has, it hasn't been done enough. During that darkness, the first few days that we were told about this terrible enemy that we couldn't see, we couldn't feel, we couldn't touch, everybody was concerned because nobody knew anything. And that's what made it so depressing, is that we got an enemy that we don't know. And when we don't know something, we get worried. I mean, I'm 80 years old, and I'm not supposed to be afraid of anything except living another day. But I was, and just like everybody else, I wasn't alone. And out of that darkness came a light. And that light was in the form of a lady. Our county judge was the person that came on the tube every single day that I can remember during that crisis, giving us information, valuable information about what we needed to be doing as citizens to protect us. And then after the information, then she went to work, and I know she probably had help, but I know she did it. She got us resources a lot quicker than a lot of communities did. I've got friends all over the country. And I'll guarantee you she got us resources. We're usually the last on the totem pole. You all know that. She did it. She brought us those resources, needed resources. First, the testing. Was out there on the line telling us where to go and how to get there, assuring us that we'd be safe getting there. Then the shots, then the booster. She was right on the front line. I didn't see anybody standing next to her. I swear, I didn't see anybody standing next to her. She did this on her own. I mean, I didn't see the mayor of Corpus Christi do much. She was there every day. And you know what? She didn't ask for your permission. She just did it because it was the right thing to do. And if you stand in front of her and do not let her go get the valuable resources that we need here in Corpus Christi, or the valuable information that she can bring back to be able to run an efficient operation, you're liable. I believe it. I'm not a lawyer. But if you stop her, I hope your name is listed as the people that stopped her, because you're liable. You are in my tax pocket. And that gets personal. Thanks.
Dr. Ram Chavez.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak to item 2A13 with much concern. In the 50s, there was a lot of travel in this county. Did you know that? But it wasn't the leaders. It was the people that had to move when Red Mac closed because the leaders were not traveling and finding out what was going on. Families left. They're the only ones that traveled at that time. Ever since then, there's been a military task force or military concern. Very active. I'm going to skip a couple of, because of the time. Judge Borcher, Judge Shamsi, Judge Neal, Judge Canales have kept that going. In the year 1999-2000, Brack stuck his head up. But our leaders were ready to travel and took care of the community and the concerns. They need to be available. The judge needs to be available for that. It's already been repeated over and over, the resources she's brought into this county. We have a port designated as a military deployment port because of that kind of work. It didn't happen by accident. It happened in the year 2000 under the leadership of the county, the state, and the national, because they were able to travel. The judge cannot be held back to bring the resources. Because otherwise, the families that will be hurt are the ones that are going to travel.
It's Joe Glassman.
And we must not see that. So I'm here to ask you to please do not tie the hands of our county citizens. Do not tie the hands of our judge, and do not tie your own hands, because you're part of the leadership. And that's what you need to be concerned with. Think back of all the times that we didn't have that ability and what happened to this county, to this area. Corpus Christi, Nueces County is the leader in the military area in this port. Out of all the ports in Texas, Corpus was designated as a military deployment port. You have no idea what goes on there. Right now, if you pass by, you see military vehicles cover. They're being traveled to Europe. Right here in Corpus Christi, Nueces County, the port of Corpus Christi is a perfect example. The Naval Air Station, 37 tenants are at the base. And they can leave anytime if our leadership doesn't have that relationship with Washington, Austin, and our own city and county. So please, consider that, because the only people that will travel will be the families that will have to leave, because you did not take time to lead in Washington or wherever it needs to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chavez. That concludes those that I see online wishing to make public comment, as well as those here, with the exception of Commissioner Hernandez. Is yours on a particular item and you wish to wait, or?
Well, I'll go ahead and go, Judge.
Okay.
I just want to make a statement.
Commissioner, could you speak into the mic, please?
As Commissioner of Precinct 1 in Nueces County, I took the oath to represent my Constitution to the best of my ability. Therefore, I feel the need to address their concerns of public. They have voiced their concerns to me that they are still not pleased with how Commissioners Court is being conducted and the lack of information which is being provided to them. I feel, since I took the oath to do what is right for this community, that I should voice their latest concerns publicly, which is Padre Bayí. As I have mentioned in previous public comments, there is a vote of no confidence by this constituents due to the continuous lack of transparency. Since last Padre Bayí news report, they have formed an opinion that this court is still not being transparent on important issues such as Padre Bayí. I remind you all, as an elected officials or officers of this court, we took an oath to uphold laws and policies that we must abide by. The oath that we all took shows the constitutions that we have their best interests, constituents that we have the best interests. Furthermore, it is not about being a Democrat or Republican. It is simply doing what's right for the taxpayer in this community. And there's a saying in Spanish, nadie sabe lo que está en la olla, nomás el que la está maneando. Nobody knows what the cook is cooking in the pot, except for that cook that's stirring the pot. So I ask you all, and I appreciate all your comments, but y'all are not allowed to go into executive session.
Ms. Dorsey,
You don't know.
Ms.
I would
Dorsey?
caution you against talking about anything that
I'm
happens
not
in
talking, I'm
executive.
not talking about anything. I'm just saying executive session. That's something they can read about, right? That there is
Such a thing, but any communication that
Exactly.
happens is confidential.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't have that opportunity to be there. If you only had that opportunity, you would understand some of the things we're talking about and what we're saying. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you. Thank you. There's no other public comment? Yes, Jimmy Rodriguez. Stitch Ministries.
That's what I do now. Actually, for 10 years, I'm here in support of MHID, by the way. I serve as the chairman of their foundation board. And man, the work that Mike Davis and Mark Hendricks and the rest of the staff is amazing. I've worked for 10 years at the state school here at Corpus Christi. That was how I started my career. And if it hadn't been for MHMR back then, my daughter Charisma wouldn't be alive today. If it wasn't for infant stimulation provided by MHMR. So thank you for that. It's personal. So I began serving on the board and now the foundation board all this time. She's 42 years old now, by the way. I spent 10 years at Special Olympics helping people with special needs. Thank you, Brent Chesney, for helping us raise money with 3-on-3 basketball all those years. So I have a heart for helping special needs. I spent 10 years at the Mesa County Sheriff's Department as the chief deputy. Man, I wish we'd have had the discussions we're having about jail diversion and the resources that are available to divert people from going there. Back then, man, we had $1 million lawsuits that we were dealing with and suicides, and this was unthought of. Wow, what an opportunity we have right now. So I urge you to support these initiatives, because what we have here in Nueces County is a 5-star agency. Who would not refer people to them because they're experts in their fields? And we are so blessed to have that. In the last 10 years, I've been spending in ministry. And our faith-based community needs to also get engaged and be the support that these people need. No matter what the faith, no matter what flavor you are. Where are we? And how can we help? And we can help, and we can help this court get farther along in helping support diversion programs. It just makes sense. Or we keep spending money and there'll be more lawsuits. And earlier, Judge Shamsi talked about the crises that we're facing. And the solutions are right here in front of us. So I implore you to have empathy for people that need the help, or we're going to pay much more later if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for public comment today. We'll move, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Francis, yes. Yes, absolutely.
Hello this morning. I'm Frances Morey, and I'm a devoter here in Nueces County. And I don't know what the Contratemps was all about, but I tried to learn something by waiting to hear all the others speak about it, but I'm sure this is important if it has anything to do with limiting Barbara Canales in her office, in the conduct of her office. I voted for her because, like Carlos Truan used to say, elect me and it'll be like being there yourself. And that's how I felt about Barbara being our county judge, so that I didn't have to pay attention to all these details about mental health and the cemetery and the jail and all of these things. And now I hear that somebody's trying to keep her from functioning in her office. And I don't know if what executive session stands for, but that's not transparency if it's going to happen there. So I wanted to make sure that I got to say these things before the issue is taken care of without us knowing what it's even about. So anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Can you
or put me down,
Any-
Judge?
Excuse me, Judge.
Any other,
Judge.
yes, I've got you. Just give me 1 second. Any other member of the audience? Okay. Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Hernandez,
Judge, I just want to address what Mr. Mills said.
well, excuse me, Mr. Who?
Mills, his,
Well,
well, all I want to say is that I voted for you, Judge. I put up signs for you, Judge.
but Commissioner,
You need to speak into the mic, Commissioner.
I don't even know
You can
what,
respond by public comment by stating simple statements of fact, but if you are going to address public comment, the address that you can do is to announce that it can be and should be put on a future agenda.
All right, I was going to include it on my statement, but that's fine.
okay, Commissioner Gonzalez.
You know, like Judge, I also voted for Judge Canales, and I think I worked real hard for Judge Canales, about 150% for Judge Canales, because I believed in Judge Canales when she was running for county judge. You know, and I hear people today, people that have been my friends for a long time, telling me, I guess, it's okay to support Democrats, it's okay to support Republicans, because we all have. Seems like everybody here in this room has. So I don't know what the problem is now, but you know, when I ran, I didn't hear nobody come to the podium and defend the fact that I was ragged to the coals. You know, I was called out corruption, and I did all these other crazy things, and, you know, and then I stole some money, and, you know, there were some flyers out there, so I didn't see nobody come to the podium. But, you know, I ran my campaign as an official. And it's not about a female, it's not about an individual female, it's not about a woman. This is issues that have to deal with the commissioner's court that you guys do not understand because you're not here every single day. You know, and there are policies that we have to follow how things are done. You know, most of this, 99% of the items have to go through the commissioner's court for approval. That's the way it is, unless we change them. So the fact is that, you know, everybody comes up here and throwing rocks and, you know, but I know that those of you that throw the biggest rocks, you've been in both sides. You've been in both sides of the aisle. So don't tell me about being in one side and what I should be and, you know, be a Democrat and be, you know, I've been a Democrat all my life, but, you know, again, you know, I know that most of you have not, you know, and if you have, you know, you've been in both sides. And I don't blame you for that. Nothing wrong with that. You do what you want to do. But it's about politics, it's about running for office. It's not about an individual female, it's not about an individual male. It's about running the office the best way to be able to take care of taxpayers' money, takes care of our constituents, and could continue forward. We cannot just let somebody open up the doors and start running with whatever they want to do, because right now we'd be in worse problem than we are now. And I did not lie when I made that statement. Again, this is behind doors, executive session, and those of you who don't understand, we cannot talk about those things. So this is why we should be transparent, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to, we have no minutes, just to kind of remind you, remember last week?
Another.
Oh, we have another one? Did someone say something online, Connie? Did you hear something?
I did.
unmuted themselves.
That was just a mistake.
I just had some
Commissioner?
table motions that I wanted to make before you got into it.
Let's do it.
Okay, you don't mind? And I'm sorry.
I was
that-
just going to say real quickly, if you don't see that we have minutes or we don't have some of the things we normally have, it's because this is sort of part two of last week's agenda. So I'll move into tables and then general information
Before you tables,
reports.
I'd like to just make a motion to recess from 12 to 1. I have a doctor's appointment.
Would you just speak into the mic?
I'd like to make a motion that we recess from 12 to 1, so I can get a medical appointment that I have.
Okay, the motion
Second.
is to recess from noon to 1, so everybody online knows there's a motion and a second, and if we do that, we'll come back after 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Motion and a second, and all those in favor for the recess
Aye.
Aye.
signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then on general information reports, because we have such a large audience for the mental health piece, I'll ask Mr. Ray, who's online, to hold. Louis, does that work with your schedule?
Judge Canales, I'll be
I'm sorry, Kathy. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Kathy R. Blantner, Deputy for the Emergency Management Team. We do appreciate that. So I'll move into 2A1 and
Could I-
ask
could I
Xavier
do-
Gonzalez.
Could I do my tables?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You asked earlier.
Yes, ma'am. That's all right.
Give me a second, Xavier, and we'll be right with you. Go ahead.
Judge, I have several tables to consider based on not being ready, and I'm sorry that all those people had to be here today, because that's one of the items that I'm going to partially table, because the county, or I'm going to try to, because the county attorney asked me some questions that I need to get cleared on. First one is 2A8. There's nothing on that item today. We're trying to put together a lengthy presentation, and that also needs to go back to the Parks Board for some consideration as well. So I would like to make a motion that we table 2A8.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. And again, just so that we know, are you suggesting that this would be on the 10th?
No, ma'am, I think the
It would
Parks
go
Board
to the
wants-
Parks Board?
Yeah, the Parks Board
Okay.
would like to review some things, so I'm going
Maybe
to table
it's a
it to the
table to-
31st at this point.
The table to the 31st.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Motion and a second, all those, and, yes, forgive me,
I'm sorry,
calling
just-
for discussion.
Just
Go
discussion on
ahead.
that item. For clarification, I know there's been some issues brought up on the design. And so is this going to give the Parks Board a chance, or will we get a chance? I don't want them to get too far ahead in their work if, I think a lot of us have heard or have received feedback that there's concerns, and I just want to make sure that that's addressed. So will that be able to happen with it going to the Parks Board, or at least when it comes back to us?
Both,
So just-
John. The procedure really should have been that the Parks Board should have been able to weigh in on this more, because they're statutory board and it's a coastal asset. So I'm just really making sure that they get a chance to feel comfortable with kind of what's out there and what's gone on and get some input on it. One of the items that I am going to address will also deal with those concerns that you're talking about on the design. We've had several meetings on them, and we're going to continue to do that. It's just a matter of letting the Parks Board have some time to review.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, sir.
With no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, your next one?
Judge, the next one is a partial table, and again, I didn't know anybody was going to come talk about it because the county attorney had raised some questions that I need to get with her on the rewording. It sounds like some of it is very confusing by the comments today that are not accurate and not the intent of what was intended to be. So I would like to table all of it, but number A1, because I would like to deal with that one, but then the other ones would 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. So I'd like to do a partial table to include just A1, or just number 1 on the procedures.
As I understand it, your motion is to table item 2A13, and then I'm going to call it little 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I just need to
except
do
for
one.
number 1.
Because Jenny had some questions that were legit that I haven't had a chance to get with her and address. So we've been going
Okay.
back and forth on some correspondence.
So-
But again, it sounds like it may be reworded based on the comments, because that's not the intent of what this was, and I don't know who they heard all this from, but that wasn't the intent. So I'll rework it to where it shows the better intent.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Okay, I'll second it, but we're talking about from 2 to 7 only, right?
That's the ones we're tabling,
That's what
right?
you want to table.
Right, we're gonna do
Inside 213A.
213.
2A13.
2A13.
Correct.
So there's a motion, a second, and I'm going to call for discussion here. And while I do appreciate the opportunity to have this legally vetted, I think this was an attachment, just for the record, that came in on Wednesday, August the 3rd. So I am glad there's going to be time
Right, that's part of it too, Judge.
to digest it. But I will say that, item number 4 needs to not only have legal review, but I hope that you will seek the opinion of Jim Allison, because when we spoke to Counselor Allison for TAC, that is clearly not Texas law. And on item number 5, which is what everybody spoke on today, there shall be no out-of-state travel by any member of the court without Commissioner's Court approval, nor can any member of the court pay for said travel to anyone else. I just, in the discussion, while it's going to be tabled, if the vote is such. I just want to say, I don't know what other wording could have been misinterpreted there, other than I would have to seek your approval or other commissioners' approval to do the work that has yielded so much good for this county.
Judge, if you
Item
wanna-
number
I'm trying
six.
to table it so I can go back and do it, but if you want to debate it, that's the point of a table. It's supposed to be a motion to table so I can go back and work on it. And we're not supposed to have discussion after you make a motion to table according to Robert's rules, or we might as well have the discussion. I'm trying to go back and rework it to where it doesn't have the intent that you think it does, and Jenny's made some suggestions, and I just need to sit down and time her to do it. So that's the reason for the table. That was the intent today. If I'd have known all these people were going to show up, I would have done it before they came and made their comments. But I didn't know that was going to happen, and I didn't want to interrupt public comment. So again, I made a motion to table. It's been seconded. Other than A1, I'd like to move forward. And I'll bring it back when it's ready to be brought back.
Will you also discuss with Jenny Dorsey, since you're going to bring it back, on item number 7, which says that no member of the court, including me, can serve on any board?
I'm going to discuss all of them, Judge. That's why I'm tabling them.
Yeah. Well, and
That's why
just
I didn't-
in
I'm
the
tabling
effort
all
of
of them.
transparency,
Seven's been tabled.
and it actually hasn't been tabled yet because we haven't voted on it
But
yet.
I think there's a motion.
But that's what you're
So,
supposed to.
in just a moment ago, we need to be consistent. You know, when John asked the question after we tabled, the Bob Hall Pier one, we were allowed to discuss it. So that's why I brought that up. We
And I-
should
and
be
I answered your
consistent.
question and said I'm going to rework them and get with Jenny, and that's why
Okay.
I'm trying to table them, because
All right.
there's unclear wording, so I
Okay.
get it.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then,
Any others?
yes, ma'am, I'm
Say
sorry.
that again.
Is there a date?
Is there a
No,
date?
I need to get with Jenny.
Just
I'll,
as soon as possible?
I'll put it back when I feel good about it. Okay, so the other one is number 14. Judge, I don't have those projects ready at this point. I've met with Juan, but I'm not ready to move forward on that one, so it's.
All
that's
right, motion.
Motion to table 14.
Motion and a second. And again, just for the audience, that's just your drainage projects. You'll bring them back when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
All those, any other all
All right,
those
those are
in,
the precinct 4 ARPA allocated funds that each commissioner and judge got. And so that's
all
just mine.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay,
And then, Judge, a point of clarification, I don't know if 15 was intended to be on there, because I think we've already done this, but I don't know if this just got carried over.
it did.
So do we, unless someone needs to discuss that, I was going to make a motion to table that
All
one
right.
also. But
Item
I
number
don't want to do
15.
that if someone put it on intentionally. I just
It
think
was
this
not, it was a carryover.
Okay, so then I would move to table that one indefinitely until, I don't think we need to put a date for that.
All right, motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Going back into the regular agenda, Dr. Xavier Gonzalez is here to help us with 2A1. It's receive a presentation regarding the development of comprehensive collaborative behavioral mental health restoration program is the title of the presentation. There are action items attached to it. We'll take them one at a time. First, the presentation. Connie?
May I, I'm sorry.
In the chat, somebody had a comment for Jeremy Coleman.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Jeremy, if you can hear me, or Tani, if you could just text him that the minute this item is over, I would, given his position with the NAACP, I can reopen public comment, but out of courtesy to Dr. Gonzalez, I'm gonna, since he's at the podium, we'll do it after this item.
Judge, quick question, is this the same presentation that we've already gotten?
Dr. Gonzalez, is this the same presentation,
No.
sir? It's not, Commissioner.
Okay.
Dr. Gonzalez, please proceed.
All
Well,
right.
I'm sorry, Connie's looking for your,
Background information looked the same, that's why I was asking, so there's new information that we haven't already.
I'm summarizing it in a one slider just to
Oh,
have the
okay.
discussion.
Gotcha, because the background was the same, that's why I was asking, because I'm ready to get into the meat of it, so.
and, or we're looking for a slide, right, Doc?
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, just give us a second. Can you blow it up, Connie, too, for those of us with challenged eyes?
There we go. Now I can see things.
Okay, that's fantastic. All right.
All right. Well, Judge, Commissioners, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to y'all today. For those that are here that might not know me, my name is Dr. Xavier Gonzalez. I am Nueces County's Director of Mental Health Programs. So today, this item is basically to discuss some recommendations regarding behavioral health, in particular, trying to impact jail diversion here in our community. What you're looking at right now is basically a overview of what we have available to us for in regards to jail diversion in Nueces County and where we would like to move towards. In looking at this, first and foremost, just to recap, one of the ways that we look at trying to get people getting into the judicial system in particular because of any mental health or substance use disorder, we follow the sequential intercept model. And that's that model. It's on the very top. I had some details to this in the reports that I provided to the commissioners a couple weeks ago on just the definitions of all that. But if we look at this as far as the different points, you see intercept 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 0 and 1, of course, is those individuals right before they even enter into the justice system. So basically catching people and getting them treatment before they actually get into any deeper problems that are hard to get out of. We have some programs, as you heard from MHID and some of the discussions there, that back in 2018 that they were asked to develop some programs towards jail diversion. You see those as far as the mobile crisis unit, the walk-in crisis, and the crisis intervention teams. We've had some ongoing things too under development. One is coming up with ways to communicate with different people, different organizations here in the community that are impacted those with behavioral health. When I say different organizations, I'm talking about the law enforcement, I'm talking about our hospitals, and I'm talking about other service providers. And in doing that is having a telehealth, using a telehealth line. That there is, it is now nearly it's already in the process of being utilized and being evaluated as to make to get some more checks on there to make sure that we can implement that well and then expand it to other service providers in the future. But that will help in data collection, that will help in let us having to communicate with the individual across the board. But today, the request is 3 things, and I have them listed 1, 2, and 3 there. Number 1 is to create and support a behavioral health consortium, because if we refer back to the Meadows Institute report, the big thing that I highlighted and I mentioned last time was collaboration. That if we want things to work here in our community, we need all these organizations to come together and work together. Basically, just to highlight some of those groups that are here, you see in that Community Behavioral Health Consortium. First and foremost, who was leading the discussion was Nueces Center MHID. You saw their representatives here, but you also have representatives from the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. You have representation from the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. You have representation here from Amistad, from Senecor, and from our public health district. And then you have law enforcement here. They're all here. They're all ready to move and work together as far as a consortium. And in taking that first step, one of the things I was asking of them is if they would sign a letter of intent to work together and try to get us to build towards having jail diversion practices that include diversion centers. Diversion centers being that one-stop shop where law enforcement can take individuals to receive treatment and keep them from going to jail. Now, number 2 is develop a county jail diversion and behavioral health and support services impact assessment program. When it comes to jail diversion, especially jail diversion center as well, we got to have some sustainability. The question is, do we create something? Are we creating something that's going to need the county to continue funding? Well, the goal is going back to this collaboration. If you have these groups who have the resources, who have the several of their current ongoing programs that they can incorporate into this, then the funding will work itself out to where the county is not having to continually supplementing this a long-term basis. But that's what that is. It's about collecting data. It's about evaluating the information on what is the impact of this collaboration and how we can work with organizations in our community to maintain sustainability. And last and third, this is building jail diversion capacity here in the county. And what that means is you've heard the term a diversion center. In no way am I recommending that the county build a brand new diversion center, one-stop shop, and that they have to take control of that and figure out how to run that. What I'm saying is use what we have here that has been working. Going back to those organizations that got chosen was because they've garnered y'all support in the past. They've garnered y'all support through getting funding from this court and from the hospital district. So they've shown that they can move forward and work well independently, and the goal is to get them to work even better together. And so the request there on this number 3 is seeing if we can identify some type of funding source to allow for funding of the infrastructure in current buildings that they have, so they can develop 3 key jail diversion programs. 1, that being a crisis care center, 2 being a sobering center, and 3 having transitional recovery housing. Let's wrap around. And adding that to the services they have would make us nearly complete and nearly to have standards of care as far as the jail diversion centers that are known nationally from Bexar County and Harris County. But that's what I'm coming the other day, saying this is the core recommendations. It's about getting our groups here, these service providers working together, and just to highlight them too. I said I have Dr. Baggerman here from the CEO from Amistad. I have Dr. Dante Gonzalez, who is the assistant director of public health. I have Bill Holscher here, who's the CEO from Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. You heard Mike Davis, who is the CEO for MHID, and we have Crystal Garcia here, who's representation for Senecor, and who her CEO, Bill, has also signed off already on a letter of intent to work together. And so that's another thing that, as of yesterday, I have 6 letter of intents from all these organizations to work together. The idea is just that. How can we move forward? I'm going to stop it there, and if there's any questions directly for me or questions for any of these service providers that are here, now we're ready to answer them.
Thank you. And Dr. Gonzalez, some of the people, I marked a W, there we're waiting. So I'm going to ask that if you have additional comments now, wanted to make your comment regarding this agenda item, maybe it's a good time to do it, and then I'll ask commissioners if they have questions. So again, certainly not forcing you, but those of you that had Ws were Coastal Bend Wellness, Bill Holscher, Meredith Grantham. Any of you want to come up at this time? This would be the opportunity. Crystal Aguilar, as they say, you know who you are. You can just continue.
Hi, I am Bill Helcher with the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. The Wellness Foundation has been part of our community for 36 years, and we have tackled many issues that at times have been very challenging. I'm here today in support of the diversion program and the collaboration that is now being created, where all of these unique special organizations will have access to various resources in support of the county. We really just want to be part of the solution. As you know, we continuously try to find new programs and services to come in, and I think this is the next step for our county. If you've ever had anyone who has had a substance use issue or mental health issue in your family, you know they're insidious diseases, and it takes a great deal of effort and energy to try to manage and deal with it. So I'm just very proud of our county. We have so many great resources, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to really work together and try to resolve some of those community issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, can I ask him some questions? Is that okay?
Yeah, Bill.
Hey, Bill. So I heard Mr. Davis say earlier that MHID, if we gave them some funding, they could run the diversion center without any additional funding, right? Now, obviously, I want to make sure that your agency and Senecor and everybody's involved in this, right? And so I don't want anybody to be, excuse me, left out. So what is your kind of vision in how this works? Because I want to support this, but I don't want to get the county into the mental health business. I think y'all do a phenomenal job. I don't want to set up another mousetrap, you know, to where we have staff. I don't want to do that, right? That's me. I don't know what anybody else wants to do. I want y'all to do it in a manner that, because you're all the professionals, you know how to do this. So your thought on that vision, how you could see that working?
Well, we've talked about several things, and since we're just now kind of formulating, Xavier may be able to express some of the vision better than I can at this point. But it's basically a one-stop shop where people are brought in and then provide an assessment. MHID does receive funding that we do not. We have received some federal funding that for the next 2 years, in order to become a certified behavioral health clinic, like they are. It does not focus on the substance abuse. We do have substance abuse programs that we're now utilizing unrestricted funds and kind of piecemealing various programs, federal grants. So what I'd like to see is that there may be initially some kind of financial support required, especially if we're doing 24/7 sobriety centers. I'm not familiar with MHID and what their funding is at that level for substance abuse programs. My understanding is that it may not be part of the purview now for schizophrenia, bipolar. They certainly are well equipped. And the emergency response, they have that program as well. So I don't think that would be a problem. I know that we're talking about renovating a building that's already on the MHID property, so the county would not be purchasing anything. And I think that's a very good choice. You certainly don't want to put a bunch of money into owning another property.
Right.
I think with this collaboration and the beginning of it, we're all going to have to sit down and really look at our budgets and determine what we can put in, and then be able to come back to the county and say that this is what we need to get started. And then also with this kind of collaboration, I think the ability to get a lot more federal funds for the county could be rather impressive. You know, nonprofits don't always work well together like any other entity, because you're always trying to fulfill your own needs. But with this organization, this group of people, I found people who are really dedicated and have a true desire to make a change. And part of it is you're removing people from substance abuse and say into residential or medical detox. Then we're lucky to have Synacor. And I'm sure they're going to require some kind of funding to fill those beds, because the funding they get for uninsured is through, I believe, DSHS, and there's just not enough funding from what I've seen to get them in.
So you're envisioning, and I'm assuming others in the room are also envisioning, some operational funding requests as well, meaning MHID says, give us the money for, what I heard him say, give us the money for the building, and we don't need any more dollars for what we do. What you're saying is that they're not doing some of the substance abuse, and you don't know that y'all have the dollars to be a partner, a player in that without some operational help potentially from us. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct. I think the expansiveness of the program is going to require probably some initial support as we move forward.
So, like I said, I'm kind of waiting to hear what everybody else says up here too, but so if the court said, all right, we've got, you know, like these ARPA funds, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's what we're talking about today. We've got these ARPA funds, and we've only got till 2026 to, right? I want to make sure I'm doing that right. 2026 to allocate them. So obviously, any operational funds would be not forever, right? It would have to be kind of one of those deals. We've got them as long as we've got them. And then obviously, I would think the rehab is going to be a big chunk of it. And so I'm real interested in knowing, and it sounds like y'all still maybe need to collaborate a little bit on the ask on the operational funding based on, I think, what you just said, and maybe others don't agree with that. I'm real interested in knowing what that ask is, right? Because I think we're all very interested in this concept. I don't know yet, because I haven't heard from everybody where everybody is on how they want to do this. My interest is very much, you know, I want to give it to you, and I don't want the county to not have anything to do with it. Sounds wrong. That's not dismissive at all, but it's I don't want to try to create and duplicate. That's what I'm trying to get to. I don't want to
Right.
duplicate what y'all are already doing, if you can do it. And if we're able to make an impact on this diversion center by getting that building rehabbed, if that's what the consensus is, and providing some operational funds to get y'all started, and then the county can say, go do and, you know, be at peace, you know, kind of thing, then I think that's a win in my perspective. So I just want to make sure I had your assessment right, and I don't mean to cut anybody else off because you just were the first one that got up. So
Right.
thought I'd
And
ask.
Meredith,
Sorry. Yeah.
Meredith is next, but I have the impression, Meredith, if you would yield, that Mark Hendricks maybe wants to add to the answer because his hand shot up the minute you asked the question. So Meredith, it's all right with you? I'm gonna transition to Mark and then go back to you, Meredith. Mark, do you want to unmute? And I'm guessing, Mark, if you just have if you want to have other comments, please don't let mine impede you. I got the
Thank you,
impression,
Judge. Thank
yeah, you wanted to visit. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Can everybody hear me okay?
Just a little louder, don't you think, guys?
Yes.
If you can go just a little louder.
There you go.
Okay, is this
Yes,
better?
much better.
All right, thank you. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I'm over in Houston. But thank you very much for your time and consideration and allowing additional discussion on this. I think just to provide additional clarification to what Mr. Holscher and his organization is stating and provide some context to our statement as it relates to existing funding being adequate. Essentially, what we're saying is within the scope of our existing operations and how we are funded to operate these programs, the creation and operation of a diversion center, the need is there to renovate the building. But the operational funding, based on the totality of the programming that we already operate, that's funded through the district, as well as funding that we already receive through Health and Human Services Commission, would give us the ability to cover those operational costs without an additional ask for those operational costs. As it relates to the substance use piece, within Dr. Gonzalez's presentation, you're seeing multiple elements that go beyond the diversion center itself. You have those three core components. One is what he's referring to as a crisis care center, which would be the diversion center for mental health and substance use disorder. There is funding available to operate diversionary activities and programming within that diversion center concept for issues related to substance use. That would be things like having sobering vet. But when we're looking at, I think what Mr. Holscher is referencing is more longer-term transitional SUD residential detox services. We're already currently contracted with Synacor for that. I think Coastal Bend Wellness and other organizations like the council would play an additional role in that process. But the ability to provide residential and detox services is already there. It's just not under the same roof. It's under Synacor's roof. That's part of our diversionary process currently. So bringing that back is, yes, it would be incumbent on each of our agencies to figure out exactly what this ends up looking like, but the pieces of the puzzle are there. The diversion center itself would function as the hub by which people access these services. So the collaborative processes and the other elements that Dr. Gonzalez is referencing as it relates to transitional housing, those pieces of the puzzle are not necessarily there, but they could be. So there are elements that would require an additional fund source for long-term sustainability, but as it relates to the ability to provide for residential and detox services, that's already in place. So, Bill, if I'm misinterpreting or I've misspoken, please feel free to, kind of clarify your perspective. But I wanted the court to understand that there are a lot of these pieces of the puzzle that are already in place with current funding. It's about consolidating the activities and the programming under one roof.
Okay. I hope that helps. I'm going to continue just to keep the ball rolling and we can keep asking good questions in this discussion. That was a good synopsis. Meredith, welcome.
Thank you so much. I just want to reiterate and want to just, show support that this is an opportunity. And it's an opportunity, as other people have spoken about, to leverage resources. It's not often that we are all able to come together, and this is one thing that we're able to do to serve the community. For those of us that are working frontline, we see it day and day and day. All of these agencies, all of these entities do amazing work, but we're better when we're together. And if we're able to serve individuals of Nueces County that need it and also help to provide some relief to our jail, I just am asking you all to please look at it very carefully and to seriously consider it, because this is something that Nueces County needs. And as I said, with all of us working together, we can accomplish great things. It just takes all of us at the table. And I want to thank you all for discussing this, for thinking about this, and for really considering making a huge impact to the citizens of Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal?
Hi, Judge and Commissioners. First of all, I would like to say, well, my name is Crystal Aguilar. For those who don't know, I am the director for Synacor, previously Charlie's Place. So Charlie's Place was around for 57 years, and Synacor has been around for 55 years. So I have stood up here, I think last year, and I said that we served 2,055 clients. This last fiscal year, and it was projected that COVID took an impact on that. And we were projecting that we were going to surpass that and serve about 2,100, 50. That was projections. We actually ended with serving 2,425 clients. And I want to point out that we serve the surrounding 11 counties. But I also want to point out that the highest referral zip code is 78408. The highest referral city is Corpus Christi. Now, I want to just make a note that I recently worked on getting somebody out of jail, and I worked on it since January from Alabama, and he is now in our facility. I say that because we have several partners. I don't do anything special. I don't. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without this collaboration with everybody, without your help, but particularly without this collaboration, because we're starting to see an increase of not only substance abuse, and fentanyl is attributing to that, which I'll touch base on here in a sec, but also mental health. And COVID took a big impact on that, and it's because people were at home, and they were using, and they were drinking. And now we don't know if it's mental health that is substance use related, or it's just mental health alone. But now we have fentanyl. And there's ordinary drugs that are being laced with fentanyl, and people are detoxing or withdrawing really hard, and they're not wanting to stay in treatment. They're wanting to go out and use. And there's marijuana, your average marijuana, the regular pot. And dealers are lacing that with fentanyl. And they're producing pills on the street with fentanyl. Methamphetamine is being laced with fentanyl. And people are not knowing what they're taking. And people are dying. So I support the diversion center, the program, because we wouldn't be able to do what we do. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without this support. And it's not going to stop. And we need this help. So I want to ask you to assist in taking the burden off the overcrowded jails, the hospitals, and the community. And I want to do that with your help. So, thank you.
Thank you. Looking over, I feel like there are at least maybe 3 more for this subject matter, so you'll please, that's exactly how I'd like you to handle it. Just
Hello,
Ruben.
Judge, Commissioners.
Hi,
My name is Ruben Bernal. I'm with the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. I have been with the council since 2015, November of 2015. And so I am a person in long-term recovery. I was given an opportunity to come in through treatment through Charlie's Place back in 2012. There was some reoccurrences. I guess in the stages of change, there was a lack of services for me in the maintenance aspect of the stage of change. Therefore, I fell through the cracks at that point, right? And so I knew the seed was planted, and I came back to where I knew I could get the help that I needed. In 2015, I came back, went back through treatment, stayed in Corpus Christi, and I've been clean and sober since then. I have gone back to school with the help of Commissioner Jag. I was able to enroll in college, where I am still enrolled and doing very well. I am here in support of the Diversion Center for several reasons. I think that in 1985, if we would have had this type of resource, the suicidal attempt of my father would not have been successful. I speak on that because in 2011, our family had to go through that again. We also lost my brother to an attempt to suicide that was successful. So it reminds me when we network and collaborate together with all these wonderful people, it reminds me of a ROSC, Recovery-Oriented Systems of Care. And I think that I ask Commissioner and the judge to please consider the funding component, so the people that are already doing this work can have a better chance to come together as a village and provide services to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruben. Dr. Lucens?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you all for coming. This is a very important subject. Just a little bit about me and who I represent. I'm currently the president of the Corpus Christi Medical Center staff. I'm the chairperson of psychiatry at Christus Spohn Memorial and medical director at Oceans Behavioral. I am the medical director and chairperson at Bayview Behavioral Hospital. For the Regional Action Advisory Committee, I'm the behavioral health chairperson. I do forensic contract work with MHID. I formerly worked as a psychiatrist in our county jail. And at this time, I owned the largest behavioral health private practice in Corpus Christi with nurse practitioners and psychiatrists, including child psychiatry. Currently, I round at Memorial and Bayview. So I'm well aware of our crisis and has been going on and has worsened since the pandemic. I come here today in full support of the three proposals. The increasing of our jail diversion capacity through programs that MHID, and I work with MHID through their jail diversion program, and I've seen it expand and move people out of our jails. Also, develop a diversion center, fully, absolutely support this, because it would be a collaboration that would support not just, we're talking just about the needs of behavioral health and substance abuse, but there are wellness needs for our citizens out there. Amistad providing medical support, Costa Bend Wellness providing substance abuse, MHID supporting the infrastructure that they already do. When we move patients from the hospital, we have the shelters, but we also have pathways, and it's indispensable. Expansion of these programs, expansion of this ability for people to move to different step downs is absolutely essential. Now, also the Behavioral Health Consortium. When I moved here 9 years ago, my wife and I moved here. She's from Corpus, she's an OBGYN. And we decided to have children here also. When I first came, it was a very fractured behavioral health system. You had multiple units, you had multiple doctors that weren't talking. You had CEOs that from both Spawn and Corpus Christi Medical Center, even though they had behavioral health together. They never worked together. Didn't work on one of the presentation was on super utilizers that bounce between the ERs. These people, you know, harshly at times they get referred to as frequent flyers, but these people need the help. And there was no communication. However, in the last 5 years, we've seen Eric Evans, we've seen Dr. Blow, we've seen them sit down and actually make plans. Oceans Healthcare came in with the assistance of Dr. Blow and has made a huge difference and will make more of a difference when we move to 42 beds on Shoreline, increasing the capacity. However, I want to stress this is not a psychiatric bed capacity issue. Like we looked at with the Meadows report before, this is not just about beds, it's about appropriateness and where people should be moved. Because we have plenty of beds at the county jail where the most psych patients are, but it's not where they should be, and we all know that. They can't get the care that they need there. We have great psychiatrists, great nurse practitioners there, but there's just too many, and they shouldn't be there. Now, one of the things also that I just had a meeting with is our emergency departments, and that's where I see this helping the most. Our ER doctors, our nurses staff, they're quitting. They can't keep working under these conditions, and our behavioral health patients are sitting in chairs waiting for days when on emergency detention warrants well placed by the police with good meaning because they're trying to get these people help. The diversion center and all the different resources that they would have, that's not going to be, and I like that y'all asked, are we just redoing what we already have? Are we creating more psych beds? Are we creating more services? Are we just spending money to do what we already do? And the answer is no, because these are more specialized program and specialized within these groups of what people bring. MHID does what they do, and they do it well. Coastal Bend Wellness does what they do. But none of these people can do it on their own. Absolutely not. Yes, MHID has the funding to do what they do already. Coastal Bend Wellness has their grant to do what they do. Amistad provides some of those services. And there will be money for infrastructure. There'll be some money for operations, without a doubt, because it's starting up. However, if any of these organizations could do it on their own, including either psych hospitals, we wouldn't be here today, operationally or funding-wise. So I stress, the diversion center, it is where we're going, but the collaboration, the creation of the advisory committee, so that we can come back to you in a year and say, we made a difference. Or you can look at it and say, guys, you're not doing what we asked you to do. There has to be 3 parts, and that's the ask today. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in completeness, I'm going to ask, did I miss anybody? Candace, did you have I thought maybe. And then that looks like everybody, but. Thank you, Candace, for waiting patiently.
Hi, my name's Candace Cloud. I'm an RSPS. I'm the lead recovery coach for the RS program at the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. So I'm here just to show support for this Divergent Center. I do work with substance use disorder and a recovery process for people. I do know that I have a lot of participants that are co-occurring, which means they suffer from mental health as well as substance use disorder. I do believe I can give numerous examples of participants that this Divergent Center would have absolutely benefited. I have a particular woman, to give an example, as long as she is on her medications, she is good. But once she stops taking her medications for whatever reason, whether she lost them, they were stolen, I do know that she then turns to substances to self-medicate. I believe a Divergent, she's been arrested numerous times and been in county jail, I can't tell you how many times. And I believe that a Divergent Center would have helped her receive the help that she needed. I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, I'll turn to you now for thoughts, comments. Dr. Xavier is obviously standing by. I think that if you don't mind me asking, as they say, the obvious question, Dr. Gonzalez, there is an ask, and that ask has a dollar. For the purposes of openness, would you tell us what that ask is? And then I'll just ask you to hold there for questions and answers. But I'd like to make sure that gets out. It was said just briefly, and I think it's important to get it out right now.
Well, Connie, if you can switch to the next slide, because that's where I have some views on the ask. So the question was, what we're looking at here is basically a table that breaks down the components that are being requested to be funded, both from an infrastructure cost and an operational cost. In particular, though, in discussing at least with ARPA funds, is infrastructure costs. What you see there is that it would be about 3.5 million for the crisis care center, about 0.3 for a sobering center, and then there's that next one that's mentioned is 3.5 from transitional recovery housing. That each of them has a purpose. We know when thinking of crisis, we're thinking of those that are in mental health crisis. When we're thinking of those that shuffle through the detention center on a frequent basis, usually because it's for public intoxication. So having that place for them to go to as well. But the ask here is that can we get to how can we get to those three components as far as that 3.5, the 0.3, and then the final 3.5 is we're not asking all that from ARPA funds because part of the suggestion was maybe looking at other resources or other funding sources. As far as operational costs, when it got mentioned by MHID about that they have the funding currently for what they would be doing at the crisis care center, that is funding that's already being provided to them through the hospital district. So they're basically incorporating a lot of the programs that they're already doing, but doing it here into this center. Now, operational costs for the sobering center, the suggested would be about 1.4, and the other one for about 1.5. But the numbers here on the operational costs, the reason that's very specific as saying year one is because this is the idea. If each of these organizations came in and worked independently, without leveraging any of their resources, without seeing how they can leverage current funding sources, that's what that operational cost would be. The idea, though, is to come back and circle around and find out, okay, what all are those programs that we have, and how much of what we have going on and funding that we currently have can we leverage to really bring down operational costs so we can move forward and then eventually get to that point that it's completely sustainable. So at this side, the main side now is, as you see, where ARPA is listed, the 3.5, the 0.3, and a portion of that 3.5. There's an asterisk next to that because this request was made some time ago by Senacor under the premise that if the county could provide that, help them get to that amount, that they could provide matching towards that amount to really renovate well their facility to have those expansion beds. But
Could I ask you to further, if I add up everything from ARPA, since you don't specify it, is that where the 5 million comes?
That's where the 5 million comes.
Got it. So for commissioners, I want to make sure that's clear. So it's 3.5, 0.3, and then the remainder to get to the 5 is from ARPA.
So I'm not clear. So tell me the difference here in what Mr. Davis put forward about if we redid that building, they could run the diversion center. And where is that in here? Because that is one of these things here?
So what they're referring to is that crisis care center. That's how it's defined there. That all the services that they would be providing there, they already have a funding source for that. And that's why I highlight there with one of those funding sources being the hospital district.
So, but what are?
It comes from there. So he should maybe,
So
the 1.9 is already funded, Dr. Gonzalez.
Now, what I'm asking is, are any of these three infrastructure costs the building that Mr. Davis was talking about?
Well, so the building he's talking about is the 3.5. They have another building.
What are you calling, what is his call?
The crisis care center, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm
So
trying
he's
to get.
speaking of that building. And then for the sobering center is another building they have just across their parking lot.
Who does?
MHID.
Okay.
So and then for the transitional, that's Senacor's facilities.
Okay.
So do you happen to have the slide that shows the visual? Maybe that's helpful.
It's not on this one, it's on the
I think
package
it's part
that I
of your
provided.
packet. If you want to look at the
It's,
building, it's in your packet.
But I thought, maybe I misunderstood too. I thought maybe it was Mr. Hendricks was saying was, in other words, I'm trying to figure out why we need to do two facilities. I understand needing to do one facility and co-oping people and making sure everybody's included and funding some operational, but I'm trying to get to understand why we would need to do two facilities. If I thought Mr. Hendricks said there was a piece in theirs that also did oh my gosh, I can't think, I'm sorry, what Centacor does, right?
It's
The
transitional
substance abuse.
housing,
No,
yeah.
the substance abuse,
Oh.
I'm sorry, I
Oh.
can't think of the word.
So one of their, what they're referring to is having basically just sobering beds. But that's, when we're talking about a sobering center, that's more than just having sobering beds. It's actually having someone that can come in under two different conditions, where they're coming in because of alcohol, they're under the use of alcohol or under the use of some type of stimulant. Those are going to be different ways that you provide care for those individuals.
I understand. I'm saying, why do we need two facilities? In other words, why, it sounded like what Mr. Hendricks was saying in his presentation and what Mr. Davis said was, we could make it work in one facility. Maybe I misunderstood him. That's why I'm asking, that we can make it work at one facility and include everybody with their programs. Did I not hear that, what he was saying, right?
Well, it's everything is there as far as their site. That's why to show you a visual that I'd be looking at that slide, but it's still their one facility, their one-stop shop is there. What they're saying is that their crisis care center would be the stop where the police would drop people off, but right across the parking lot is if an individual is.
Well, and let me tell you, it could be the other way around. I
Yeah.
don't know. In other words, maybe it's we rehab the Centacor facility and not. I'm just
No,
trying to figure out why
Commish-
we would want to rehab.
Commissioner,
two
you
facilities.
really,
I don't know.
you need to get the slide. Forgive me, but the slide's very helpful if we can find it. It's in our packets. Just so you know, he's combining two ARPA requests on one slide. Cenacor's is transitional housing. That's where people could stay for months at a time. A diversion center, you might be there for 3 to 5 days.
So
It-
these are
it's
two different
totally different.
requests than.
Yes.
Than,
I don't know what he said. He said no.
No, I was telling her that's not the slide. No.
right, these are two different ARPA requests, then we need to treat them as such, because I'm getting a little.
I'm confused.
So,
Yeah,
and
confused,
let
it may
me add
be
that.
me, but
I broke it up in this manner, as far as to allow for determination of how far can we get. If we can just fund the crisis care center, that's what it is. If we can add that additional support with a sobering center, that's what it is. That's why it's broken up that way, to see where you feel most comfortable funding.
And then-
If we can support it all, perfect. If we can't because it's just funding is just not, we're limited to that, then at least can we support one of these areas here?
Can I have something?
Sure.
And you said you had the full support of the hospital district in reference to?
In
what?
reference to the current funding that they're already providing for crisis care, yes.
Crisis care. And that's for the 3.5?
No,
Well,
sir.
we're talking about operational costs. not-
Operational?
That they are already providing those operational costs, the hospital district.
So for the 1 year, 2 years, or what?
Well, no, this is already this has been an ongoing
Ongoing?
contract that they've had for now going into year 2. It would just continue that contract.
You know, and of course, you and I have talked several times on this, Doc. You know, and I support this 150%. But I always, when I see the diversion, I always say restoration, right?
Yeah.
Because my dream is to have both eventually, right? Because that's the
Yeah.
only way it's gonna work.
To have
Because
both
you
what?
can't have one without the other.
To have both what, Joe, say again?
Diversion and restoration.
Okay.
You know, and when we went to San Antonio, Chief, if you remember, right? We walked it, and there was a couple of buildings, that we walked, and we saw how the process was, where the police officer would drop off somebody, but there was also a section of where there's a one-stop shop. And this is what I envision right now, that the county mental health shouldn't be under the county. I mean, no, we're not mental health providers. They are, and they do a good job. MHID has a good concept, and I think the concept of building that crisis center to start off with might be a good step. Our job would probably be to provide some funds at the beginning to see, but I envision the fact that that center or the restoration that I see, or combine both or not, because I'm not still sure what we're gonna call it. I just don't want a jail diversion. I want a restoration center that's a one-stop shop. And I've kind of given you my concept about, you know, if we're gonna do that, then there should be a space there for Coastal Bend Council to say, hey, you know what? We're gonna provide the services. We're there, right? And then there's the drug and alcohol. And okay, now they're going to the next level, right, or the next step. And everybody's gonna be doing their services and then doing their own operations, right? So, and then at one point, there's gotta be the mental health, which I wouldn't go on this without the mental health. And then as I explained to you, the mental health, it's gotta be a mental health where it actually is gonna provide the extensive mental health that we need to probably put them back into the community, you know, and hopefully it's gonna function like it's supposed to function with continued out treatment. Now, Synacor has always been open doors to receiving people to take them on a long-term basis. So the referrals have to come probably from that component, from the restoration center, the jail diversion center, whatever it is. But I just don't want to lose the concept of saying that all we're working with is the diversions. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, because I don't want to go down the road and say, well, we never talked about the restoration center. Well, we talked about diversion. So I think we just need to go back to the table with MHID. Okay, how are we going to handle this? You know, and if you can show us the components, how is everybody going to operate? You know, the Amistad, where's Amistad coming in? What are they bringing to the table? You know, and if both of them, if two agencies are doing the same thing because we might have to because of the overflow or the health department or whatever, I think we need to make sure we headed that direction. Our jobs are really our responsibility is going to be the finance. How much can we put out? How much can we give you start money? You know, how much, you know, because we right now, I'm telling you, we're hurting too, you know? And this is why I'm thinking we can't, the county has, we don't have the resources, we don't have the finance to take over mental health, and we shouldn't. With all these programs out there that you guys do and do great, you know, it's gotta come from you guys. It's gotta come from you. Yeah, but we gotta help you at one point, right? How do we get started? And maybe the crisis center is the point to get started, and then we grow from there. You know, that's something we have to look at.
So, you know, in the report that I sent to you about, I said a couple of weeks ago, in there, that's that point 3 as far as the infrastructure and how they would work together. That's delineated there too, that, you know, that giving them some time to really figure out how that, you know, how those operations would work in conjunction together. At this point, though, we were just making sure that there is some funding earmarked to move forward, knowing that there would be some funding for the infrastructure to occur.
Dr. Gonzalez, let
Yes.
me ask the other commissioners if they have any questions. Yes, he's got another question, then we'll move to the other commissioners.
And I see your point there, Doctor, but at one point, we just need to know, I mean, we're gonna say 4 million when really, we don't need the 4 million, right? I mean, right now. You know, and you're right, but what is the 3 million, what is the 2.5 million? What is that gonna bring to the table? That's what I'd like to know, I mean, right off the bat.
So, you know, as far, and then here's where I can point to the organizations. You know, if you want to know what's the 3.5 million is going to bring the infrastructure cost for that building 1, which is what we're labeling as crisis care. If you want to know what that brings as far as services, I can point to Andrea and she can tell you what services. As far as adding their building that's just across the parking lot, adding that as having a more in-depth sobriety center. What how those operations would occur, I would point to Costa Bend Wellness. And how how do you transition people from one to that, those facilities do not allow for long-term care or detox. That's what we have Center Court for, and that's why we're making sure that part of the collaborative is there as well. And going before that too, what services, you want to have the integrated care. You want to make sure that individuals that come in get some medical clearances, which is why we're talking to Amistad and talking to Coastal Bend Wellness again, is that having those groups, those entities there so they can provide that service within the facility.
Well, after 3.5 years, Doc, I'm just glad we're talking about it. I'm glad, hope we move forward. Like somebody said, we're still talking about it. We should be moving forward. And
Yes.
I really appreciate all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll ask other commissioners, but again, just for clarity, your ask today, as I understood my paperwork, was for $5 million, and that $5 million would be dedicated from ARPA, that's the request.
Yes.
And that those dollars would be used for infrastructure, and I'm going to call it the Brownlee site, because I think it's easier than all the other names that we're using, and that would provide the dollars for the infrastructure for the Brownlee building. And when we say the Brownlee building, maybe the word is complex, because again, it's one complex, and those $5 million would be attributable to there. Is that your ask here today?
That is correct.
Wait, how
Okay.
much?
$5 million.
Okay, so Mr. Davis, what I got from them was $4 million on that Brownlee facility. So someone needs to clarify that.
I thought he
'cause
said 5.
I talked to the
Okay.
it was
Well,
4, and they
we
said
can-
4. I was
is
told
he
4
on?
could do it.
Okay, all I know is, and I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna ask these other guys for questions, because I'm trying to keep it moving, and I can do some texting, because we want to know what the right number is. But my understanding is that came from a cost estimate from an architect, and the MHID board members brought us, Dr. Gonzalez, that dollar of $5 million. It's been broken down now here for you. If it's less, then it's less. Maybe it is 4. We can get that number, but I want to just make sure everyone understands, what is that number for? That number, that's funny, 4. What is that number going to do? It's going to provide the infrastructure to build the facility that everybody here is talking about with us and supporting.
Yeah, my information is 4, so I do need
I
clarification.
think we can get that done. I'm going to put somebody
Well,
on
and
it
it
here.
makes sense, it adds up, because on here, the crisis center was
It does.
3.5.
It does.
And then .3 is 3.8.
It does.
So-
While we get more comments, Maggie, could you please text Mike and Mark Hendricks just to do the double, Andrea? Mark's on there. He asked if you could call on him. Mark,
Can
And-
everyone tell their titles for the people who don't know
Yeah,
who
that's a
everybody
good
is?
point.
I don't think everybody. we're
Mark
going through a lot of
Hendricks,
people.
would you remind everybody who you are when you're answering? We're looking for a number,
I'm
Mark.
Can you hear me, Judge?
Yes.
All right. And so as it relates to the concrete cost for the renovation estimation, it was between 2.5 and 3.5 million. So 3.5 would be the number for the renovation of that facility at 1630 South Brownlee.
Right.
3.5?
3.5, but does that include your architectural fees and then is the rest of it is the crisis care center, the way Dr. Gonzalez has broken it out?
And that is, 3.5 is the estimation out the door, all inclusive.
Got it. That's very helpful.
Mark, just to add there, but that you're not including your facility across the way.
That's that point
I'm
3.
sorry, say that again?
That you're not including the funding to also for the sobriety portion center.
Correct. So basically, Judge and Commissioners, what you see here and what Dr. Gonzalez has is 3 separate projects within the scope of the ask for creating this collaborative. So the facility that shares a parking lot with 1630 South Brownlee is our Pathways Respite Unit. That unit is already essentially move-in ready with minimal modifications for longer-term substance use services. So that's why that number is much smaller. So the $5 million total ask is for the three components, 3.5 for the diversion center infrastructure and renovation of 1630, the 0.3 for our Pathways Respite Facility, which is 100 yards in the same parking lot. And the remaining amount, Xavier, I don't have the slide in front of me, so I will kick that back to you, sir.
Yeah, and that was to move towards further development of the transitional recovery housing.
Wait, that's not even on the screen. That's
Yeah,
like,
that's that third one. That's
oh,
Centacor.
that's, right, that's Centacor, but that doesn't have anything to do with.
Well, it does, but I think for today's
Centacor is a
purposes,
different request, I think.
yeah, Crystal, it all goes together.
Okay, so, real quick, originally, it's a different ask because we already provide all those services. We provide detox, we provide residential intensive treatment, we provide already transitional housing. Some of you have been out to the facility. As you know, that building has been around a really long time, and it needs a facelift. So we have a transitional housing, which is a 2+ year program. Our goal in that ask originally, and it still is to move our detox around. Our detox houses 30 clients. And so our goal is to move our transitional housing down because there are some clients who have handy capabilities. They're not able to go upstairs. And that building doesn't have an elevator, which is weird. But it was an old hotel. Which is still weird that it didn't have an elevator, but anyway. So move the transitional housing down and move our detox in the admin hallway and expand because we already provide the services. So that, and if you've seen the building and if you've taken a tour, that is what the 3.5 million ask is for. It's not for services, it's to expand.
It's a different ask.
It is.
It's a different
But
ask.
they're all working together.
No, I get it, but I mean,
Yes.
the 5 million, no offense, that Dr. Gonzalez said was
It's
not
a-
what
That's correct.
MHID needed. They need 3.5 or whatever.
Plus
And then
the
they need
0.3.
3.5. So we're talking two separate asks here, and we just have to I think we have to,
That's correct.
right, because what I don't want to do either is duplicate. And again, what I heard, I thought MHID say was that they also had substance abuse elements in theirs as well. So again, I'm trying to figure this out because there seems to be a little confusion in the room. There's a lot of support for this, and we want to get this done. And it sounds like there needs to be a little bit of time for y'all to maybe regroup a little bit here and talk about this operational stuff. I'm not trying to delay it. I'm in, okay, I'm in. I just don't know what exactly I'm in for here because
Completely.
what has been said is a little different than what's been said, and it sounds like really it should have been this should have been like diversion center is, the ask for the diversion center is this, the ask for the, I'm not sure what you call yours, what Cenacor's is.
Transitional housing.
And I apologize, I know what they do, I've been there, I toured it with you, I helped put that deal together back when it was done, so I'm very familiar with it. But, and if that's what it is, then, or we can just say, Cenacor's making a $3.5 million ask, and MHID is asking for $3.5 million, and consider those separately. But then there's other folks that need to be involved in this, like the Wellness Foundation and other folks, that I need to understand how they're gonna be involved and not pushed out of the mix, right? I wanna make sure that, I know everybody's in the room now, right? And everybody's holding hands and it's kumbaya, but when money gets distributed, a lot of times, people forget, not intentionally, no ill will. I just wanna make sure that if we do this, we really wrap this up in a package, and then nobody comes back and says, hey, we got left out, or we didn't get exactly what we were gonna get. And so, I don't know how to do
Commissioner,
that today, but.
I think we can do it today, because I think the ask from MHID and all of the people you've heard from, and I'm gonna just round it up to 4 million, the 3.5 plus the 0.3 plus inflation. $4 million is what's there for the diversion center, or you can rename it the restoration center. It's the same thing. The most important thing here is to understand that the reason Dr. Xavier has put transitional housing and an ask that's coming in, yes, for a different entity, but that the relationship is critical. All of these groups work in tandem every day, all day. The letters of intent already express the commitment that they have to work together. I think the goal here today is, I think from Xavier's 1, 2, 3, is that please consider all of them. But like you said, if you feel good about saying MHID building is really, and it is 3.5, but it's 3.5 plus the 0.3, so it's 3.8. I'd like to be able to take that up. And then if you want to consider Cenacor's, it's to do exactly what Crystal just said. They need dollars to improve their facility. Cenacor runs their facility, and that's the operator, and they have funds to operate their facility. But they're looking for, they're a 501c3, and so they're looking for those additional funds. Why? Well, because we are revamping the way we do mental health services here, but they're going to be an integral part. I'm sorry he had to leave, but, you know, Robert Reed that was here earlier from Broken Chains, he works with each and every one of these groups as well. So they're all working together. You're right about the fact that when the MOU gets done, the MOU will articulate how all of these groups provide the services within the building. But today, to do as Commissioner Gonzalez has suggested, to move forward, we need to appropriate these funds so that they know they can move forward with today's dollars, because tomorrow it's only going to get more and more expensive. I see it as a $4 million ask and a potential $3.5 million as in my mind. And that's what he's got here for us to consider. Commissioner Modis, I know you've been waiting.
Yes, Judge, thank you. And I appreciate hearing Commissioner Chesney and Gonzalez share their concerns. That they just want to make sure no one's left out. And I think we obviously have everyone in the room, or I'm assuming it looks like we have pretty much everyone here in the room. So do that hostage blink if you feel like, hey, we need to be included somehow, right? We need to move forward on this, and I don't want to rush it because for the sake of rushing, but it's essential. And to see, I think it was Dr. Lucian that said, you know, all the groups that are working together are working like they have not ever at any point before. I think that's very encouraging. It's very exciting. It's showing that collaboration and knowing that everyone's a piece of this solution, and take this concerted effort from everyone involved in fixing some of the facilities to meet the various stages that y'all are presenting. It's exactly what I'm looking for. I think of back in my days when I was an investigator and a caseworker with the Texas Department of Family Protective Services. And back then it was Charlie's Place, but you would go and you were limited in trying to get families to get the help they needed, and they couldn't, right? If mom or dad couldn't get their lives starting to on the path of recovery, then that impacted the rest of the families and their children down the line, and dealt with conservatorship as back then Judge Chesney knew about and dealt with on a regular basis. So we all get it. I don't think there's anyone that disputes where we're at, right? I think from what I'm hearing, we want to make sure the numbers work. What I see, I see that it does. I do want to make sure that we are very specific, very concentrated on our funding. That's exactly what's needed, but not, you know, extra bells and whistles. But I do want to be able to see the three parts get their funding needed: their crisis care center, the sobering, the detox part, and the transitional recovery, because that's what I hear. I hear that from people, not every day, but pretty often, especially lately, and especially from one particular constituent who continues to talk about just that trying to get her child, her adult child, into recovery and getting the mental health assistance and the detox assistance needed that will prevent that child from having to get involved with law enforcement or a stay within the jail or perhaps even into the prison system. So I'm sold on that. And so if we can make sure that we verify these numbers, then I agree. I think today is the day that we move forward, that we can say we are ready to make this happen and commit to that money that you're asking for. That would be my only ask. Make sure we know that this is it. It seems like it is. Like I said, I mean, hearing all these different groups represented today, seeing all of them here at once, the fact that they are working together, it shows that it's not about a me deal, right? Just me or my organization, Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, you know, Senate Court, everyone that's involved. I love seeing this collaboration, and the fact that Chief Shower and, of course, Sheriff Hooper are here, and their commitment, and Constable McCacken, you know, this is a passion for him. The fact that you have all these different groups, law enforcement and nonprofits and medical and mental health groups participating, that collaborative, that hub, that's where I'm focused on. That's where I'm looking at right now. And to me, that's where we're at. I think we're done. We're at that point where we can move forward. And so you have my support on that. When we get these questions worked out specifically, then let's put a motion forward. So we're there. And to me, I want to make sure that we're very clear that, yes, we have to be limited in our money. But if not now, when? Right? We're not going to have this opportunity to be able to do this kind of collaboration with this type of funding that we have access to. Now, it's a priority. We got to choose ourselves as a court. But we see it time and time again. We hear the ask. We've been to these facilities, if not recently, at least over the time of our public service or in our other lives that we've led, to be at all these different facilities. And we know that there's needs that need to be fixed. But to go in and say we want to start only in stage one, being the layperson, but having been involved in referencing people into the system, I want to see the entire cog put together. I don't want to see one spoke on there. For it to work, it's got to be all put together in one piece today. And so I hope that that's what we as a court can come to. And if it just simply cannot be done today, because we're still struggling with numbers, then I would expect for it to be done within the next meeting or two, because I think that this is something that we need to really put together and make happen. And this is an exciting time for us, but also I have a great hesitation, because knowing that something falls apart, we may not make it happen. And if it doesn't, it could be years in the making before we get this chance again as a court. So you have my support. Thank you.
Commissioner Hernandez.
Yes, Judge, thank you. And as I sit here, I brought back memories. When I was in junior high, a good friend of mine was found dead in a park, and he had started out sniffing glue. So if we'd have had organizations like this, where his parents could have turned to for help, maybe he'd still be with us today. I'm in total support. Dr. Gonzalez, I've always told you this. Crystal, I've been to your place. You gave me the tour, Ms. King and I agree. Your place does need a facelift. You all do a tremendous job and have many people there. So I hope that the money issue, we can jump that hoop and make things happen for our county, for our community, for our people that need the help. Mental issue is a big problem. Let's stop it, try and stop. We're never going to stop it. But we haven't had the problems that Uvalde has had with people with mental issues. So let's not wait till it happens here. Let's start working with all of you and with the police department, and we'll do our part in trying to get you what you need to get it done. Thank you for what you all do.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. I would, at this time, like to make a motion that American Rescue Plan Act funding be allocated in the amount of $4 million thank you, for the mental health, and I do like the word restoration program. I think all of us started using diversion, Commissioner, because that's how we started it. But we can end it the right way, which is restoration. And again, Dr. Gonzalez, I think the consensus that I've heard from the court is that those funds be for the 3.5 and the 0.3 at this time. And there is a second. And if there's no further discussion, let me take a historical vote.
Just a real quick, I just want to make sure, could we just add to that we somehow continue, I just want to make sure that the intent of this is by all of us is that everyone's included in this.
I'll-
Like, I
I'll be
mean,
happy
and I
to-
don't-
I'll be
I
happy
really
to
want
add.
all these motions to include
I
that
think-
nobody gets left out and.
I think that we'll make that, I'll just take that, Lorenzo, as the additional item, that this is the collaborative effort is displayed by the letters of intent and also by the backup
That's all.
documentation.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how
We
that
can list
means
them
and-
for you, Lorenzo, actually, okay? They're part of the record, but we'll list them for you for the clerks. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. In addition, I would like to at least have us consider that, because in my mind, I had that $5 million ask, that $1 million be appropriated to the Senate Transitional Housing. And I would like a second.
With the same intent on the
With the same
motion,
intent. And on the call for discussion,
Can I ask, oh, sorry.
yes. On the call for discussion, I'll turn to you. I'll come in just a second. Commissioner?
No, I'm sorry. And then tell me, one of the questions I've gotten to are something about, and I guess this is on the Senate Corps, are those beds, someone's asking me, are beds still limited on the DHS, sorry, getting DSHS funds? I'm not sure who I'm asking that to. I just want to
Maybe
make sure.
Crystal? Crystal, he wants you to approach. He's got a question on the DSHS funding.
I mean, it fluctuates with the state. State funds really fluctuate. I mean, really, we never know. Right now, we are allocated to 25 beds in detox and 31 beds in residential and 25 beds for specialized female in residential, which means women who have children under the age of 18.
And so how does that affect the other agencies in the room? Again, this is truly because I don't know the answer. How does that affect them as far as being able to be at the table and being able to function within these two organizations? Because I know, I just want to make sure again that this is a huge day, but I want to make sure everybody walks out here feeling like it's a huge day. So how does that work?
So without going into the logistics, because it would probably be a long conversation, we always find a way to get people funded. And it's with the partnerships. So with Coastal Bend Wellness pays for beds, the partnerships that we have, MHID through the CIT program, federal probation, you have helped with Commissioner's Court grant. And so all this funding sources, United Way, we are United Way grant funder recipient, Texas Veterans Commission. So we have lots of partnerships. And so it's throughout these partnerships that allows us to have the funding to be able to have funding sources for people who don't have the means to pay. So anybody who comes through our doors, we'll find a way to get them in. We don't turn anybody away.
Okay, thank you.
And if, Crystal, if you don't mind me staying there, just hang on for a second. If there's no other further questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That $1 million may have a potential for some match. Is that accurate? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I would like on another court for you to come back and tell us about that, because I think that could be very powerful. In addition, I want the court to know, because it was, I believe, listed here, let me double check it. It really, it's listed in an unusual way, and you may have missed it as an audience or even as a court member. It also says that we could transfer county funds to a mental health account. We might want to take this up in executive to understand eligibility, but I want you to know that I think there is an opportunity, and not to put Dante on the spot here, but he is here, and he is he's one of those, what do they call them, stakeholders, one of the, what do we just call them? Team members, collaborators, representing city, county, public health. But this county has the ability to have funds for mental health in multiple ways. and that's through the 1115 waiver program. These are old funds that we have that we could use in a powerful way to get us to that mark of 3.5. In addition, there are opioid litigation funds that are coming to this county that will total 1.6 million. We did not notice that today, but please know, court, that if you want these programs to just really shine and soar, our future is right here in front of us for programming. The city has 1.6 approximately. I looked hard to find it, and I'm gonna have to ask Jenny to dig it up. Not today, Jenny, but we have like a worksheet that shows what Nueces is gonna get from the opioid litigation settlement. We know what City of Corpus Christi is gonna get. I don't think we know what the hospital district's gonna get, because they weren't part of the AG's piece. We also know that there's that big fund that's regional, of which we're the largest county with stats. And so all I'm saying to you, Court, is that I agree with you, Commissioner Chesney, we can further, there's more to do. Today is historic because we don't have to guess anymore. And we don't even have to talk anymore. After 3.5, almost 4 long years, we've done it. But there's more to do, and I think there's 2 funding sources that this court needs to think about and address. But I hope that the $1 million today is a sign of good faith, because when you and I originally talked about American Rescue Plan, that was a good number. And now we know that there are other opportunities. And I hope that Dante can carry that message back. He's standing up, so I'm going to let him say something. Dante, Dr. Gonzalez, excuse me.
Thank you, Judge. So I just wanted to make a comment on I guess you mentioned the 1115 waivers and how those funds were actually reimbursed through this particular program, which is the 1115 waiver. So these funds were collected by doing services that were not necessarily on mental health. I'm not here and speaking whether or not we can use those funds. That's not for me to say. But what I can say is that those funds were specifically reimbursed from the federal government to do specifically things like diabetes, nutrition,
Right.
community
Right,
wellness, but not necessarily mental health.
Right, and all I'm saying is that a little more vetting, and we might get there. Because as it turns out, I never really ask a question I don't know the answer to.
Right.
And so I really do think that once we get our 1115 waiver expert in here, that, and the state's input, that there's a possibility that they could be. And if that's the case, that's something that we should think about, And that's what we're gonna do, hopefully, in the future. And it goes along with, it turns out, like you said, there's layering effects. Turns out they're diabetic and they have mental health issues. So you can actually do both at the same time. So, well, I really want to get to another agenda item. Dr. Gonzalez, I'll give you the best advice somebody gave me. When you've won, run.
Thank y'all for
Would
your
you
time.
want to also, I'd like to recognize him. Would you recognize Aaron Diaz? Aaron, you've stayed quiet, but certainly not in the back room. You've been instrumental in helping Dr. Gonzalez. Dr. Gonzalez, would you
Yeah,
like to acknowledge?
Yeah, when I was brought forth this venture, the very first thing I did was I went and asked the experts that had already gone through this. So I talked to Leon Evans from Bexar County, and I talked to Gilbert Gonzalez. And the very first thing told me is that someone's watching over you because there's someone in Corpus who retired, who was part of the people that started jail diversion here in Bexar County. So I have Aaron Diaz here that I pulled out of retirement and has been by my side making sure that we're taking the right path forward, and that we can use what they learned along the way at Bexar County and try to avoid some of those pitfalls so we can move forward here in Nueces County. So, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much. Commissioners, I'm going to there are a lot of people are going to get up, so we'll let you do that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And item number 2 on the agenda has a request to go to executive session to discuss the legal components of the amendment, so I'm going to skip it for right now. And this way I can address the rest of the people who have been waiting so patiently. And that's item number 3. We'll just kind of wait till the crowd goes, just 30 more seconds. Just give them a moment. It'll help the noise factor. But this is discuss and consider the renewal and amendment of agreement between the Texas General Land Office, Veterans Land Board, and Nueces County related to the operations of the Coastal Bend Veterans Cemetery and related matters. And
Judge, I was
JJ
just
De La Cerda.
Can I just ask, are there any changes to this, substantial change? This is pretty
There's
much.
actually one that's
okay.
good.
I was gonna say,
It's
this is kind of a slam
It is, but there's one change.
Okay.
But it's a good change.
I just
And
didn't.
It's really
we
more
all
than one
support this
change,
one, I know
but
that.
It's 2 changes.
2 changes.
Yes.
Go ahead, sorry.
So the only changes, Commissioner, is they're wanting to add an amendment where any surplus funds in our budget get put into a capital fund expenditure. In other words, we can purchase capital equipment or do capital improvement. That's it. And then secondly, they want to reduce the budget from $918,000 to $900,000. And we think that's very fair. We had over $100,000 in surplus and we got it back up to $900,000, so I think it's a perfect deal.
So on the surplus, when usually on most of our accounts, we try to create a reserve balance, in there. So by not putting it in our reserve and putting it in the capital account, is there any detriment to that in the sense that we don't, if something goes wrong, we don't have that contingency like we do with every other account? Or am
No,
I
I don't believe
misunderstanding?
so. I think, can you address that, Dell?
Commissioner, what he's saying is it is going to be reserves for this particular department. Those reserves can only be used for capital accounts. So as he's saying, we've got about $130,000 this fiscal year of reserves, and it's considered a fund balance, and those fund balance numbers can be used for capital expenses.
But what
So
if?
there are reserves for this
So
cemetery.
like our 100,000, Commissioner, that we saved, we actually got it. But next time, if we have a $100,000 savings, it can only be used for capital improvements there,
Correct.
And what,
rather than just
or-
our general fund.
And so what and again, would that be the only reason we have capital funds in these other funds is just for capital improvements?
The main purpose why they're doing this is there was a big issue when we first took over the cemetery, is that the General Land Office and the Veterans Land Board was very hesitant about letting the current vendor purchase any capital expense, any like backhoes or mowers or whatever might be the case. It required several going back and forth between them and them. So the Veterans Land Board saying, since we now have a fund balance, these funds can now be used to buy this capital expense without having to go back to the land board for additional money.
So one of the things that I'm concerned about, that I've heard on this, is that JJ's having to spend a ton of time out there at that cemetery, spending a lot more time, a lot more energy, doing things. So are we shorting ourselves a little on this budget because we got JJ doing more work and we may need another staff member to help him not have to go do that? Because with all the 360 burn pit stuff, he's got his hands full. So I just want to make sure we're not shorting ourselves on this, because I didn't anticipate him having to spend as much time as I hear he's spending out there. And it may just because he's a great guy and he does it on his own, but I mean, still, that's not fair to him, right? So we may have to look for, let's say, some allocation out of those funds to offset some of.
That's correct.
Right? So then if we're reducing our
But
budget, are
the
we not allowing
budget
that?
accounted, I think, for that.
50,000
It accounted for that.
For 50,000 of what?
for a COLA increase for the cemetery staff and any pay raises.
No, I'm saying what if we need an additional person because you're having to spend so much time out of there, taking you away from other things that we originally hired you for? I'm concerned that we may need that extra money for another staff or to pay part of your salary or.
So the budget actually
He says salary
contemplated
or-
a supplement for him. Because in
This
the.
budget?
Yes. In this budget, I think there is enough dollars in there for a supplement for him.
Okay, I haven't seen this budget, so that's what I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Part-time or what? Full-time, part-time, what?
Like, in other words, if we were to say, hey, look, we think JJ needs a raise, but we think the reason he needs a raise, not the only reason he needs a raise, is because he's doing so much more work over here that we didn't anticipate. You're saying that this budget, that I think that's coming out, will have an amount in there that says we can supplement and give him that raise
Yeah.
out of that budget?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, Commissioner, if you look at the budget, there's one item there that has a fiscal services fee that we charge the cemetery for. work that my staff does, that HR does, that JJ does, that we can, up to, I think last year was 75,000. I think we had to reduce it to 50,000 if I remember.
46.
46,000 this year, so.
Correct.
That's still enough funds to cover his additional increases in his job responsibilities as well as what we're doing here.
Okay, that's a big question for me, because I want to make sure you don't get left out on this, JJ. So, and then the other thing would be, you must run a very efficient operation for us to be taking less, because that was one of the things we labored over for a long time, was making sure that the state was giving us everything we needed to really run this cemetery well and in the way that the veterans would want it run. And I've never I've been doing this a long time. I don't remember anybody coming back and saying they need we're okay with less money from the state, because once you take less, then I'm afraid next year they're going to ask for the same thing and so forth and so on. So
Yes, sir.
I'm a little
So I
nervous
think
about
the-
that part of it, but the First Amendment on the capital improvements, that makes sense, but I am a little nervous about agreeing to.
What has happened is we were trying to do the budget from what the last vendors were doing this, and we didn't, because the last vendors didn't have the responsibilities we have for employee benefits on our health with the medical, dental, vision, retirement, so we had to put this in as a maximum amount last year's. Now we know exactly how much it's going to cost. That's why the reduction is allowed.
And also, we had savings, Commissioner, because we have resources that vendor doesn't have. We get things for less than they did, so that helps a lot.
This is a one-year renewal? Is that
1
right?
year, yes, sir.
1 year. Those answers my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm ready to move forward when everybody else is.
Will you make the motion?
I will make the motion to.
I'm sorry, there's a
I
question.
just want to tell JJ, thank you for what you all do. Please let your employees know.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I go by there every day.
It's phenomenal.
So
Thank
it
you, sir.
looks very nice, and I've had some good compliments from my neighbors on that.
Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
We're
JJ.
trying really hard.
There's a,
job. And I hope
there's
the
a
veterans are
motion
happy
and
with that.
and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 JJ, thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
the
Judge.
presentation. On another day, maybe you will come and share with us some of the things you're doing to make us a Purple Heart cemetery.
Yes, ma'am.
Purple Heart Veteran Cemetery, and when I say Purple Heart, I have to acknowledge Airborne in the room, who represents the entire state of Texas for veterans.
Improvise.
And so,
Supervisor.
thank you. I hope that makes you happy, because I think where our USS Lexington will be a Purple Heart memorial.
This Saturday.
This Saturday. And maybe you'll send that out again to everybody in
Yes,
case they
ma'am.
didn't know. And to have our cemetery be a Purple Heart Veteran Cemetery is exceptional. And that's what we wanted. We wanted to bring exceptional to Nueces County.
And on that note, Judge, we are pushing for September to be designated as a Purple Heart
September.
Cemetery. And not only that, the other cemeteries are following suit. So the rest of the state veteran cemeteries are also going to be designated Purple Heart cemeteries.
Good.
That's great. Airborne, thank you. Yes, yes, sir, of course. Just, JJ, will you assist him? One thing I've noticed is we need to have an ADA podium. I want to make sure we do that.
Okay, my name is Lázaro O. Camarillo III. I am the Airborne. I am the Pest State Commander for the Military Order of Purple Heart. Also, I am the Commander for the VFW 2397, and I am the President of the United Way of Texas. I am the Pest Commander for the DAV Chapter 150. I want to say something before I say something about JJ. There's no money in the state of Texas, in Nueces County, United States, to pay this, my brother-in-arms, what he's doing. We don't complain what we do because we do it from the heart. I've been doing this for 40 years plus to help our veterans. I am a volunteer service officer. Since he took over, every time I need something or I send him a veteran or a wife of a veteran, he responds right away. There's no excuse for him or anybody else that he needs help on his job. He don't complain. We don't ask any question. We are doing the job. And this is the kind of veteran that you hire. And you here are very fortunate to have this kind of person. and I'm very proud to call him my brother and Army, my friend. Also, thank you for allowing him to go back to the state cemetery. He's doing a great job for all you, representing the Nueces County. Becoming a Purple Heart is going to be great. The first Purple Heart in the nation was Dallas, Texas, was September 11 this year. I presented the proclamation and the sign. It's the first one in the nation. So I believe the state of Texas be great to be here in Nueces County. Thank you for allowing me to say a few words.
Thank you.
On that. Remember, there's no money in the United States to pay this man what he's doing for his fellow veterans. Not only the community. Thank you very much. Airborne.
Airborne. Thank you. I just want to acknowledge Dr. John Kelly from the Veterans Land Board. I just happened to look over and see him online. It's been a great partnership, Dr. Kelly, under your leadership, representing the great state of Texas. We are a veteran state. We love our military. We are so proud to be a military county. I hope that you are also proud of us, not only in passing another year contract, but in the work that we've been able to accomplish together. Thank you for the partnership. Please relay to Commissioner Bush that he is welcome anytime to see the best veteran service officer in the state and the best veteran state cemetery in Nueces County. Thank you. Okay, JJ, all done here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, JJ.
I'd like to go out of order and recognize that Dr. Dante has been waiting all morning, and I'd like to advance Ide, if that's okay. You have some agenda items, and that will help him, I know, at least get to a lunch
Which
on
one, Dave?
time. That one is going to be a couple of them.
Right.
One
Number
of them.
12 and 11.
Yeah, well, number 12 is, there's a CPI. Let's do number 9 first. Number 9. Number 9, and I'm going to let Ide take these, but I'll introduce them, Dante, for the record. Okay? Discuss and consider adopting annual payment agreement amount, including requests by the city to increase the budget based upon the Consumer Price Index, otherwise known as a CPI, for the 2022-23 fiscal year between Nueces County and the city of Corpus Christi pursuant to Section 4 of the amended cooperative agreement for the city-operated Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District and related matters. Dr. Dante is here. Ide, you have been working diligently here. You have a number that you have confirmed, and then Dante can also do the favor for me, Dante, of, confirming the CPI. What does that, give a little background as to what we're going to be able to accomplish here with this new number.
Yes,
If you want to start, and then Ide can finish up.
absolutely. Again, Dr. Dante Gonzalez, I'm the Assistant Director of Public Health. And the number that you see in front of you is basically the budget that we have been running for the many years. With this time around, we're including a CPI. We took the CPI of 9.2, which is what was published in 9.2% increase, which was published on May. That was the difference of the difference for about 12 months. And this is published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is not a number that the city came up with, rather it's a number that has been already published.
Dr. Dante, does Connie have it? It's not on our screens. We can turn to our budget book. It's fine. But do you have it, Connie? Okay, that's fine. We'll turn to our budget book.
It's in.
Okay.
Pardon
That's
the
fine. You can also find it on the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is published on there. If you look at it this year, this month actually came up to 9.8%. But we're still using 9.2.
Okay. And so then the total number for us, Dr. Dante, what we paid last year and what the request is this year if we adopt this CPI index for the health district?
Judge, can I ask?
Yes, so last year it was 1.6 million. If you want exact number, is 1.6.
That's close
1 million,
enough.
okay.
That's close enough. And this year?
This year we're asking $1.7 million.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Chesney, you have a question for Dr. Dante?
Wouldn't we need to take this to the hospital district first?
It already has. So I'm going to get Ide to. Ide, will you now speak to the question that Oh my gosh.
That's okay.
Dr. Chesney here? Commissioner Chesney? Commissioner Chesney's asking, wouldn't we have to
The
take this to the
Juris
hospital
Doctor, does that
district?
count?
And the answer is, we did,
We
right?
did. We did in the last board meeting with the hospital district, and they're willing to give us up to 2 million to cover these expenses, the medical expenses for the health department.
Okay.
So they
but
didn't
we're
know
on-
what it was, but
Right.
they gave up to 2, and now the answer is it's 1.7.
Great, then I would move to pass.
Is there a second? Yes, sir?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion or concerns? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then I'd actually like to jump to number 12, which is the actual agreement.
We passed the 1.7 or the 2 million?
We passed the 1.7.
1.7.
We had permission.
They're two different agreements, Commissioner.
Okay.
And then on item number 12, Ide, this is discuss and consider the addendum for the whole fiscal year.
This one includes the health department as well, but also includes the 1115 waiver. I have,
Okay.
and the 1115 waiver is going to be different right now, and I spoke with Steve already. So we're trying to confirm with the state that actually the money that we have sitting for the remaining excess funds from the waiver, we can transfer that to the city. So that's, I would like to ask the Commissioners Court if they allow me, if you allow me to contact HHS to confirm that the county can transfer the money that the city is asking to continue supporting the waiver program.
So in other
I'm
words-
okay on that, but can't we at least pass the half of the agreement?
That's correct.
That just deals with,
whatever is just related to the hospital, to the health department.
right, can't we just pass that?
Which half?
Well, the half that runs the whole department, which is everything but the waiver program.
Right.
Could we,
Could we,
Can we-
I'd like to pass that, so I don't want them to, I mean, they're approaching
Yeah.
their need to get
So
that
moved.
done.
We passed.
wait, okay, so are we on?
So on
10
item
or
number
11?
12?
12,
Okay.
okay, so we're on the addendum to amend cooperative agreement for the city.
Right, so we just said we're okay with the 1.7. So now the agreement would be, and my motion would be that we adopt the agreement for the health department, as we just indicated, would be increasing by by $100,000, and that we do so today.
And then you.
But on the waiver program, they have a request.
Talk about that separately then.
We'll talk about that separately.
Okay.
And IDA needs to get some information from HHS. And so that's why I skipped 10 and 11, because they're all related to waiver.
So I guess if we, okay, so let's do 12 first, I'm sorry.
So
and I'll go
that's
back
why
to
I did
11.
12
That's
first,
fine.
because IDA
I'm
asked
just
me.
trying to keep up.
Yeah. So again, I've got a motion and we've got a second. And so all those in favor of passing the agreement as it has to do with the health department, contract only, excluding the 1115 waiver, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. And now we-
Dante, we have another meeting next week. I do believe that we can, I'm not promising, because I don't know about the state. and I
Oh, wait,
don't
are we-
know.
are we-
But
so
I
we're-
could get it back on the agenda next week.
So is this number 11 and
So
10?
we'd have to table the second half of 12.
I just had one thing.
Wait, the second half, 12 or number 11? Because 12 to me only just says discuss and consider.
But IDA told me that the whole budget has it. If you
The
look at your
document
budget-
includes both, includes the waiver and includes the health department.
They put both
They put
programs
both
on
in
the
the,
budget.
on the same
Okay, but
agreement.
we could just, we could pass that subject to you verifying that it's okay to do it, right? I mean, so that he doesn't have to come back and
Well,
wait for another
let
meeting.
me just say this.
Good point.
Number one, the 1115 waiver that they're asking for is to continue a program that is ceasing in Texas. However, in October, you're receiving the Charity Care Program dollars of $800,000. So the program, your request is 1.5.
Correct.
And is the 800,000 in addition to the 1.5?
Well, you have to remember, Judge, that Charity Care is actually a program that is also going to be based on the reimbursement, right? We have to provide the services before we get the
Right.
reimbursement for that. So it works
that's-
exactly like the 1115 waiver kind of worked, in the sense that you have to do the services first before you get the reimbursement.
Right, but the point is, you're due $800,000 in October if you file
services.
correctly. It's a different type of 1115 waiver, and you're gonna get 800,000.
Right,
And
so,
then were you, so I agree about the reimbursement, that's how it
Okay.
works for all grants, okay? We have to do it, and then we get the application for reimbursement. I just want to make sure that your intention is to get the 800,000, because we, the county, applied for that. And then we've transferred that over to you, the city, to get that 800,000. And I want to make sure that what you're asking this court to do is add another 1.5 million. Is that right?
yes, so we're asking to continue the service of what the 1115 waiver services are currently doing, right? So that includes diabetes education, that includes A1C tests. The cartridges are not they're not cheap. You know, we provide this free services to the community, as well as, now we're gonna add 2 times that we're going to go out to the community out in the county. We're also doing the bus. All of those services are gonna continue to be provided to Nueces County. And what we're really asking is for the continuation of the 1115 waiver as it currently stands.
Right.
Charity care has to evolve, right? We can't continue to do the exact same services that we're doing with the 1115 waiver. We have to include other services as well. This is a more robust program that we can definitely get more funding for. And $800,000 is, I mean, our intent is to receive the funds.
Right.
And we are moving forwards towards that. But you have to remember, there's members in the community that still are waiting on these services, right? They still want to get the A1C tests. We still have to purchase the skits. We still have
Right.
to be able to do that.
Well,
So
and I agree that we have.
and we're not getting reimbursed for 1115 waiver anymore because
Right.
that program was going away.
Right. The interesting thing is that I think there are some opportunities to discuss at the state level with whether or not there's even a legality of using prior 1115 for this. And there might be, as you heard me say earlier, an opportunity for us to decide together whether some of those funds are better served for mental health right now because of the fact that you have an opportunity to I mean, I don't know if you've talked to Healthy South Texas, but they do the exact same thing. And what really made me worry, Dr. Gonzalez, is that when we went to the hospital district, I didn't see you there, but you might have been online. But when we went to discuss your CPI and getting this 1.7 million, because that's who reimburses us, as you know, they were absolutely, they did not go as far as take a vote, but they were unbelievably vocal about not paying and not reimbursing for an additional 1115 waiver program. They said it had stopped. And so I think that there should be some real discussion about A, what are all the eligibilities for the 1115 waiver? B, is there anybody else that you could partner with to do the diabetes, the hypertension, the A1C? I think the answer is yes. It's Healthy South Texas and Texas A&M. And number 3, I would like to see, and this court should at least weigh in a week or 2 weeks' time, whether or not some of those 1115 waiver programs could be utilized by the health district for exactly what you said, what you saw here this morning, which is the mental health component. And we just needed time. We tried, but we could not get enough information from the state in the time period that we had. But we think if we had another week or 2, we could have that. If you could please wait, because
What I don't understand though is we have to use those 1115 waivers for 1115 waiver projects, or we have to take them, or we have to send the money back.
So here's the premise of the 1115 waiver was to create a self-sufficient program. The reason why those funds were being collected and reserved was so that at some point this program could be self-sufficient. So it seems to me now that those funds are being distributed in different ways. But what I'm here to request is the monies to continue what the premises of the 1115 waiver and how we were getting reimbursed for. So the idea was to continue these services.
I hear you. Are you acting as the 1115 waiver administrator?
I am not acting like the 1115
Who
waiver
is, if you don't,
administrator.
who is it?
It would be the director. Right now it would be the interim director, which is Steve Vieira.
Steve Vieira is the 1115 waiver expert?
Well, I mean.
That's who's handling it?
I don't think it's an issue.
No, it is, because I'll be honest with you, the reason the 1115 waiver is so critical to be used for the reasons is that we, the county, we paid off that, right? The reason the funds are sitting in our account is because those are dollars that could be used for county exclusive programming, like wellness, right? We could use that for all of our parks. All of our parks could be beneficiaries of 1115 waiver. If we don't have an 1115 waiver plan or an 1115 waiver administrator, we had one. He's now at the state, but we had one before. And what I've been waiting for is a real opportunity to collaborate with you at the city, and I think we can do that. But I don't think it's going to happen today, but I think that we need to make certain that, A, what is the longevity of this program? If the hospital district isn't going to reimburse or create new methodology, right? New funding sources for 1115 waiver. Where is the long-range strategy for this? Where is the plan? I don't see any of it. And I think that we could work together, Dr. Dante, because there's no doubt we have a crisis. But I will tell you, in 30 years, we have not moved the needle on hypertension, A1C issues, or diabetes. All the data says that. And what everybody is saying to us at the high level, at the state and at the national level, is you better retool your programming. The reason that 1115 waiver isn't available is because, Texas is, we're done, right? But without an administrator who really understands 1115 waiver, and without us, and we tried, as I said, tried to get some background, we have gotten nothing except for that, we just need a little more time. And I would ask that maybe you work with IDA to sit in on those meetings so that you can understand it. Because if you don't think mental health is a part of it, and it could be, that could open an awesome door for both the city and the county, I think, because there's more than what you're asking for this year. But to put a CPI of almost 10% on the waiver is not, I realize that's what the Department of Labor has, but that is not in keeping with the way we normally do our budgets here. That's just too high.
Well, Judge, if I may answer to some of your concerns.
Yes, please.
I think that's exactly what got us to this point. There was really no plan on progression, and there was really no 5-year plan. We've really been operating this department now since March of 2021, and we're developing plans. You want to see some sort of planning. To be honest, there was no planning in the past. The previous leadership did not intend of creating some sort of plan to move the plan forward, which is where we got us to this point. Right now, we're trying to develop the plan so that we can be able to spend those funds. But as you stated, they're sitting current in the county reserve, right? They're right now on the county side. What we're requesting is to continue this operations as we currently have to give us some time to develop that.
Yeah,
I think that's a
I hear you,
reasonable
but I think a plan is in action.
But wait,
And-
are we in danger of these programs not being funded if we don't go forward? I'm not willing to take that chance. We're talking about programs that are continuing on, that we have these 1115 waivers for, that we know that they're valid.
No, because these guys have $800,000 coming
But
thanks to
that's-
us for it. Those
that's
charity care programs are continuing. For the same reason that you asked earlier whether this is duplicitous or not, we should ask whether this is duplicitous right now. Not only do you not have a medical health care professional inside your executive team, you're an epidemiologist, you don't have a public health, professional, you don't have an 1115 waiver expert, and quite frankly, you don't have a plan. I understand you're working on it, but until you showcase that you have a public health director with a public health expert and 1115 waiver administrator and a real plan that has real words on it that you submit to us, I have to say to you, I realize my colleagues could completely do differently, but I have to say to you that the public should not ever accept handing millions of dollars off when there's been absolutely not one iota of evidence to say that we're going to move the needle with this. Just so you know, your money is safe. It's sitting right here in Treasury. And if there is a program that needs to be funded, then please bring it forward. But Commissioner Chesney, there are hundreds of programs focused on hypertension, diabetes, and A1C, and there's nothing at risk at this moment. What's at major risk is that this county could be utilizing the 1115 waiver in really productive ways, including but not limited to what's being asked of us. But we don't have anybody providing this information to us. IDA has asked for a reasonable opportunity. And
What is, I still don't know what IDA is asking for, because I can't get a minute here to ask questions. So what are you asking for? Because I don't, respectfully, and I I don't agree with everything she said, and I agree with a lot of he said, and I'm not sure I agree with all of it, but what are you asking for? What are you asking for?
Asking right now is just this is for 1 year, right? They're asking for 1.7 for 1 year, right? So I'm just gonna ask to the,
Wait, no, I'm talking about on the waiver stuff.
for the waiver, I'm just talking about the waiver. So right now, the city is coming to us and saying, assist with 1.7 million for 22-23, right?
That's the general budget.
That's correct. And what we wanna use is the waiver funds that we still have in sitting there in the special revenue and transfer 1.7 to them to continue with the waiver program. I need
Wait,
to.
wait. The hospital district's paying for,
No, the hospital district is not paying for that. The hospital
the
district is
budget.
paying for the health
I thought he
department.
was asking for 1.5. You keep saying 1.7 twice. I thought it was 1.5
1.5 is just the health, 1.5,
waiver.
it's,
Right.
we had two different. We have the health department, and then we have the 1150 waiver. So we already
1.7
approved, we just approved
right.
right now the health department.
Right.
So that's good. We have a separate agreement with the hospital district. They're gonna say up to 2 million, we're gonna assist the county.
Got
That's
it.
fine.
So put that
That's separate.
aside. The 1115 waiver is for 1.5 million ask, right?
Correct. And now,
Okay.
we,
And what do you
and the
need on
idea
that?
just, correct. Now the plan is to utilize whatever the money that we have to transfer that for the 1150 waiver, which is the 1.5, right?
1.5.
1.5. I need to confirm with the Health and Human Services that we can transfer those funds to the city. That's the only thing that I'm asking
Well,
just for
then-
1 year. I spoke with Steve and Dante, and I said, as the judge said, we're not gonna have more waiver funds. It ends September 30. No more funds. I spoke with Dante and Steve and said, next year is gonna be different because we need, as the judge stated, we need a plan to see how we're gonna continue supporting those programs. Is that the idea from the county and the city? So next year is gonna be different. We need to have a plan if we wanna continue providing those programs.
Okay, so.
Because we're not gonna have a funding source.
Okay, so here's what okay, so I don't believe prior management had a plan either. I agree with you on that. That's was part of my problem with the situation too. So I agree with you on that. I appreciate that you're forming a plan. I believe you're entitled in some capacity to those funds because they're supposed to be used for 1115 waiver. And I will support that, but I am gonna I do think I ought to give her time to make sure that it's legal to transfer it because I don't wanna do something that violates anything. So if you need till next week to go find that out,
Is to
then
try
we
to
can table
contact.
this till the 10th, which is we meet again on Wednesday, and just come back and you can report whether or not you can transfer it. And then we can have the political discussion or the ideological
And I already
discussion.
spoke with Steve about it.
on
I
that
said, like,
later,
hey,
so we
Steve,
can
this
just
is
move
going to
forward.
happen as well. So just like everybody's aware about
Okay,
the
so
situation.
then I would move to table this to Wednesday, August 10th, to give the county manager time to,
If I get the answer before the Wednesday, I'm going to provide that,
yeah.
the sooner the better.
Okay, and so what we'll do is table items 10 and 11 at this time. Is that correct?
But I would like to table this to a time specific so that he's number one on the agenda, so that he doesn't have to sit here all day again and do this. And it wasn't anybody's fault, it was just, we had a busy agenda. So if we could put him as first on the agenda. I would
I'll
make
think
that-
about it.
I'd make that as a motion. That's a motion. that-
Well, I'll, again.
I'm making it as a
I don't
motion.
know what, I appreciate Dr. Dante. I mean, he has a job, he's doing his job.
I'm just
I'm gonna be
making it
out
as-
of courteous. I'll put you up front, but I cannot guarantee a time because of public comment.
I'm just making
Okay.
a motion that he's number one on the regular agenda. That was all as part of my.
That's
motion to-
fine.
to
And
table, that's all.
just to like a request coming from Steve that he said, he requested the court allows, like, if I get the answer before the next court, I will, we would like to know if the
Well, yeah,
agency,
we'd all like to
so.
know.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
Can
okay.
we just say we're supportive contingent on what the state
I'm
said?
fine with that too.
No, because number one, you've got to make sure that you're making an informed decision. And those, first of all, look, let's table it till the 10th so that we can have this conversation the way it should be. I personally think that I disagree with you. There had been a plan. When you have an 1115 waiver administrator, that's very rude to Dr. Louis Wilmot, who not only was a great 1115 waiver administrator, but I personally went over the plans each and every year with him. So there was a plan for the future, and there was a plan for the use of those funds. And, I don't think that that's fair to say there was no plan.
Well, but you said
But-
there was no plan that they had, and I was just saying, the stuff that I went over with him, I didn't feel as good about. So the motion just to table, we can have, I'm not.
Yeah, just table it,
I-
and we'll have the conversation with the real 1115 waiver administrator.
I'm still supportive of shifting those funds. I just am going to give her the chance to look at it, so.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. For Lorenzo,
Aye.
it's item
10 and
10,
11.
11, and partial 12. We've already done the other 12, which was the proof of the health.
And that he's. number
And we
one on the
only have 10 minutes before our recess, so I'm going to look real quick,
you.
like, to see if there is anything that, for the auditor, could we, yes, sir, who said it? Yes, Constable, do you want to take the podium? And
If you don't mind,
absolutely.
I'd like to really quickly discuss, I know,
Or is it your item is on 15? No, sorry, forget what I said there, not 15.
no, it should be 4.
4, that's correct, item number 4.
Yes.
You have a comment on that? And then we'll go ahead and hear you, and then we'll answer as many questions as we can, and then we will recess
Okay.
per the court's order at noon.
I appreciate your time.
Which 4? Sorry.
Number 4.
I had come to the court, it was probably a couple of months ago, about soft code. And we had some discussion about, what was better for the county and what wasn't, and how many agencies were on board and how many agencies weren't on board. Since then, I just want to address the court and let them know that not only do we have the sheriff's department behind us, precinct 1 behind us, the precinct 5 behind us, all the JPs behind us, IT behind us, all in favor of implementing soft code as our civil process paperwork hub, I guess, for lack of better terms. And forgive me, I just got off vacation, so I don't have any numbers with me. I believe the number was 360 or 370, somewhere around those.
I'll get you the right number here in a second. Let me look.
The system that we currently have in place that precinct 2 uses and precinct 4 uses, they are both 30-year plus programs. They are end of life. We have no programs in place or even looking at to take the place. So if our systems go down, we lose everything in our database. We can't search what paper goes to where, who it came from, what judge issued to it, or returns, anything of that nature. So
Constable, and again, only because it's been a while, just remind everybody what soft code is. And again, what you're saying is that when you last came, you didn't have all the answers that we were asking about, hey, who really supports this?
Correct.
And now you've got everybody on board, but
Correct.
remind everybody what it is, and then the ask is somewhere around $360,000.
Judge, I think we voted on this once before. Did someone else, I guess someone else put this back on that voted in the favoring side? Because we had a long, lengthy discussion, like an hour on this. This is another hour. I mean, we're going to be here because I got a lot of concerns and questions, and I'm not sure how it got put back on unless
not
there's
gonna-
someone on the winning side on
Commissioner,
this.
I won't take more than
No, but I mean. I
5
don't-
minutes, hopefully.
Well, I mean.
I just
but-
wanted a reconsideration of the court. I don't know if this is the way that's supposed to be.
No, it's not.
Well, it's on the Haggerty list of items that, well, for starters, Commissioner, each commissioner has an amount of money to be able to utilize. And so when Haggerty's number 4, it's a comprehensive list of everything. And I think what the conversation was before was go back and see who
But there's
you
al-
can get on board and see if there is a need. And I think that the comment here is that you're about to do ARPA allocations. Now he can say that he's now done the investigations and. I
Well,
mean,
Judge, actually, that was your ask, I believe, and that's fine, even though on that particular vote, that you were in the minority vote on that. And so I think that was not a request by the court to do that. So I guess, because there's also, it's not just the ARPA money, it's also, it affects the budget because it's a year, it's an amount of 50, 60, 70,000 a year that goes along with all this. So this is budget implications. It's not just ARPA allocations. So again, I don't think this is a 5-minute discussion before lunch, with all due respect. And I don't know how we handled it. That was part of it too, was all the budgetary part of this too. It's not just an ARPA allocation. I don't have all of it in front of me. I didn't know this was coming back up. I don't have this as background. I don't remember it all, but what I remember, there was an ongoing amount yearly that went on in the budget. It wasn't just this, and the court had a lengthy discussion, voted no on it, and this isn't how we would normally do a motion to reconsider on this, and it's not even on the agenda.
I don't
and
think that
have
it's a
backup.
motion. I think he's making a comment about
Right, but I don't have
ARPA
any backup.
allocations. I'll tell you what we'll do is,
I don't even know where it is.
it's called soft code, but at
I know
any
what it
rate.
is. I don't, but there's nothing in our agenda. I didn't know this wasn't a posted item, and so I didn't know this was even coming back up.
Okay. What we'll do, a constable, is work with the court manager and the sheriff and see if the sheriff can bring this up. I mean, we've got budget workshop next week. There's so many ways that we can handle it. I think the point that I'm taking away is that since we've last met, your comment is that the JPs, all the constables, and now law enforcement, the sheriff's office, recognize that there is a need for this and you want us to consider it. And it's just
Correct.
plain and simple,
You're
like
correct.
that.
I reached out to Sheriff Hooper, who then delegated one of his lieutenants to vet it, and it would also help them out tremendously also.
Okay.
So it's not just
Right.
one part of the county, the entire county's
Right.
gonna benefit, because
Okay,
it ties into Odyssey.
Okay, so we'll bring it up during our budget workshop, and we can tackle it when we tackle the lists. And if you want to see it as a separate agenda item, we can also tackle that on August the 10th. So, okay, thank you, Constable.
Thank you for your time.
Any backup documentation, highly appreciated to the court manager.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much.
It's not even a table. It's just, he wanted to make a comment because on number 4, Lorenzo, it's all about ARPA dollars. And so he was trying to bring that up inside the generalization is prioritize ARPA projects,
So are we-
okay?
Is that what we're going to do, some more prioritization, Judge, on that item?
Well, that's what number 4 is about, but
Right.
not right now.
But are we, that's what I'm saying, I don't know, put that one on, is that one that we're going to do some more money spending, or do we table that one? Do we need that one?
Well,
That
we've
was all I
done,
was
they've
asking.
done a lot of work to prepare for today. It's in your
No,
packet.
I
Let
get
me
it, I just-
look.
No, it's a draft on different stuff, that's what I'm saying, are you
Yeah.
asking for
There's
these
more
things?
requests from departments that
There are
need to be
multiple
approved.
requests
If the
on
court
here.
decides.
That's what I'm
yeah.
asking.
But we'll
if
do
y'all
it
wanna-
after lunch.
Okay.
Believe it or not, it's 11:59. It's very rare that we are this punctual. Let me go ahead and recess us until 1 PM. Off the record, Connie. All online. We'll see you back at 1 PM. We're going to come back on the record, and the time is 1:16 PM. And back from recess, and we're going to attend to the rest of the business. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, which is discuss and consider prioritization of the American Rescue Plan Act projects, including project to set out in Nueces County 2022 ARPA projects prioritization, allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds, and so with this, we've got in our budget, in our board book today, a complete set of inventory for you all to look at. And earlier Rachel from Haggerty was on, but I guess she probably didn't know that we're back. But I guess the thing to do here is to take a look and to see this nice spreadsheet that's been put in front of you. And with the spreadsheet, what you'll see, and I'll just pick one, because it's just nice to pick one. Let me take, you can take Briscoe King Pavilion. It's actually one of the first ones. It shows you what the budget, based on preliminary discussions, is being suggested, and then it tells you which eligibility category it checks, and then there's lots of notes in the commentary. And of course, this goes on through all the projects that are listed on the allocation summary. So one of the things that I wanted to do, commissioners, is, because it's going to help us, I think, is to recognize that if you look at the public sector capacity, you can see that it's been itemized. All the folks that we have currently on ARPA, I'd like to be able to discuss keeping them on ARPA to the next fiscal year. And that way, when we go into budget, we know that those folks are taken care of. And so I need to, oh, good, there's Tom. Tom's on, Leatherby is on. But you can actually get the project amounts for that. So like, if you look at your summary, and maybe Tom's the best one to go through it, but you can see the district attorney's office retention bonus program. So where I'm headed is making a motion to keep everybody who is on ARPA funded in the public sector workforce on again for this next fiscal year. But this is a nice summary. You can ask questions about it and their line item, and I'm going to hush now and move it on to Tom.
Judge, can I just ask you on what
Yeah.
you're saying? So, so I think we had about 17 million left going into today. We just spent 5, so now we're down to 12 something.
Correct.
Do you know, because I do like that idea, do you know what that number is?
I do, but I need to refer to Tom because he's going to tell me what page it's on. Tom, the question is, where is the best summary of everybody who is currently being paid through ARPA in our public sector workforce category, and how can we get that total?
Rachel, do you have that exact number? Rachel's been working that number out with Dale.
Okay.
And then I want to make sure too, Rachel, I can't remember, you sent me that spreadsheet and I appreciate it. I want to make sure also that we have, because we had also allocated some continuing funds for the ME medical personnel that we were increasing as well. I want to make sure that's been calculated in. I just can't remember. I can pull up your email, but I just can't remember off the top. So while you're looking at that, if you'll also look at that, that would be helpful too.
I do have the staff that were included in the last fiscal year.
Could you give us that number?
Yes. That is for the total for staff last year. That is the 715,000 included on the spreadsheet summary page, included in that proposal on page 1.
So do I refer to as 3.2? 3.2, it says public sector workforce rehiring, and that's $715,472.96.
Hold on, wait.
If you look at your summary, and then
In
it's,
the allocation summary, right?
yes, and then 3.2 is everybody on. And then Commissioner Chesney wants to know, and where then can we find the ME piece of it, or is it inside of there? No, it,
Or has it already been allocated somewhere else because we made that as a motion prior?
correct.
I just want to make sure we're keeping up with.
And he doesn't mean infrastructure, he means personnel, right, Commissioner?
Correct. The medical, we had made that motion to pay for that, and I can't remember the exact motion, but it was to pay for the deputies and the extra deputies, some of those things that, I just want to make sure that's in there somewhere.
30,000 for the deputy medical examiner is included in that 17, or that one.
Say that again?
The 130 approved for the deputy medical examiner is included in that total.
Going forward, or if we make that motion.
Included
But
in the
that's-
715.
Okay, so then we could back that out then, is what you're saying, because we've already made that motion, but I want to make sure that's
Correct.
correct, right? Okay, so of the 715, you're saying 130 is in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition, Judge, the money going forward for the police or the sheriff's cadets would not be included there because that project came about after this document was created.
Understood. And then I see another line item, and I'd like to go ahead and talk about that. Well, we can do one at a time. Let's not. So I was suggesting, commissioners, that everybody who is on ARPA this year, that they have, you know, that we allot the 715,472 so that we know when we go into budget, those are funded salaries. And of course, the backup document is here.
Okay, so in the SLFRF, is that's not the economic development, that's the, or what? Because it says total allocation remaining with recommended contingency plans is 9 million, and I thought the last one was 17, so help me out here, Rachel, what am I not reading right on this?
Tom, and feel free to jump in here too. The 17 million is the total that was allocated prior to the July 7 court date. After that court date, we see a total state and local fiscal recovery fund program allocation remaining at 16.8 million. We also included a few contingency options here to ensure you have funding moving forward from this program to account for other grant opportunities and non-federal matching opportunities, for contingency planning for unanticipated emergency costs or COVID-19 response costs, as well as ongoing funding, as you'll see there, the 1 million for positions moving forward.
So then, sorry, go ahead.
The total remaining with some contingencies would be about 9.3, but today, with the approvals you made this morning, the 5 million total for the restoration and transitional housing, and if you move forward with the 715 million for continued funding for positions, that puts you at about 11.1 million remaining.
And you meant 715,000. We know what you meant, but you said million.
Yes, sorry, 715,000.
All right, I'm
And
confused.
to add to what Rachel said, it's worth mentioning that we had built in contingency for those positions. So you'd be funding those positions, which would come out of that contingency that we had, that we were recommending. So we would reduce that contingency line accordingly. So it wouldn't actually negatively impact the bottom line here.
And that's where I think that's where I was gonna go, is so okay, so on July 7th, I found it, on July 7th, Connie tells me I need to talk into my mic more, so let me do that. I know, I'm just making sure I do it. So on July 7th, you sent that thing out, or that spreadsheet out, said we had 17,678,324 prior to 7/6. Okay, so, maybe, so I guess what I'm not knowing is the lost revenues, the 1.5, the 5, and the 1, are those things y'all just stuck in, but that we haven't voted on yet? I'm just trying to.
Correct, sir. Let me back up just briefly and explain what you're looking at in terms of this document. This first page you're looking at is a summary of everything that's been allocated and approved by the court to date. And then that can be found in the first line items, at the first summary line items toward the bottom. Yeah, if you'll scroll back down. And then you'll see total SLFRF allocation remaining. Obviously, that's been reduced by the actions that the court took today with regard to mental health. The items below that total SLF for allocation remaining line are suggested contingencies that we were recommending, just to be good stewards of the money moving forward, knowing some of the likely pressures that would come on the funds. But your bottom line number is this blue number in the middle of this summary column, minus the amount, the $5 million that was allocated already this morning.
Oh, but it's that blue number, right? I'm sorry, it's not blue on my page. So it's the first blue number, the total, it's the 16.8, because there's that 1.5, the 5, and the 1, that's up in the air until we figure out if we need to do that. So
correct.
And so
it's
something
the
something came off from 1768. Like, what, do you know?
It's that, correct, sir. It's that number minus the $5 million that you spent this morning.
On my number, on July 7th, what spreadsheet that Rachel sent me was 17,678,324. So can you remind me what happened between 7/7 and now that got it to the 16,861, because that's about an $800,000 or $900,000 difference than what Rachel sent me on the 7th of July, and that number.
So that was just some
Cleanup?
reconciliation between that went on with Rachel and the auditor's office
Okay.
in terms of actually looking at some of the smaller projects that had been funded that perhaps hadn't been captured before. Now, I will also say that's not exactly a hard number because, for example, with the staffing, not all of the previously approved staffing was used during the course of the year. So there'll be some more money coming back into the pot.
7th of July,
But that's,
and that number.
but that's okay.
So
It's,
that was just some,
We're getting an echo, Connie.
Yeah, I think somebody's got the web open with audio on and Zoom on.
Okay, if everybody online will make sure they're just using one device, it'll help us.
okay,
Thanks.
so, let me try again. Is that echoing? That better, something, okay, something clear. All right, so then, okay, fair enough, there was some reconciliation. So the 16,861, 972, minus 5 million that we spent today, our number is really 861, 972, and then we have to decide if we want to do any of those contingencies. And then what the judge is talking about is taking all the people from, that we did on ARPA and keeping them on ARPA, which I like and I'm nervous about too, because that just means we're kicking it down the can down the year, one more year. So do we do all of them? Do we do half of them? Do we maybe be a little conservative? I'm just throwing that out there because I like the idea of keeping
I think you're
some.
gonna do one, you're gonna do all of them, man.
Okay, I'm just throwing it out there because this means next year's budget, we're gonna have a $500,000
if I could comment on that exact point, we've had some discussions about that. And I too am very concerned about the idea of kicking the can down the road and then facing a cliff in terms of how are these positions absorbed at the end of another fiscal year. And my very strong recommendation, and something we've implemented in other jurisdictions, is what we call a glide path approach, where the first 2 years positions are funded at 100%, and then you build into the ARPA allocation that the third year it's funded at maybe 60%. The fourth year it's funded at 40%, and then the general fund has to assume the full funding in year 5. And that allows the ability to transition softly and, quite honestly, to make a decision about which positions need to be retained and which maybe could be funded from other sources.
Year 2 or is this year 3? This is 2, right?
This is year 2, sir.
Okay, so then your recommendation is keep it the way it is this year, but do we have these funds available to spend? Yeah, we got them through 26. So what you're saying is go ahead and make it as a motion now then to keep it fully funded this year, but then go down in years 3, 4, and 5, 60%, 40%, 20%, or something like that? Tom, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, something along that model, and the details could be worked out, and Dale would have to run the numbers on exactly what that would mean, budgetarily. But I think adopting a model like that would probably be the smart way to go in terms of reducing that cliff that you're very worried about.
We would just have to make sure we set aside those monies, and that would then also, we know what the number is for year 2, and so that would take another, 500 and something thousand off the board, and then we'd have to figure out what 3, 4, and 5 are, and that would come off the board too, and we'd have to set that aside as considered spent now as well. So we need to, I'm.
And I think that's what that funding for FY, Tom, is the $1 million.
Where?
Is that,
Oh.
do you consider that this?
No, that was our contingency for this
Got it.
fiscal year
Okay.
before we had the
With you.
staffing costs fully reconciled.
Got it.
Obviously, we came in below that to fully fund them. But so that was an overestimated contingency, which would be helpful in this case. I think that we could probably create an adequate glide path by setting aside the funding for this year and then another once over the funding for this year. But then we could break that down into 2 to 3 years of reduced funding amounts. So if we were to set $750,000 for this year and then $750,000 for the next 2 years in reducing amounts, that would probably cover us in terms of creating that sort of soft landing.
Okay.
So that would be
So-
another category that would need to be added in.
Correct.
And we haven't passed those three yet anyway, Judge, so we could just
That's
recall,
right.
call it something else and be fine.
And then in the same conversation, because it doesn't include the 715, it's not included in 715, please remember that the DA's office, when we did the 20%, 10% came from regular budget and 10% came from ARPA.
Right.
So that would be a secondary consideration today. So my thoughts
Would that
today.
be secondary, or would that be included in what
You
you
could
just?
do it, but it's actually a different line item because it
Oh.
got funded through a different sector, Tom. One's a retention bonus program and the other one's a public sector staff program. A little bit different in the description.
And remind me, was that intended to be a long-term, or was that not just a one-term
Well,
bonus thing?
So for the DAs,
'Cause they
if
got-
you were to go back on the 10%, then they would already, then we might have a riot here because
No, we gave them 10.
We gave 'em
As a
10.
regular.
Raise and
And
the
then
general
another-
fund paid for 5%, and ARPA paid for 5%.
Say that again.
We
Everybody's-
gave them a 10% raise, so ARPA paid for 5% and the general fund paid for 5%, but the total cost is being reported in the general fund. So if we so choose, the raises are always gonna be funded in the general fund, and we wanna reimburse part of the general fund for 5% of this current, next year.
And if we don't do it, it's gonna be a really big hit to the budget.
No, I'm not saying not, right. So you would have to include, what you're saying, judges, and we'd have to include that in that 500 number or whatever the number is.
Whatever the
And
number
do that
is.
as the cliff thing
Right.
too.
I think the.
Right? I mean,
Right.
Okay.
Where I was trying to head to is before we start looking at other projects, I wanted to make sure we took care of everybody that actually is using ARPA. That includes, just to kind of do a little recap, that would be people like the county attorney's, special lawyer. It would be, yeah, I mean, there's just, I believe we have,
Now, just when
environmental.
we start our budget workshops on the 9th and the 10th, we have a request and a recommendation for what we're gonna do for ARPA, which is the current positions, and there's gonna possibly adding a few more new positions to those lists. And we can start talking that on the 9th, or I can send you that now, and we can talk about it now.
Well, I think it would help you if you knew that the court's will was to make sure everybody who's on ARPA today is on ARPA this fiscal year. And then maybe we could have them bring back this gliding scale. I don't know if that's correct, if I said that right, sliding scale or gliding scale, but then to say, okay, how much if we were to do this over time and ease into absorption?
Well, I don't know what the right answer is, but the concept is good, in my opinion. So if the concept can be, and maybe it's even 80% this year and 60, 40, 20, I don't know. Maybe we start jumping off the cliff a little bit now. I don't know what the exact number is. I like the concept. So whatever the court is comfortable with on the cliff, I think that's a good analysis of it. Then I'm okay with the concept.
I think we need to do percentage this year.
Do some a little bit this year.
Yeah, not 100%, but do.
80, like go 80, 60, 40, 20?
Well, here's the good news. If you don't fully fund this year, then you're gonna add that to a contingency liability, which you may or may not like when you see your workshop. But what you could do is we could do 80% today, if that's really what you want, and then you could add 20% tomorrow.
That's fine.
But I
No,
think
that's
when you
fine.
see your budget, you're gonna want the 100%.
No, I mean, well, I'm always, yeah, I mean.
You're just not gonna be able to do it. But I don't have a problem with doing 80.
But we'll talk on the 9th, which is part of this item, if you'd like to see it now.
What, I'm okay with just.
Additional new positions we're requesting.
Yeah, we can always
You've seen
change
things that-
too.
Yeah, you know what, you've seen things we haven't seen yet. I don't mean that, I mean, that's, so if you're telling me that's gonna be a rough budget challenge, then let's do 100 this year and go 60, 40, 20, and we do a big jump next
Yeah.
year.
And that gives you a big, well, just so you know.
Be a big jump
It
next year.
allows
going from
growth.
100 to 60.
It's a huge, yeah, and you'll be able to tackle it in 2 years, but you won't be able to do it this year.
That's fine, fair enough. If that's okay, I would make a motion for discussion still to fully fund DA and,
DA.
Well, and the
Well, it's whoever is on it, right?
Where is on?
Who's ever on it?
Where is
two
on it?
line items, so both line items, fully fund both line items that are on it this year at 100%, and then go to 60%, 40%, 20% in the next 3 years, and set
Correct.
that money aside based on whatever Dale's calculations is for that.
I agree.
That'd be my motion.
I'd second.
Okay.
And Tom, that means, obviously getting a good calculation, but I think that's I hope you heard him.
So we would need to
correctly.
know, Judge, because now we're so we were at 11,861, and then we just did, I don't know how much more.
I would take 1 million because it's really, on this one, it's 935. It's a
Well-
total of 935,000,
Well, plus, it'd be more than 1 million, Judge, because
but I
it would
haven't
be.
done the sliding
Right, it
yet.
would be plus the 60, 40, and the 20. So I don't know how to, I just,
Well, like Tom is saying, that when we originally put the 714,000 in there, a lot of the positions didn't get filled immediately, so there is some savings there, so there's, million five is probably a fair number.
then, so
Like-
let's just say for sake of today's discussion, since we're
Safety,
a
1.5?
1,000,005.
That's overly safe, and then we could always bring it back into the pot.
Right, and then that would take us down to 10,161,000 left to do,
Yeah.
if we're ready to do other things today.
And in
If
budget
we're not,
workshop, when you see your packet, Dale's gonna have it itemized to each and every one of these individuals' departments are, right? And so you'll be able to see it. Okay, thank you.
Judge and Commissioners, if I could make
Yeah.
another point about the contingencies. There are very few jurisdictions in the country who are spending down to zero right now, precisely for some of these reasons. Leaving a contingency buffer is our very strong recommendation at this point. We generally recommend a 10% contingency going into year 2. You've just received your second tranche of funding. That may not be possible given the size of your award and the scope of the needs that the county has had, but I would urge you to maintain some sort of contingency that's unallocated so that you have flexibility going forward without having to cut a project that you've already approved.
I don't know and I think that's a great recommendation, and I don't know where everybody else is going on the rest of the stuff today, so I don't know but I think it's a great recommendation. I mean, do we just want to,
Well, I felt like, like anything, sometimes you take baby steps, but they're not baby, they're giant steps. Like we took giant steps today, making sure that as we go into budget workshop, that Dale knows, hey, those are covered. That's huge. It changes all the numbers, I think it's very helpful.
right, so then what if we said, if we made a motion to set aside $5 million in the contingency? And then that would still leave about 5 million to do other projects with? I mean, I'm throwing it
Yeah,
out.
I mean, I think that's smart. And the other thing I think you're gonna see is once we get into budget, and I'll just generally talk about it. Oh, wait a second, I haven't voted on it. Let
Oh,
me
on the
just
other
ask
one?
if there's any other discussion. This is just on the personnel.
Sorry.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. When Commissioner Myers comes in, we'll ask him Lorenzo, okay? Out of courtesy.
And that was for the 1.5.
Five.
Okay,
That's-
got it.
and
So
so that
now,
was
now
the
we're down to
1.5.
10.1, so then I guess throwing that back out, do we?
Yeah, and the only thing I wanted to suggest here, and I don't know why I'm struggling, because I thought I saw it earlier, and now I don't, but, there are some case management software, and we don't have to do this today, okay, but I'm throwing it out here. There's some case management software that the the CA needs, the ME needs. Help me out, Jenny, there's somebody else needs.
And can I just ask, Judge, are we okay with the 5 million for the contingency?
I am.
Okay, so can I
But
make that as a motion
If you
before
want to
we?
make that as a motion,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
again, we can always bring it back.
Right.
Contingency means anything that comes up.
Right.
All right,
Second it.
motion and a second.
To set aside $5 million as
Yeah.
a contingency as recommended by our consultant.
Yeah, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The public defender.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
So
Oh.
there are 3 items that Haggerty's been looking at to assist 3 different requests that really aren't wants. They might sound like it, because technology always does sound like it's great, but sometimes the want isn't, the want is a need, and there's three. So the Public Defender's Office, that grant did not, I don't think, it has some technology money, Dale.
Very,
but
very
it's
small.
so small. And then Jenny's office also needs it, and the medical examiner's office needs it. And so one of the things that if I'm thinking about high-level priority, those three items would be really great. Now, Dale has suggested using some dollars, maybe beside ARPA, and what I wanted to suggest is that I loved the idea, Dale, until I remembered that the motion the court made for the sale of assets was 35% general fund, 65% coastal parks. And so I needed to ask you if there was sufficient funds to buy the software if the court wanted to use those 35% from the sale of assets. And if you could bring that back, because I wanted to use some ARPA dollars to help alleviate those three software needs. And that does not come from Daryl's IT stuff. So I just wanted you to know, again, it's case management software. It's called HighQ for Jenny Dorsey's office. I cannot remember what it's called for the public defenders, but
Do we know the cost?
yes, we do. Tom has the cost for HighQ. And we could just tackle one at a time if you wanted, but
Yeah, Judge, on the HighQ software, that is, it's very reasonable. There's it seems like it's about $70,000 a year, and we've extensively vetted this with the attorney's office, and it seems like they're essentially running they're doing their best, but they don't have any sort of technology to help manage their caseload whatsoever. And this is a very reasonable solution. I've implemented these in other jurisdictions before. This is a industry-leading solution. It interfaces with all of their other technology that they use. We did an eligibility review, so this is a pretty tight package, and it would be ready to move forward.
So that would go into the budget then, right?
so what I was wondering, Commissioner, is the same principle. Could we go ahead and get next year covered on the licensing, since it's
Then
so
go off the
reasonable,
cliff.
and then go off the cliff then? But again, once we get into budget, I'm gonna showcase to you that, like anything, you have to look at, okay, which abatements are coming offline, right? What's your new growth, right? You have to really scale it. You have to manage it out in the long range.
A little
So-
nervous about going off, putting more stuff on the cliff, I will tell
I
you.
know, but I really don't think Jenny can really do the load without a case man. I mean, I don't know of any law office in America, except for our old one, not my dad's, but mine, because I couldn't afford it. But most real law offices have case management software.
So what if we just said on this one or any of these new ones or, new suggestions? And we don't have to, we can just pause on this too. If we, to that point, we could just say this 1 year judge on this one, and then that one, we jump off the whole cliff on that one after first year.
Yeah. And also
just-
Dale's going to talk to you later about, and Dale, the reason I'm not chopping at the bit on your solution is because I know I need two more. So it would just be this one, unless you're here to represent that your solution could pay for all three. And if that's the case, don't hesitate to let us know.
On the cost, the sale of asset values don't have a large amount with the sale of what we had for the Port A building. But if we used to do 35% for the general fund and 65% for the coastal parks, then we don't have a significant funds. But as we do know, there are some funds left over in 142. And we sold some property that has some assets for what we can now use as lost revenue.
Yeah,
Sale of assets because it's no longer tied to a bond issue.
right.
But I would prefer it stay with the fairgrounds because they probably need
Okay.
it more than somewhere else. But
Yeah.
we can find some funds.
Okay, so,
Could we,
forgive me, so is it okay, would it be your recommendation do you like ARPA being used for her HighQ, or would you rather us wait? I mean, because this is,
When you bring in new software as the first development and it's getting it set up, then once you get it set up, your licensing fees are very, very small continuation, like, as we know. But the very first part of the year, the bringing everything, setting it up and actually getting started is a large cost. And then when we get to the final year, maybe going from 50,000 down to 20,000, but I don't know the total cost of this, but it'd be something the continuation is not as bad as the very, very first year.
There is a setup of an additional $7,000 in the first year, or 6, but it's not gonna, it's gonna be a slightly increasing fee per year.
Could we do
Yeah,
this?
most software is.
Could we,
Okay,
could we
so-
like maybe table this until Wednesday and bring all that back to us so that we're
That's
not
fine.
guessing, if that's okay?
Yeah,
And-
that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we're really making certain that we're,
No, I'm gonna table the whole thing just because unless someone else has got something that they're burning
Oh.
a hole in their pocket to do, I was just gonna table the item.
I feel good, you know, I mean,
Well,
this is,
that'll give us a chance to,
Yeah.
on the 9th and 10th, when we start showing the balances, what I'm projecting on continuation of the ARPA people that we currently have and probably adding a few more staff. And then I can give you what would be the cost of 60/40/20 is continuation. We can have that available for you too.
Okay, that would be,
yeah.
if that's okay, Judge,
Yeah,
because
that, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're kind of heading in, we did a lot today.
Yeah.
And we can move on, but don't forget on page 8 is your breakdown of high Q. So if you really want to get ready for next week on that, and we'll just itemize it as high Q, in other words, go ahead, separate it as a clean agenda item, and then Jenny can answer questions, but please look at it because the breakdown is there. And so just so you know, the estimated total project all the way through 2026 is 240,000. If you wanted to jump off the cliff in 2026, okay?
just give it to another court.
Well, I'm
And
just saying,
Commissioners, one comment about HiQ on ARPA is that it is eligible, unlike most software, it is eligible under public health and negative economic impact, so it doesn't have to go to revenue loss because the final rule allows for this type of software to be used to clear out legal backlog, and that's an enumerated eligible use. So that may be part of the consideration for your decision. And then a more general comment, as you move into your budget discussions, we wanted to present this. This wasn't a proposal of projects we were recommending to be funded, but we wanted to give you a summary of all of the information that we had to date on all the projects that have been proposed in any way, shape, or form. So you'll find a rich amount of information on the projects and their potential eligibilities. So we hope to provide you a tool on all of these proposed projects that you can use to make decisions going forward.
Be really good, and Judge, that's a good, it's absolutely within the realm of my consideration on this, because so let's get all that software and bring it back on Wednesday, and let's look at all of them and
Okay.
see what that totals up to, because it might, it might be worth kicking it to 26.
And-
It's not a bad.
and on that note, I do not have the information for the ME. I just received an email, I did, that he needs ME software, but I don't have the name like I have HiQ.
I'll just bring it all back.
Okay,
on-
so if
let's
you
do it
don't mind,
Wednesday.
Ida, go ahead and pursue that. And then on the public defenders, believe it or not, it is the same. It's just that it can't be the same license.
No, that's,
I believe it's still called HiQ, but it can't be, and I think it's because Brent and I asked this question. I'm gonna have them explain it, but, Jenny, do you remember we were talking about it where they have to have,
and they don't have that in the grant? That's not.
they do have a little bit of money.
All in money in the grant, it was maybe $4,500. It was very
It was
small.
very small, but Jenny, do you remember it wasn't, they couldn't use it because,
Well, we'd have to have it so that it's completely partitioned for one thing, but I haven't talked with them or
Okay.
HiQ about them.
okay, so
Let's just bring all that back.
we'll
on
bring that
Wednesday.
back.
But I'm not adverse to doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, because.
So it's a separate, it's basically case management software, comprehensive IDA for three departments. And my hope is that someone can initiate the HiQ conversation, because we need to, I mean, Tom's already done the hard part for the software itself and all of that. It's just a matter of,
And it might be worth looking
The
at
combo.
doing this for those employee things that we just did too. So there's always great projects, but anyway.
okay, thank you. Thank you so
So
much.
motion, do you want to table the whole item, Judge?
Yeah,
Do you-
just
the
table.
whole item?
Well, table, yes, we can move on.
Okay, then
Except for Commissioner Modis is back in the room. Commissioner,
Did you want to vote?
did you want to vote on the, what we did was we said everybody who's on ARPA today would be on ARPA through the next fiscal year at 100%. And then after that, it would go sliding scale to the budget through 26, 80, 60, 40, or something. I'm sorry, 60, 40, 20. And the reason for that is to not put us in a pinch. That number, we estimated at 1.5 million or thereabout, but it could be less. And so we're giving authority up to 1.5 mil. And if you wanted to add your vote to that.
Cast an eye.
Cast an eye.
And then, Judge, we also voted on the $5 million contingency when he was gone, I believe, too, if you wanted to cast an eye on that.
Eye
one
on
as well.
that as well. Thank you.
Okay, eye on that. Thank you for that. Okay, so the rest of it, I'll just leave it. I don't even think you have to table it. I think we just bring it, we can put it on another agenda.
True, because we did act on it.
Because we
so
acted on it.
You're right.
So the next one I'm going to move on also has to do with Tom and his group, and so if he'll stay on. This is the supplemental agreement with Haggerty for this disaster response and recovery support and work authorization, and it's relating to ARPA, FEMA, and infrastructure grant support. So basically, we're at the end of a fiscal year, and so IDA has worked with them, and I'll let IDA present what she recommends so that we can continue our work through Q1.
Yes, we recommended to do this agreement, but I believe that the county attorney has some questions about this.
Okay?
Which item?
I'm sorry, item number 5.
The supplemental agreement. we're
In
having.
other words, we're at the end of our work authorization. In order for them to continue doing their work, we would need a new work authorization, as it was explained to me. And so I had IDA look into it. I said, do you want to do it through December 31st? Do you want to do it through Q1? And what was the date? Q1?
Q1, that's
Q1.
correct. The first quarter, just for the next year.
First quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've been looking at the contracts where we're using ARPA funds, and there's some new information that we've gathered this week.
Okay.
As in yesterday, the day before, where we're looking at all the contracts for the county using ARPA funds, and we are looking at making sure the county is doing all of the procurement properly, not just for state, which is what we've been looking at, but also the federal requirements. So we are saying that on 2A5, we're reviewing it and it's probably okay. But we're reserving the thought, I want you to keep in mind that there might be some issue that we need to go back and do some cleanup on.
Okay, because my understanding is they've been working, they need this in order to keep
Right.
working. In fact, we've been working last week with as they say, on goodwill. So,
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One is, so we're gonna pay, this is for Haggerty to do some work. What happened to the CPA agency that we had hired to do some work? I don't even hear them, and they're.
Collier Johnson
what-
Woods.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Yeah, good question.
Why can't they pick up from there and then do what Haggerty was doing? I mean, why do we, Haggerty is taking, they got all the money, so they're gone. Now we're gonna have to bring them back, so how are we gonna pay, where are we gonna pay them from?
Yeah, we're using the CPA firm, we're using it, as a matter of fact, one of the questions, we have a question in regard with the AC equipment, and they provide assistance on that one. So they help us in that, so they assist in as well on American Rescue Plan as a consultant.
But they only, when we ask them, they do when we ask.
That's correct, yeah, the more, like, Haggerty is like more
But
100,
they
like,
still-
hands-on on everything, and assistant, Anna's here to just
Okay,
to,
but they still on the payroll, they're still, or they're just, we pay them as we need them? What's the, I'm just wanting to say, this one here, what are we, so we're gonna use Haggerty, or we're thinking of using Haggerty.
Mm-hmm.
So how are we gonna pay them, from what bucket?
but this one is, we need it right now for American Rescue Plan, because
Yeah,
right now,
but
we don't
how-
have any
but we're
funds
gonna pay 'em-
available.
How are we gonna pay them from American Rescue Plan?
That's correct. Continue using the same funding source for them.
I thought there was no fund sources no more to pay them because they're administrative. I thought we had run- I
No,
thought we had run out
there
of
are
those funds.
funds remaining for that, to assist.
So what happened before when they pulled out, saying, there's no more funds, so we're out? We can't continue providing services because we've deplete all the funds?
Well, that because the contract just assigned so much funding just for that, and it's already exhausted. That's why right now we need to get into new contract to provide additional funds to cover at least for one. That's why I suggested just to do it through the first quarter.
To the end of December, you mean? To the end of December? Is that the quarter, what's the quarter, from where to where?
Well, we use the end of December. So we just actually is to cover through September, because those are remaining. We don't have funds for that right now. And we need to cover for the remaining of the fiscal year, or the calendar year, I'm sorry.
But the recommendation was the next year, Q1. That's why I think he's asking, her recommendation is now until Q1, the end of,
December.
no, Q1 is the first quarter of the new year, 2023. First January, February, and March.
And it's gonna cost us how much through ARPA?
We have the proposal, but I didn't get the documents back from the county attorney.
You know, I'd like to know somehow what would be the cost for the CPA company versus Haggerty, you know, the CPA company also familiar with what we're doing? I think they are. I mean, every time we ask them, we need them, we call them, and, you know, they help us out, or they do whatever they have to do. So I'm just.
So we specifically asked that question. So Caitlin Chupi is our point of contact with Collier, Johnson & Woods. And she absolutely said she cannot do this work. She does have a role, but the role is as backup for the auditor. And we can get her on the phone and she can tell you that, but we specifically asked her that. The work that Haggerty is doing, if you look at, so when we say like a project, like let's just take Bob Hall Pier, $1 million each from two different commissioner and judge, just because we say it's eligible is only where the project begins. In order to really make certain that those funds are utilized properly, there's a ton of documentation and justification. But that's what Haggerty does. And the same thing with making certain that the retention plans are being brought forth. The auditor, the external auditor is doing a completely different function. So I think the purpose.
What's the function that the external auditor is doing that Haggerty is not doing?
Dale, could you help with that? Because you hired,
We hired them to basically support us because we know when we have auditors coming in to audit the balances, make sure we have the right documentation, right balances, right issues. So they're doing us as if we had an external auditor coming in to review our grants. So they're making sure we have the documentation, we have the contracts, we have it's bid right. So we're just making sure that we have this stuff. So if FEMA or the Department of Treasury or someone came in, we would make sure that we met the requirements for audit. And because they are trained auditors.
Was that what?
Our accounting firm is a trained auditor. They're trained auditors in state and federal boards.
Johnson,
Yes.
auditors, yeah. It's a completely different function.
I think what they were asking, I think what she was asking was, Dale, can you, what Haggerty does specifically that is unique, that helps you, I think is what.
Well, Haggerty doesn't assist me, Collier Johnson Woods are assisting me to make sure we have everything when Haggerty makes sure that going through, working with whoever the department is that's requesting funds or whatever, that they've gone through their final rules to make sure once we get this, then Collier Johnson Woods on our side to make sure that we get the documentation required, we get the invoices required, we get the signed documents required to make sure if we get audited by whatever form that we're covered. And just Haggerty make sure that it's a qualifying expense, qualifying this, make sure we're abiding by the rules and what the final rules state. So that's a little different.
And did we, when we made that motion, because this might be something to add, so the administration, like we can use the Collier Johnson Woods, we can pay for them with ARPA funds. So did we do that? Did we
Yes.
allocate that?
I think
Okay,
it's
good.
I think it's on the list.
Okay, it's on the it's on the allocation summary.
Right.
You're right, I see it here.
Yeah.
Okay. So, just so you know, the administration of ARPA, by federal law, allows for 10% of your allocation. So, the reason that Congress did that is because they know how much administration, unfortunately, I guess there's no free lunch, right? It costs money even when they give you free money. And so this administration, so the reason Johnson Collier Woods is there, just think of them as an extra staff for the auditor's office. And
Yeah,
what
it's not
Haggerty does is
just-
totally
right.
different.
And it's not just on what Haggerty does, yeah.
It-
So,
yeah.
let me, if I can too, make comment, and I need to, I don't have the actual amendment in my packet as backup, so I don't know what I'm voting on. That would be my only hesitation. I don't have hesitation on Haggerty, and I did, right? And I'm gonna say that. I started off a little rough with them. I didn't feel like the communication was there. I didn't feel like I was getting the information that I needed. I addressed it. They immediately corrected it. I have found Tom and Rachel to be extremely competent and extremely helpful. They've helped me on on projects. They've gotten me information I've needed. The communication has improved greatly. I'm not, my only concern today is not that, as I don't have it to read, and I don't want to vote on something that I have not read, but I don't have hesitation about renewing anything with Haggerty anymore. I did. I've addressed it. I'm good now. And I think they have a very important role in this, and quite honestly, I don't in any way, shape, or form want to be, with respect, relying strictly on Jenny or Dale on this kind of stuff, because they're not experts in this, and I don't mean that offensively, and I hope you don't take it offensively, but Haggerty has held themselves out as experts, and I've found them to be, solid and definitive in the answers that they've given me. So I would like to table it, not for any other reason, but that I don't have it, and I can't vote on something I don't have, and I've not had a chance to read, but I'm happy to table it to Wednesday if someone can get it to me, and I will happily support it as long as Jenny tells me it's okay and there's no material changes, but I just don't have it to vote on. So if we could,
And the only caveat to that is, and I think Tom is gonna have to pipe up because they've been sort of working for free now for 2 weeks.
No,
If
they're
we
not.
could
We're
just
paying them.
authorize them till
Sure,
next week.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, they shouldn't be working for free.
Well, we didn't think so either, but that's what's happened because of the contract.
No, I mean,
We
I
could
don't.
just do that so
Yeah.
that,
Judge,
How about I make a motion?
I will pipe up briefly, and I appreciate that sentiment. And yes, I will be transparent. And as you know, I did have to pare the team back, and I haven't billed you for any work for a couple of weeks because I wanted to keep this project going. And with all of the projects that got approved at the first meeting in July, we had a lot of work to get ready for reporting, and we weren't going to leave the county hanging.
Well, let's do this.
So-
I mean, I'm happy to make a motion to pay them for what, make a motion to
Well,
pay them.
unfortunately, the problem with that is our contract, this isn't a new contract, and our contract is actually up against the not to exceed amount in the contract. So we can't just do a new work authorization because the contract can only be amended by what's called a supplemental agreement. Now, Commissioner, I would not vote for a supplemental agreement that I haven't had a chance to see either.
So,
So
but is there a way,
I
is there a way to
appreciate
get it?
your position.
Is there a way to get it in the supplemental agreement? Is there a way, because I didn't know this was happening, and I don't, maybe I said it, someone said it and I missed it, but I don't remember it being addressed that we had done the supplemental and you weren't getting paid, because I would never have advocated for that. So I want to fix it, but I want to read it before I do it. We are meeting.
Understood, sir.
So
Well, here's
stop
what we
working until Wednesday, okay? Just stop working until Wednesday.
well, and what
Don't-
happened is that last Friday,
you
we
know.
had a major report due to Treasury. So that's why we couldn't tell him stop working, because otherwise we wouldn't have had the Treasury report.
But we'll figure it out.
But I think you could make a motion. Well, Tom, what would be how could we create a solution?
Here's what I could propose, and you have to understand that I can't be your objective consultant in what I'm saying here, so I'm declaring that I have a conflict in what I'm saying here. So please take what I'm saying, understanding that I'm a party to a negotiation right now. And I freely disclose that. But if the court wished, what you could do, the contract doesn't define what a supplemental agreement is. It would probably be okay for you to, as long as your attorney doesn't have a problem with it, indicate that the court wishes to engage a supplemental agreement for the next couple of days to cover any work that was done over the last, 2 weeks in the amount of, say, I don't know, $10,000. And then we could work out a long-term agreement between now and Wednesday.
And that was really what I brought up this time, because And my deal was, when we just came to a rough stop, like, okay, we're out of money, right? So, but we should have, we could have seen this coming and said, hey, we're gonna be out of money, you know, in the next 3 weeks or 4 months, so what do we do? This is when you do the supplement, right?
And Commissioner, that would have been an ideal situation, but we kind of had a perfect storm here where the court had been very deliberate in dealing with the ARPA items and then spent $50 million of the allocation roughly in one court meeting. So that generated an awful lot of work very quickly, and that coincided with moving money out of the ARPA work authorization to finish funding ERAP and winter weather. So the ARPA work authorization budget evaporated overnight.
So could we even go one step further, Tom, and say we want to engage in a supplemental agreement and pay retro to what hasn't been done? Is that doable?
Yeah, I think we can, and I think, or if you'll just allow us to bill whatever reasonable time we spent getting the reporting done once we get an agreement in place, I think it would be fine.
Then I would make the motion that we intend to engage in another supplemental agreement, subject to review of council and review of us, but that was intended to happen prior to this expiring, and that in any way, shape, or form is legal, that they should be paid for that time, retro and moving forward. And that is the weirdest, dumbest motion I've ever made, but I hope you get the idea. If someone wants to clean that up, I'll be happy to, but I'm hoping it shows the intent.
Yeah, I think the intent
Get all
is
that,
there,
Lorenzo?
and then we'll bring it back next week for review and
Are we okay with that, Jeannie?
all of that.
He's recording it
Okay.
now, so he can
He's
get it all
recording
down.
it to make sure.
Smart man.
So, okay. All right, is there a second? Okay, second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Same sign. Okay. One no. All right. Okay, so,
I think that too, no, I don't know.
okay, 2 noes. 3 yeses, 2 noes. Okay, so we're gonna see you next week on that item. And again, just as a recap, I know it's tough, but it would be great, since we're getting into budget workshop, to get those numbers on the items that we did do today regarding staffing and the sliding scale.
Well,
Okay.
Judge, we'll have them for you first thing in the morning.
Great.
You can also, Rachel can keep that spreadsheet up to date with everything we did today too. I think that's what you're saying, but if not, then I like that spreadsheet,
Okay.
please.
All right, super. I'm gonna go ahead and put my book back together. All right. Okay, thank you, Tom.
Judge, just logistically,
Yeah.
there were a couple of other agenda items that tangentially referenced ARPA. Do you need our support on that? And the only reason I ask is I called team members in from vacation when this meeting got
No,
rescheduled.
so I will tell you that item number 14 was tabled. That's where ARPA was mentioned. Item number 15 was tabled.
Correct. Those were
The
done
only other one is item number B2, and from Public Works, if I could just, I'd like to be able to really not table it, just, I don't know, I guess we just pass on it, but it's the selection of CLK architects for the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Facility. We had asked Jenny, you, kind of everybody, it may be that they get selected, but it would have to be done through a request for qualifications in order to qualify for ARPA.
We're not
Is-
doing, I don't think it's
do
not
it
an
through
ARPA
ARPA.
funding.
We're not doing it through ARPA.
Yeah, that's what he said at the last meeting, he wasn't doing it through ARPA. That's why we put it back on, was because we
What-
determined because it wasn't an ARPA
Well,
request
it's
for
a
his
7 million,
services.
what is the
No, not the
funding source
7
for
million.
$700,000?
No, for the CLK.
Right, but an architect typically has 10% of the,
Well, let's
Well, but-
discuss that when we come to that one, okay? I mean,
Well, that's
well,
a selection.
but that's so okay, well, let's just make sure we're clear. If we use ARPA funds, you have to do the RFQ. Is
Right.
that correct, Tom?
Actually, Judge, it would have to be a hard RFP with pricing included. If it were an RFQ, there would be problems with the federal procurement regulations.
But if
Even if
there's-
it's an architect for professional services?
even if it's for professional services, this is the same exact issue we ran into on that FEMA contract.
I'm
But
with you.
if he's not using ARPA funds for this, that architect, then it doesn't matter, right?
If there are going to be any federal funds used on the project at all, though, or there's the possibility, I would strongly recommend using a federally compliant procurement method to create an appropriate procurement relationship.
So, okay, and you have some, like, background on that just to show us, because I think that was the reason that he had stated at the last meeting that he didn't want to use the ARPA funds, and maybe y'all weren't here, that he didn't want to use the ARPA funds so that that he could go this direction. But you're saying
Yeah, I
because.
mean, any use of federal funding is going to be governed by the uniform guidance at 2 CFR 200, and the procurement regulations are pretty clearly set forward, including what sort of procurement is required for professional services. It doesn't actually differ all that much from hard construction. So there would definitely need to be a cost element in consideration. Now, the RFP could be structured so that cost is not the only element and could just be one of the qualifications, as long as that's consistent with the county's general procurement policy, but cost would have to be a factor.
Meaning, but what I'm asking is, so are you saying because the nexus is that we're going to use ARPA funds on the construction, that even though we wouldn't use ARPA funds on the architect, that it still has to be bid out?
Yes, because it's part of it's part of a federally funded project.
Okay, then if you can just send us that, I mean, it might be worth, I don't know if Jenny's seen that or not, because
This is some of the new information to us, at least, that is causing us to go back and make sure that we've done everything up to now the way that we should.
Yeah, we
On
can do
procurement.
a deep dive into the implications of the uniform guidance procurement provisions and how that would relate to a portion of the project being split off. But generally, splitting off an essential portion of a project and not competitively bidding that portion is quite frowned upon by the federal regulations.
Okay, that's all we needed, Tom. Those were the ones that had come up from ARPA today. I'm gonna let him
Okay,
go.
we will prepare a detailed analysis for the court on that matter.
Okay.
that's probably.
And I discussed, yeah, thank you. Just want to let him go
Yeah.
at this time. Okay. All right. At this point, I'm going to go back into our agenda here. And I don't think the Smith Group is online or is able to come today. So I'm just going to table that till next week, okay? Is there a motion to table number 6?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Motion to table number 6? We lost our window this morning with them. Okay, motion and a second
And then, wait,
to table item 6,
and why?
because they're not available right now, this afternoon.
So what were we,
Do they have to be here?
what were we?
Well, it's from
discussing?
them.
It's from them? Oh, I thought this was from us. I thought we were discussing it in regards to
Yeah.
the ME office.
Well, I was going to have them discuss the work and,
Discuss the work.
yeah, discuss the work, the medical examiner facilities work that they've done, and
So-
it's relevant.
Okay, so wait, to be fair.
Again, I just want to table the item right now. Is there a
Well-
second to table it?
So to be fair, I don't, if someone's already made a second, then we're not supposed to discuss
Well, I
it
don't
to
know
be
if anybody
consistent.
did or not,
And-
but
and
I don't think
I
they've
did have
done.
questions, and I'm sorry, I was talking to Commissioner Gonzalez about something else, so that's my bad, I didn't hear. But if
I
there
can
is a
take-
second, then
I
I
can
just,
take it to executive to discuss the actual agreement that I had questions on, but my hope was I was going to have the Smith Group on to talk about their work and provide guidance on why they had recommended what they had recommended.
okay, so let me just make sure,
Uh-huh.
is there no second? Because I do have some questions.
I don't think there
Okay,
is.
I just want to make sure. So, I don't know who put this one on, but I thought we were discussing, I don't know what I thought we were discussing other than if we're, I don't,
Shouldn't there be a second so we can have discussion?
do what?
Shouldn't there be a second so we can have discussion?
Well, no, the motion to table would mean we can't have discussion.
Oh, so you're just saying, let's still talk about it?
Well,
I got you. I'm just
until there's,
clarifying, just
yeah, in other words, if you have a
clarifying.
second on the table, you're not supposed to have the discussion. So if there's not, then we can. And so I don't know exactly where, I don't know who put this on or why or where we're going with this, but maybe it was you, Judge, and that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out, I thought we had with the motion that was made and voted on, decided the route we were going with the ME's office. I don't particularly need to hear again from the Smith Group on why they proposed what they did, because I heard it and went through it. You have every right to put it on if that's what you're wanting to do, but that's what I'm trying to figure out is why is it on here in the first place before I table it? 'Cause
It's
I
on
don't
because I
know.
wanted to make sure that when the county went out for an RFQ and said, we want to hire an architect for a medical examiner's office, I wanted to make sure that they would not be able not to perform that which we have said. We've said that we have $7 million to create a medical examiner's facility, which I personally think is inadequate, but what I wanted to make certain is that we went through the time, trouble, and expenditures to not only hire them to do a medical examiner's facility, but I thought that at bare bones minimum, I wanted to hear from them. The last we heard, we signed an agreement with them, just so you know. The only thing we hadn't done is funded it. And just like we have de-scoped other items where you say, hey, I have a $25 million facility, but I think I can make Hilltop a $12 million facility. Same thing with the Smith Group. We went through an RFQ. We looked at architects throughout the country. And the architect that the county chose was the Smith Group for the medical examiner's facility. And what I was hoping is that they would be able to at least say, no, we can't do that facility for $7 million. Or they could say, yes, we can, in which case we have I believe, a contract with the Smith Group for that ability. Now, the court was the one that voted 4-1 or 5-0 to choose a certain rendering, and then we never funded. Now we've switched directions. But we have a licensed architect who has an expertise in medical examiner's facility that we've paid quite a bit of money to. And I would like to have seen their response to, and wanted to discuss this with the court and with the public by virtue of the court, that, hey, we've put $155,000 in this endeavor, and now we're just completely going in a different direction. Shouldn't we at least allow the company that has the most experience in the lay of the land with Nueces County and the region to tell us whether they can do the work? Because we have a contract that we were ready to execute, but we didn't have the funding.
So, and that's fair. I mean, you can, it's your item. You have every right to put it on there. So my understanding was, and again, I haven't talked to the county attorney about this a while. My understanding was that we have paid everything that we're obligated to pay the Smith Group, and that we're not obligated to go forward with them any longer, and that the court made a change of direction in regards to that. And as far as not wanting to build a $28 million facility, but agreeing to build a $7 million facility, and that we were going a different direction with an architect. And in fact, now that it's an ARPA-funded project, it doesn't really matter. We have to go out, according to Tom, we have to go out for RFP.
That's correct.
So no, he said RFP.
Yeah, he said RFP.
So we can't use Smith Group anyway because we're now in the ARPA-funded project, so it really doesn't matter. We can't use Smith Group unless they're selected in the RFP because it's now a federally funded project. So we can have that discussion, Judge, and you have every right to do it, but we can't, we passed on CLK because we have to go out for RFP. We can't use Smith Group either because now we have to go out for RFP.
Yeah, and we just heard that. I heard the RFP part
no,
today.
right. And so I'm
'cause
just
typically,
thinking-
all professional services are RFQ'd. And so
at
that
this
was the
point-
first time I heard it have to be a P. But the bottom line is
Me
that
too.
I wanted to say, hey, look, I wanted the court to at least acknowledge that we spent 3 years and over $155,000 with a group. and they have a ton of knowledge. And I just don't like the idea of we're wasting that $155,000 and moving in a different direction without asking that group, because it's not their fault. I mean, we're the ones that changed our minds. They should at least be asked, hey, can you do this work? But like you're saying,
We can't.
if RFP
Right.
is the deal, then everybody has to come back to the beginning.
Right.
And that's the first time I've heard that, and of course, we'll explore that, because that really winds up being kind of like a design build, right? You basically cap your architectural fees at a certain amount, almost like a design build would. But that's why I was saying to you, is I would like to table it, because I'd heard new information, but again,
That's, that's what I was, so I
Yeah.
think, because I mean, I'm certainly gonna advocate too, that we table on CLK and then put it back on for an RFP so that we can get that project going. But I'd
And-
like to make sure that, I'd like to see that, I'd like for Tom, as he said, to do his deep dive and tell us that. He thinks that's the case, but he said he wants to do a deep dive, so before we go anywhere with any of these architects, I need an answer from Haggerty to do anything.
Yeah, I think we should give.
well, yeah, I agree. And
So
the
I-
deep dive is the P, right? Is the
Right.
proposal and the cost
Or
piece
just
of
in
it.
general, I mean, because
Well, no, he knows that the nexus
No, no.
requires it. It's just that
I get
other
it, I
piece
just
of
want to see
it.
it in writing so that everybody can see it and feel comfortable with it, and Jenny can review it, and so I now will second your motion
Yeah,
to
thank
table
you.
this item after I now understand where we're going on this, and so I appreciate that
All right.
indulgence.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, lost my pen here somewhere. There it is. Okay, on item number 7, discuss and consider selecting Hanson as an owner's representative to assist with the evaluation of both engineering and functional use concepts for Bob Hall Pier and related matters. And actually, I received some updated language, and I don't know, let me look if I can find that. So if I make the motion, it may be a little bit different than I just read it.
No, and I don't know where it is either, Judge, and that's my fault.
I
It was
have
asked to
it.
be,
Just give me a
well, I've
second.
got it, I was asked to be, provided to everybody, hold on. It should be in everybody's packet, but if not, I can pause for a
So I
second.
have it here, I'm reading it. Basically, the concept is you are trying to get professional services in a very limited way to assist with the evaluation of preliminary design and functional use concepts. And this would include working with the county design consultant, which I'm assuming that means Jacobs.
Yes, ma'am.
To review preliminary design concepts, constructability considerations, construction cost impacts, and functional use considerations of various peer user groups for both pier and other building components. And so I understood this in plain English. That's what it says, but in plain English,
It's a peer review. Is how it-
well, and actually, they said no. Anna said she wants to be very careful and not use that word, because
You're right, I apologize.
we have to be careful.
You're
But
right.
the point is that the functionality, for anyone who's listening, Commissioner Modis alluded to it earlier, that we've received, most of us, if not all of us, have received a lot of inquiries about a two-pile system versus the monolithic or one-pile system.
Right.
And Jacobs Engineering, to be super clear, has an expertise in coastal construction and is our expert and is our engineer. The idea here, as I understand it, Commissioner Chesney, from visiting with Hanson's principal, is that we would provide a layer, I don't know how else to say it,
An owner representative layer.
a layer that would help work with him in order to provide comfort to the court, quite frankly, that are working on the, some of the funding pieces.
That's-
So that if, let's just hypothetically say that a two-pile system is what, the overwhelming, there was a huge movement to move to two piles. And that, let's say, yielded an extra cost of $1. This is very hypothetical.
Very. Lots of
And
dollars.
that dollar, this Hanson, what they're gonna be doing is really being able to express whether that dollar is a good dollar, right? Whether that's a construction amount. I guess what I'm saying is we're not replacing Jacobs.
Absolutely not.
We've got Jacobs, we've got our expert. This person, this entity is going to be assisting.
Correct.
Really just in the
Design function.
overall,
Cost analysis,
cost
design
analysis,
function.
really the cost analysis of the two versus one.
Well, and
Is
the
that
whole,
fair?
the whole thing, and really the whole thing. What I've asked, what I want to do on this, and the funding sources are my COs, is that I want an insurance policy is how I look at it. I want to, and I have great faith in everybody in the room. I've had this conversation with Jacobs and Land and told them exactly what I'm proposing to the court to do, and said I'm looking for an insurance policy to make sure that every hole is poked, right? Everything's looked at, making sure we're not overspending, or if we had to design it better, or we're using all the right materials. Is the steel mono good versus concrete? What's the cost? Can we save cost anywhere? So it's really not just the steel versus the mono. It's really looking at the entire the pier and making sure that we are not overspending anywhere, or using materials we shouldn't use that might corrode real fast. It's really, and John, as you know, is also involved with the surf riders, so they're very happy about getting this extra input.
I get it. The only thing is, and I hope you don't mind me being extra picky about this, and Scott Harris is on, everything you just described, we have, which is, I'm not negating that we get an extra layer, but just so you know, everything you've described is what that program manager does. You literally just defined the beautiful definition of value engineering. That's exactly what a value engineering
Already voted on this?
program management does. But I need to make certain, because this extra person can't change the engineers. Like, if he says, Commissioner Chesney, that it's this concrete, he's the engineer. Jacobs, I'm concerned that if we're not limiting this in scope, as to giving an opinion, the engineer of record is.
As an owner representative,
Right.
I'm proposing that we hire him as an owner representative that does exactly what you said, that you read, because that was what
Yeah.
was supposed to be in everybody's packet, and I'm sorry if it didn't get there, but it was supposed to be, and that's it, right? That is the scope, as you read it, that's the scope, and I want them to come in and look at everything and poke holes in everything that they need to just reassure us that we've looked at everything we can look at. At the end of the day, it's not going to change Lewis's recommendation. But working together, it might change what we as a court do. It might not. It might not.
Yeah,
And I don't- and it's not, so-
I'll have to be honest with you, I'm super nervous about the delays that this is gonna cost.
I don't think it's going to cause
I-
any delay, Judge,
and-
not at all. I
And
really
you've got
don't.
you've got a not to exceed on this for like 30 grand. So I don't know if you've paid any engineers recently, but that's probably good for about 2-3 weeks. I
Well,
mean,
it's
is
not,
he
it's a
gonna,
very limited time frame. That's why I put it
Yeah.
in there at that low level. In fact, I could
Okay.
have done it as a PO, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to bring it to the court, and make sure the court knew what we were doing, because it's under 50. I could have done it as a PO, but I wanted to be very transparent and let people know where it's coming from and what was the deal. But it's a very limited scope, and I don't think it will last very long, and I don't even know it. So I just make
Okay.
a motion to pass.
And I support it. If you said right now precinct 4 funds, then you definitely got me in. If you said precinct 4 funds and not ARPA, hey, I'm definitely in.
Yep.
I don't mind the additional layer. I agree. I think, I try not to make contracts about individuals, but this is specifically about one person who has a vested interest and a connection that is beyond a doubt someone that could be an advocate that we have already kind of spoken to or have received concerns, and that the media has covered as far as its impact and the draw that this pier will have, and that impact on the surfing community and just the nature that we can preserve out there. So I hear everyone's concerns, but it's a very limited amount, and it's a limited scope, and so it has my support. But like I said, especially if it's precinct 4 funds, you
Yes,
tell me
sir.
that, then
Yeah.
you got it.
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure.
yeah, I just, when it comes back that it's gonna be a huge amount more to do what we know needs to be done, how are we gonna face that? And I'll be honest with you, if I thought for a second we needed this, I would say yes. only reason I'm gonna vote yes is to give the comfort that, that somebody thinks they want. There's only one way to know, and that's to model it. And we've made the decision not to model. And I just don't think that Hanson can do more than anything, but I don't even know what he can do, which is, all he's gonna do is double check somebody's check. We're gonna have an engineer
I'm okay
to
with
work
that.
with an engineer, to work with an engineer. And we've never, I think it could lead to trouble, but I hope that you are right and that it will produce in short order confidence. But I promise you, I think this is highly unorthodox. And I'm worried, Commissioner, that you're going to get the opposite of what you're trying to do.
It could,
I
it could,
really,
Judge.
really
I
think
appreciate
that.
it. But I don't think it's unorthodox. I just think it's.
No,
this
it
the big-
is.
This is probably one of the biggest projects
Call for
we'll
the
ever
vote?
do, and I don't.
I'll
I
do
just
that
don't-
when I'm ready.
I just don't agree.
And would you
I'm just
consider
tired.
making it
I'm tired
subject
of hearing
to?
Well, you can
Going
go.
back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
That's called democracy.
No, you're just talking.
No, you're entitled to your opinion, but
So-
we're presiding over the meeting, and this is a really important issue. And I do appreciate Anna's
It's an
rewording of it, Jenny. Jenny, what were you gonna
I was going
suggest?
to ask that you make it subject to review, given the new information that we've received this week, especially from Haggerty today, about any involvement with ARPA funding on another part of the project would require any of the other parts of the project to comply with the 20 CFRs. Well, I'd like the chance
Yeah,
to
but
make sure.
Yeah, if we go there, we gotta redo everything. Because you can't go, I mean, if you're gonna go, because there's a small amount of ARPA funds that have been allocated to this project, a very small amount. If you go that kind of motion, you gotta do it for everything and everybody that we do. And that means we gotta go back and redo everything? No, that's, yeah. So then, if that's the case, then Judge and I need to reconsider our ARPA funds, because that's not the intent.
That's
Because,
right.
you know,
Well,
we don't wanna
again,
do that.
again, look, we shouldn't really beat around it. The surfers are highly concerned in our community, and we are too, that the two piles would not develop the waves as they are accustomed. And so the idea here is to, and we've expressed that to Lewis, and by next week, he really already has it. He already knows what that additional cost would be.
And Judge, can I
And
ask you
so
what?
we'll be able to address that later, but I'm concerned that by putting this other layer and then shipping it over to Coastal Parks Board, who are we doing this for? Could you clarify that for me?
Who are we doing what for?
Who are we doing if it's an owner's representative, who is Hanson gonna report to?
The court.
The court?
Court,
About the
Parks Board.
cost? Really? Because that's where we come in, the
it's-
cost.
right, it's
That's where we really weigh in.
Right, and I wanna make sure, I don't know.
Because I don't want him reviewing whether he likes the concession stand or not. And I didn't like the wording exactly. I just read it out of courtesy because that's how it was delivered.
Well,
and it
is
says-
that the one that I sent you? I just need to make
The
sure.
one Anna Aldridge spoke to you and Louis Klossmeyer about.
Hold on, let me just make sure.
It's not it's the one that,
I put it in background in the
but you can't,
owner, is it, let me just make sure. Owner's representative service to assist with the evaluation of both engineering and functional use concept. Is that what you read, Judge? I just didn't have it in front of me when you read it. The effort would include working with the county design consultant on engineering design concepts, constructability considerations, construction, and cost impacts, functional use consideration of various peer use groups, and value engineering for both peer and other building components. That is what that's what I submitted.
yeah, and then, I think I did read that.
I didn't have it up.
But I
when you
think
did.
that what I'm concerned about is, the language that they suggested, Hanson suggested and sent to me.
This was Hanson's language to me.
Right, the principal of Hanson sent me an email and says, peer review services. I just don't think it's peer review, because that's a very
No, I didn't. I said,
definite.
no, I said you were right on this.
No, I know, but she said peer review. She said maybe this would be better, peer review services to assist with the evaluation of the preliminary design and functional use concepts. This effort would include working with the county design consultant.
Okay, so Judge, here's the thing. I made a motion, it was seconded to do it as I read that into the record. I understand your reservations, but I don't want to
Well, we don't have a document. That's the thing. I don't have a document for this anyway, so it's subject to some document that gets produced.
Well, you have to select them, and then, of course, they produce the document. You don't get a document produced before you select them. You select, and then it goes back to Jenny for review to make sure it reflects what the court is. That's how we always do things. So, of course, there'll be a document, and it'll mirror exactly what I just read in the record.
And do we have,
it's
I mean,
passed.
can I ask you whether you've discussed this with Louis? I don't know why Louis Klossmeyer wasn't here today. I guess because he didn't know we were gonna, maybe he knew we were gonna table that item. But I thought he was gonna be here today, because I want to be able to ask him, or maybe you can share with me, Commissioner Chesney, is this something that he can work with? Because if he is, then I'm fine. I just need, Scott Harris is on the line. He was in attendance. Is this something, Scott, that you guys can work with? Because you guys are the program managers here providing literally everything that's in this item. I'm confused as to who's gonna be calling, if this is just, if you want to spend it just for you, I guess that's okay. But I don't see that this is helpful.
Just vote no, Judge, because I understand you don't like it.
No,
and
I'm
that's
worried
okay.
that it's dangerous.
It's not dangerous. There's
It
nothing
is.
illegal or moral
Scott?
that happens before people hire people as owner representatives. I mean, again, just vote no. if you
Scott
want to.
Harris, can you at
Yes,
least
ma'am.
just make me comfortable? Because I want to get us comfortable with the cost analysis and the 2 versus 1 piles. But I don't want to do this without knowing that Jacobs, I mean, you don't peer review people unless you literally have the qualifications for peer review.
We're not peer reviewing. You just said that. This
Go
is not
ahead.
peer review. It is what I read in the record.
Is Jacobs good
Judge.
with this?
I haven't seen Hanson's contract. I don't know the exact scope of work. Louis Klusmeyer and I did meet with John Michael just to kind of gauge his opinion on kind of where we are with the project right now, and with the understanding that he may be involved in the near future with it. So I really can't speak on Hanson's contract and what's in the scope. I do agree that, you know, in this extra layer, this additional layer, it'd be equivalent to me getting a third party or somebody else within LAN to review costs versus benefits for the project. It's being proposed now that a third party do that on a limited basis. I'm hearing, so I understand the request here, and whatever the court decides to do, we will work with Hanson and John, and I think John brings a depth of knowledge to local projects that's invaluable. So I don't, I think we're choosing the right person here to do this if we were to do it. So I'm not I understand the request, and I will work with John and continue to work with Louis on the project as well. So that
And Louis.
answer.
Yeah, Louis did join. I just want the comfort so that I can be supportive of, I've already told the surfers, just for the record, it's gonna cost more money, and I'm still willing to go out there and help fundraise for it. But the idea that we need to have it professionally vetted seems to be silly, because we already have 2 major companies vetting it. But if it makes everybody feel better to spend additional money, go ahead. But I want to make sure Jacobs is good with it. And that's all I need. And now he's here. So we bought just enough time. Louis, can you just tell me what it is that you think?
John and
You
Yes,
need to unmute.
just unmute. I told the surfers, just for the record, it's gonna cost more money, and I'm still willing to go out there and help fundraise for it.
And turn off
But
your
the
audio
idea
on
that
the, on
you
the,
need
on
to
the
have
meeting,
it
please.
professionally vetted.
He had it playing in the background, that's why we heard it.
Okay, now Louis, go ahead, unmute, and you're ready.
Yeah. Anyone watching on YouTube, you're about 30 seconds to a minute delayed, so,
That's what happens.
YouTube
Yeah.
and the web.
yeah, and the web, yeah.
Okay, Louis.
All right, thanks. I'm getting a lot of feedback here, so I was wondering what was happening. But yes, I did discuss this with Commissioner Chesney in the meeting the other day.
You need to mute the meeting that you have running in the background.
We're glad he's an architect and not an IT guy.
I'm more used to Teams here rather than that. I'm just gonna shut down the other meeting. Okay, is this better?
Yeah, you look better.
Okay, wonderful. So yes, I did speak with Commissioner Chesney the other day. And really, I am concerned about what Hanson's role would be. Just simply because, Hanson as the professional engineering services, we feel they're not waterfront structural pier design specialists as we are. So it's certainly if there is some desires, I hesitate that they were provided directive to say it shall be this way. If they do that, there will be a lot of challenges in terms of how we respond, because we do believe that we have I have the expertise, Jacobs has the expertise to really provide a recommendation of this is what is needed for that, whether it is concrete piles, steel piles, et cetera. Whether it's one pile or two pile system in order to please the surfing community, that we're apolitical on. We can go either way. But really if it does come down into, we want you to do it this way, just because we think that's the right way to go, that'll be some challenges there. So really saying it's a peer review, no, frankly, I don't think that they are qualified to do a peer review of the structural design, for example. Certainly an owner's representative, a specialist to say, really provide the same input that we have received from the town halls, we're completely open to.
Okay, so there is a happy medium here. There is a way. Commissioner Chesney believes that there is added value by having John Michael, Hanson Engineering, Surfrider member, be involved. And you're saying that as long as
It's not a peer review.
that it's not a peer review, as long as it's, can you help describe it again?
Owner representative, I think is what he said.
An owner rep to give his opinion. But you're expressing what I'm expressing, is if he comes back and says, hey, I don't think it'll cost Z dollars. I think you can do it cheaper because you can do this different design. We're gonna have a problem. And that is my concern, and I'm letting you guys know right now that this project should have already gone forward. And this, if it's about two piers and everybody wanting two piers, you're okay with that. That's the bottom line. You serve at the
That is
pleasure
correct.
of, direct design at the pleasure of.
That is correct. We're perfectly happy to do that. And certainly the more input, the better. I fully believe that more input is better. Correct. We can provide what's needed for Hanson Professional Services to evaluate costs. He could come back and says it's going to cost half as much. And I'll say, here's a contract, go build it. Because
Go do it.
I believe what we're coming up with, we're vetting it quite a few different ways. I know all of the contractors here, the ones in Houston, et cetera. We contact them, see what their daily rates are for the rigs. We have contacts at all the steel concrete suppliers. So we have a very detailed background of how we develop our costs. Obviously, I don't feel that it's appropriate to hand walk, Hanson Professional Services through everything. I think that's as they're a peer or developing their own cost. We can certainly provide this is what we're pricing, and they can develop their cost.
Well, I'm okay with that, checking costs. But what I'm worried about is them coming up with a different design. That's not what we're doing here. We have a designer, architect, and that's the concern, Commissioner Chesney. I want to say yes, but I just feel like the way it's worded is going to open up Pandora's box here. And I wish we could just come to terms with you. You're trying to check costs, I think. I hope. Not trying to change design. Because
Judge, I'm checking, I
What
wanna
are
be
you
clear, I'm
checking?
checking everything. This is a humongous project that I want to be sure that we're doing right. I've said this, I've been extremely transparent with Lewis, and respectfully, he doesn't agree with everything I've said, and I don't agree with everything he said. That's life. But at the end of the day, he is a vendor who is recommending to us, we have to make these policy decisions. I'm sorry if he or anyone else is offended by what I'm trying to do, but I am trying to make sure we're doing this right. This will not take long. He will not be involved for a very long period of time. If he comes back with something that they haven't found, that we need to consider, then I want to consider it, but I do not. But mainly, yes, it's cost. And mainly, as I said earlier, do we have to use this material? Do we have to do it this way? Is there anything that we're missing is there anything we're missing? So that's clearly, and again, the scope is exactly as I read it into the record. That's the scope. Shared that with Lewis. Land's aware of it. I just want to do this and move on. And if it doesn't have the votes to pass, that's fine. But I think I think I've tried to clearly articulate that. Yeah, I just want to make sure we do this right. And he does have a unique perspective on this, being an engineer who has worked on coastal projects for this county for many, 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 many years. No offense, way longer than Lewis has ever done anything in this county. John has done for years and years and years for the Nueces County coastal project. He is a member of the Surf Riders. He will have he will help with that as well. But he's an engineer who knows these projects. He doesn't know, he's not an expert on piers like Lewis is. I agree, I don't disagree with that, but I think each of them bring great value, and I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to get an extra layer, as you said, of protection and of insurance is what I call it. So that's,
Yeah.
I've said it, and I don't mean, I
Mr.
think
Chesney,
Lewis is doing a great job, and I think John will, and I think we can move forward, and I'm sorry if he's taken offense to, any of it and doesn't think John can do it, or John, I get it. I've heard from everybody. I'm not changing how I feel about it, and I'm not changing how I vote about it, and I'm ready to go. But if you're not, I'm not comfortable, I appreciate that, and you have every right to vote however you feel you are uncomfortable, and I think you've so warned the court on everything, and I appreciate that, and it doesn't bother me a bit that you have a different opinion than I do. It just doesn't.
Lewis, last thoughts, and we'll call the question.
Sure. No, to address that, frankly, I'm not offended at all. Having, any other person, whether it's an engineer, another person, go through and review what we prepared, we're very confident in what we're developing. We're not offended at all. I do have some concerns as to what could result from this, but we're not offended at all in the fact that the Commissioners Court wants to have their own an additional review. Not at all. No offense.
Okay. There is a motion that was read. I'm not going to repeat it because it was already recorded, I believe. And the motion is obviously regarding the hiring of Hanson, and at some point Jenny will come back with some sort of a contract. We'll also take a look at all the things you've already mentioned regarding procurement. And with that, we've got a motion, and then there's a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Already.
I think Commissioner Gonzalez.
That's fine.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I know I'm going to regret this. Aye. I'm really doing that, Commissioner Chesney, believe it or not, for you. Because I think you are concerned, as I am, that we're about to have a huge surge in the price tag. And if we can bring that price tag down, then it's a win. And if it is what we think it is, then you and I are going to have to get to work again.
Yep.
And what I don't want is for you and I to not be on the same page with the two-pile system and the cost. And if this is what it takes, it's what it takes. But I'm going to tell you that I wish that we could have done this differently. Jenny, please, let us know what happens on your side of the block with this ARPA thing. All right, let's go on.
Can I call for any opposed? I'm sorry?
I didn't. Any opposed? I think everyone said aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Lorenzo. The item number 9, we did. 10, 11, 12, we did. 13 is only on item number 1. That was before lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would like to take that one to exec because I think it's kind of the same. There was a couple that were.
But legal questions on that? What are the legal questions on that
So
one?
the legal question is that counties are subject to the government code, and you can't be more strict than that which the government code gives you. And so if the government code says that you have to have a quorum and a quorum only,
Wait,
then that's right. That's number 1, right?
that's
The
the one that
medical?
just on the, yeah, if you have an emergency and
Right.
someone needs to postpone, that has nothing to do with.
Right, and you have the shall language in there, and so that's my legal problem with it, is it shall. If you want to change your language, that there's a policy to do your very best to work with everybody, but I can think of 5 different ways that it could be a problem. For example, if there was an emergency declaration and we needed to get the 7-day, authorization, and this exists and someone has a personal emergency, that could be an issue. There could be an issue with regards to the payment of bills that needs to be done or grants that need to be, accepted or authorities to go out for things that are time sensitive. The shall language is the problem. If you want to pass a policy.
So you're saying it should be maybe? Is what you're
I'm saying that
Judge?
we should always be reasonable,
But
and we
hold
should
on.
always work with the court. But the way it works in the government code is that every fiscal year, we set up a date, and we choose that date for our court meetings. And every time we change those, we do so with a lot of thought. In fact, we even have a policy that talks about how important it is to have special meetings only when needed or necessary. Those was the policies that actually you made not too long ago. And every time we change, there's a disruption that exists with everybody's schedule. And there are like today, I was supposed to be somewhere else. And that's because my calendar gets set based upon the Wednesday meetings. That's not to say we shouldn't be reasonable and we shouldn't accommodate people. That's always the way it is. But the law says you cannot be more prescriptive than that which is given. And so you can't force, if everybody had to make accommodations, then no quorum language would be needed. We would always have a quorum. So the reason we have quorum language is because you only need 3 to do the court's business. I am here to tell you and my colleagues that I will always work with the court, the administrator, to make certain that we can We did it this week. My goodness, we did half-day last week, rearranging everybody's schedule. We did half-day plus today.
But Judge, it was a huge fight to get this stuff rescheduled, so.
Right.
I'm trying to make this just very innocuous and not get
So,
into the reason
I hear
for
you.
the thing. And so the real reason for this is that if someone has an emergency, in the past, it's always been accommodated without question. It has been very difficult to do that lately, and so I'm coming up with a policy so that our county manager is not caught in the middle of something that allows it. I've checked with Jenny, I have read, there is nothing in the government code that says that the commissioners' courts can't change meetings as needed or have policies, in fact, that allows for policies to how to run those meetings. So there's absolutely nothing that backs up what you said. I've looked at this,
Well,
I've talked to Jenny about it.
David
This is-
Brooks
hold on.
and to Jim
This-
Allison.
And they have not said to me.
So we need to,
that they-
what they said was send me a letter, send me an
But they
email.
didn't say it was illegal.
They said, send me an email and I'll give you an opinion on it. But you cannot have
Okay,
shall
so-
language.
Yes, you
because the
can,
shall-
but we can make the motion subject to another legal review. We can pass the motion and have some sort of legal review, and if it comes back from Jim Allison, which it won't, because I've checked with TAC too, or.
Who did you check with at TAC?
We talked about it at the
Who did you check
conference.
with?
So, it doesn't, I mean, whoever the
What
person was that
conference?
was talking at, the one that we just had, not TAC, what is it? The
It
one that was
wasn't
here?
TAC, because we haven't had a TAC.
No, the one that was here, sorry.
The commissioners and
Yeah,
judges,
the commissioner and
yeah.
judges. So the
Jack
point
was
is,
there.
if you want to
Jim
do it
was there.
subject to some legal review, then that's fine, but there's
Yeah, that's
nothing in
fine.
here.
Let's
that-
let's
that's
just
fine,
do,
but
let's
I-
just do legal review, because
I would like to make a motion to pass it as written, subject to whatever, always, they're all subject to legal
Okay,
review.
so there's no definition here of what a personal emergency is.
Judge, because really, do we have to, do we?
Yes,
have-
you do,
No,
because
you
we have
don't,
to get the
because
business of
I
the court
trust people
done.
to not abuse an emergency. If someone has a medical emergency or a family personal emergency and they can't be there. then that
Commissioner,
should- then
in
that should-
this
well, hold on,
case-
I'm trying to answer.
There's a
So
motion and a
there,
second, so we discuss.
Was there a second already?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah,
and so-
that's fine. We have a second already.
And so if people say they have an emergency, I'm not gonna make them bring a doctor's note that says they had an emergency. I'm gonna trust, Judge, that if you call and say there's an emergency, that you have an emergency. Or that there's a personal matter that can't be overcome. Nobody abuses that. It is what it is. These things that we changed for, that I appreciate you changing your schedule, we all did, was because of a medical emergency. And that should not have even been challenged or questioned, because it was completely legit. And to say, oh, by the way, send me a doctor's note, I'm not doing that.
Commissioner-
We're all adults. Let me
Commissioner-
finish, I promise, I'm almost finished, and you can jump in. So I've made a motion, I've made a
heard it.
second, and it's subject to the legal review, that if Jenny goes and finds some legalities that say we need to come back and tweak it, then we can tweak it. Otherwise, as written, I think it's appropriate and ready to be voted on.
I just have one.
Now I'm done, thank you.
So, there's a motion, a second, and we're having discussion. And again, Jenny, I'm gonna ask that you look into this by asking Jim Allison, or we can do it too, through the court administration, to ask for a legal opinion on this. But the bottom line is that we're always super accommodating and super reasonable. And there was no notice, just for the record, of the emergency. There was only a notice of a medical appointment, and that's what the record reflects. Having said that, we still always make accommodations. We've done it for 4 years,
I don't
just
want to
very,
argue
very
that
well.
point, but I beg to
the
differ, and
bottom
I would
line
just
is-
like to vote on
The
this.
bottom line is that I don't think that the shall language works with the government
Before we
code.
take a vote, I'd like to say something. Commissioner, just to clarify this, the only issue that I have with this, if somehow, I don't know, a day or Ginny, if we do this, if it passes, whatever, but I don't want it to interfere with payments. Like if we schedule to pay that budget, that meeting time, we gotta approve some bills that gotta be paid. So how can we do that to say, as long as we take care of the financial issues?
And I think also, the one I have in my packet's not the updated one. The updated one also said it couldn't happen 2 consecutive meetings. So that one was added. So I don't know what y'all have in your packet, but that was also added. And certainly, it could be, I'm happy to accept that as an amendment to it that says, that the bill, if anything that requires the bills to be paid, that we could have a meeting just to do that, sure. That's not that's not anything that's controversial or needs discussion. And those bills get paid anyway. By the time we get them, all we're doing is ratifying. I mean, other than what, the special motions even have already been paid, Dale. and we-
That's not true.
Not all of them.
That's
Okay,
not
so-
true.
So that's fine. So then we can amend it and just say, because again, the one that I had says it can't have, and I don't have the right one in my book, but it could say it's supposed to, the one that everybody should have, the updated one says that it can't have, because
2 consecutive.
in 2 consecutive meetings, you have to meet, so you don't do that. And you can certainly add that, or a meeting can be called for partial for paying the bills that need to be paid. That's fine too. So I would accept that
All
as an
right,
amendment.
there's a motion with
amendment
kind
to
of
that
a
motion.
little bit of extra language, Lorenzo, with, that it cannot affect 2 consecutive meetings, and that if bills need to be paid, that would not cancel the meeting.
That would-
Stay the same,
That there wouldn't be agenda items, but I guess it would be
it will be,
motions.
we just include in the special motions and.
Right.
that-
I mean, let's
right?
hope that
Same
this-
date that we have as of today, right?
Right, so in other words, if we had to
Okay,
have.
just for payments.
Just for payments,
All
right,
right.
absolutely. That's,
Okay.
I appreciate that input, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion here? Okay,
My concern was this, is just overall we understand the spirit of it, but, the policy we set is something that will be there in the future when none of us may be there, and, someone may interpret it or read it differently, and so I think we've been able to recognize when somebody's out that we change it, right? And we try to move it as much as we can. I think it should just be done as a request. I don't know, if putting it in there as a requirement is just my concern, that it's something that we have to do. I think it would be a courtesy that any one of us would agree to, or at least a majority of us would agree to change it if possible. It's just, I worry, will we handcuff ourselves if we commit to a policy that it's a must and that it happens after, which I agree, right? We all kind of maneuver our schedules around, and then we have to change it because something unexpected happened. I think within reason, we would do that, and any other big items, we could always try to table to the next meeting within reason, as long as they don't have to be approved immediately. So I understand the concept, and I support the spirit of what you're trying to do here. I just, that would be my only concern, is just, I think we kind of do that already, and to make it where it's a policy, then that just kind of throws everything off. And later on, we have an item, I don't think we've brought it up yet. I hope not. I didn't miss the item about our meeting schedule. I mean, kind of just looking at this month later on, we got a lot that I'm hoping that we can try to consolidate as much as possible as well. So I just worry if this becomes a policy that can just change a full month into even a fuller month of just, back-to-back meetings. So that's my concern, but
yeah, and that's my concern too. It isn't that I'm not willing. In the 4 years that I've been here, Commissioners, my daughter's had 3 brain surgeries, and I've never missed a meeting. And that is because we have to cancel meetings if my schedule is taken as a priority. That cannot do that. Now, we're going to try our best to work with one another, and we need to be reasonable, and we need to make certain, but we also have to have communication. But doctor's appointments, for instance, shouldn't count. You should be able to reschedule those. Emergencies, medical emergencies are different. Medical emergencies with your family could be even considered different. But this policy is poorly written. I don't think it meets the sniff test of the government code. And if you want to achieve what I think you do, we could do it better. And you and I had a big discourse on this, Commissioner Chesney, and I now am going to get the opportunity during this discussion to explain what you did not understand. And what you didn't understand is that it's not fair when somebody has an appointment to say, I need it switched because I want to switch it to this day, because this is when I can come and this is when he can come. But if my other commissioner has another medical appointment on that day, then what we're doing is forum shopping here, picking which commissioner, which date is better for, which others. And so I said, it's not fair to be able to say one person's life or appointments are more important than another's. That was the point that I was making. I was trying to accommodate my entire court. which is what we've been doing since the dawn of time. And again, if we all work together, there will be zero problems here. But when you box us in to these policies, the only thing that happens, and we've illustrated it in the last two courts, we've tabled tons of items in deference to the commissioner that could not be here, and we attended to items that the department heads said were pressing. So if we had followed the advice that we were given, important issues would not have been able to go forward, including the payment of bills. So I appreciate you including the payment of bills, but make no mistake, there will be department heads who need action that will not get help if we do this type of policy. I don't like it, so I'll be voting no, but please know that there's a better way to do it. And I hope that we can work with TAC. Maybe other counties have figured out a better way, but this is not the way, because anytime you have shall language, it's not good. Because it's accommodating one person over another, and we just can't do that.
And it is not accommodating one over the other. So since you're going to continue to belabor this, then I'm going to continue to belabor it, because what you say is not an accurate representation of what went on. When I went to Jenny and asked Jenny about this and said, okay, what happens when we can't get agreement to postpone a meeting for a medical emergency? Because it's a posted meeting, unless everyone agrees, is what I was advised, unless everyone agrees, then we can't change these things. And then IDEA gets put in the middle because she's trying to figure out what to do. And so this policy was geared to make sure that if there's an emergency, and I trust everyone up here to have an emergency, and the only person I talked about this was Commissioner Matas. He even added and said, okay, but you need to make sure it's not two consecutive meetings. I did that. Commissioner Gonzalez just weighed in and said, adding the bills, I did that, because unfortunately, it hasn't gone as smoothly as you have represented, Judge, and I'm sorry, again, I did not intend to bring that out. If you want to do it, we can.
I'm happy to do it.
I'm just trying to make these policy changes as innocuous as I can, as less personal as I can.
Innocuous.
But if you don't want to make them, then that's fine, because it is what it is. Everybody knew that this was a medical emergency and not a
Nobody knew.
medical appointment. Yes.
I did not know. Nobody informed us at all. It was
So-
told to us, only you were having private discussions.
No, it was
Only
sent.
you
No,
were
no.
having private
IDEA
discussions.
knew that this was a medical emergency. She knew. It was sent to her.
You knew it was a medical appointment. That's what was given to me, sir, appointment. That's different.
It's a procedure.
It was not. It was a
All
procedure.
my
Judge,
email
and-
says appointment.
Okay, well, we can find that
Appointment.
email, but if you read the email that I sent.
Well, you
it
should
was
share with us then,
No,
if that's
it's
the point.
It was your email. It was the email that I sent to IDEA that said I think, and I'm trying to find it, and that she sent it on to you, and that's the one that you're talking about on the discourse. But I think in that email, it said he's got a medical situation where he cannot be here. He can't be here.
Right, and we said, and what we did, Commissioner, is exactly the good result. We tabled almost everything, and you and I and the rest of us.
After a major battle.
No,
So
not the
again,
battle.
yes, it
We
was.
absolutely got the work
I
done
could-
of the county's
No, and
business.
this is the second time, this is the second go-round where the majority of the court wanted to move a meeting, and because I was told by the county attorney that didn't work, it has to be some sort of policy, because if there's meetings set, then the majority of the court agreeing to move it is not enough, because we can't vote on things, and so there needs to be some policy on how to deal with it. That's what I was advised, because I didn't understand it, and I called and said, Jenny, why are you telling IDEA that we can't move this meeting if the majority of the court wants to move it? And her response was,
How would you know it was the majority of the court,
because
Brent?
I was told that by the county manager, who said the majority of the court was in agreement. And then I said, okay, but it's not the entire court. And it was represented by the county attorney that I had to have some sort of policy, because if the entire court didn't agree, which on two different occasions, without some battles back and forth, it wasn't agreed to. That is what has prompted this, is to have a policy in place so that when we can't vote on something because we're not in place, and IDEA, to her credit, put this agenda item now on here that says now we can always talk about these different meeting dates. So she's got that on there, but there's times in between that we can't get there. So the policy here, Judge, is with the intention of, if there's an emergency, there shouldn't even be a question. It should just be, we reschedule it, and the email should be from the county manager, not, hey, does everybody agree with this? And we have to go through all this. It's, hey, there's a medical emergency, or there's an emergency as prescribed by one of the members of the court, of which I trust every member to be honest about it. Then she should say, okay, based on our policy, all we're gonna do is can we meet in the next, can everybody come up with a date? If we can't, then, and we usually can, but if we can't, then it falls back to the next meeting and it can't happen. So it's a policy in place to simply help the county manager
The policy will
manage
make
this
sense
between
if you
meetings.
add the bill being paid.
I did.
As Commissioner Gonzalez,
I did.
and.
Great suggestion.
And it, in the.
And you
in
can't
the-
have two consecutive
hold
meetings
on.
to it happen either.
That
was Commissioner
and-
Mars' great input.
And if there is an agenda item of the utmost urgency, if you're gonna pay bills, and we're gonna come in anyway, if in the view of the county manager, there is another agenda item that
I'm okay.
needs to be taken up
I'm
as
okay
well.
in the view of the county manager? If
Yes.
If I'm okay, that's fine. I mean,
All right,
so
done.
instead of just.
Then that's
right.
it.
So instead
That,
of just.
that's fine,
just
because that's
come up
the
with a
thing.
suggestion. That's all I'm saying. I'm just
Okay,
trying
we
to-
just did.
Okay,
We just
so
came up with a better policy right now.
Well, that's why we have debate, so we can discuss it. So all I'm saying, that's fine, and you can, if the county manager deems that it is an emergency to put it on, and
Well,
it can't
it's not
wait.
an emergency.
No,
It's
no,
in, it's, it has
urgent,
to be done
urgent.
in the interest of the county.
Right, if
Because
it's an
like the
urgent
grants,
matter that can't wait, that.
like we've displayed a couple of
Okay, If it's
times.
an urgent matter that can't wait because of timeliness, I'm okay with that too.
All
I
right,
just- so
well
just
then that
make us
makes for a better policy, and it's not the one that we started with, but the one we're ending with is better. So, again, all of this is subject to the legality of it, Jenny. I'm not withdrawing the request to
It's on
please
the
check
motion.
with Jim Allison and David Brooks.
And that's part of the motion, Judge,
All
so
right.
she can't, and
Our
also,
office will do our research, and if the court manager could reach out to the
Yeah, that's fine.
others.
That's fine.
and you
All
get
right,
that as part of
okay.
it. That would
Now we
be-
have something that we can do.
And that would be an amendment. I would accept that amendment to the motion, so I want to make sure you've got that as part of the amendment, so it's part of the record. So- Can we vote on that now?
All those, is Lorenzo ready? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Pose same sign. Okay, the next item is item 16 and 17. And this one, is this one needing to go to executive or not? No?
It's been discussed prior.
It has.
We were followed instructions given to us by the court, and we've brought the document back.
Back, okay, so I'll just say that this is a my goodness, a ratified hiring of Ira Z. Miller as outside counsel to Commissioners Court and relating the functions of the ME office, and I'll move passage of the ratification and ask for a second and then call for discussion.
Second.
Okay, and then any discussion? Commissioner Gonzalez, we held this one for you.
Yes, I mean, it's a ratification, but what do we actually do? How come, what do we actually do? What do we need to do the policies for the ME? What are we actually doing here? I mean, we're getting attorneys for everything nowadays, or, we gotta save some of that money for those, employees that we need more money, so why are we hiring attorneys left and right to do all kinds of things? And so what's the purpose of this and why?
We were instructed to go and get a board-certified criminal practicing lawyer,
Who's that? Who say we
Ira Z.
instructed?
Miller. The court instructed us to go do that, to answer some things. It's not to set policies for the medical examiner's office. It's to help address issues that have come up within the county, and I believe you've been part of some of those
Yeah.
discussions, and you know what that is.
Yes, but I'm saying, is it the same thing though? I mean, is this just an update on that and what we've been doing? I know we've talked to the attorney before, so is this still the same?
No, this is not something that has been done before. This is new issues that have come up, and if you would like to go into executive, but I did what was instructed by the court. So if you want to go into executive, I can explain it, but it's,
Okay, is there a contract with this person already? Is there an agreement, or
the agreement is attached. I believe it is attached, right? Okay.
what's the amount we're gonna pay, do we know?
$350 per hour.
And And I thought, was this not one where we had said, I thought first to get Julie to work on it first?
It's a different matter. That is I believe what you're referring to is the
You're right.
personnel manual.
This is regarding the policies related to the,
How the Commissioners Court relates to the medical examiner's office, not the internal policies of the medical examiner, but,
see, I don't.
It's okay, we're gonna go to executive. I can bring it in and maybe you can be more, I think maybe they've forgotten. So we can, is that all right? We'll just bring it in executive?
I mean, I haven't forgotten that we talked about certain employees, right, and problems we had and everything else, but, you know, I didn't know what's still going on, really, to tell you the truth.
But I guess,
I can answer further questions in executive on a very, very limited basis.
so are there okay. Are
Want me
there,
to withdraw my motion then to take it to executive and give you guys a chance, or
I just,
are
okay,
you
so I'm just.
satisfied?
No, is it just that the examinations of these policies, in a general way, need to be done differently than what the other lawyer is doing with the county policies? 'Cause
Yes, this
why-
has nothing to do with personnel, manual policies and procedures within the county or within the medical examiner's office. This is how the county commissioner's court relates to and instructs and deals with directing the medical examiner.
Okay.
I think, Jenny, maybe sometimes the words county policies are confusing them to the extent the employee policies.
Right.
Do you all feel comfortable? May I call the question? I would like to not keep us here forever, but
Going
if,
to exec, is that what you're saying, Judge?
or is it your preference to take it to exec? I'll yield to that.
Yeah, I'm just,
Yes?
yeah,
Just
I
to
feel like I
remind?
can't ask the question I want to ask.
That's
and
fine.
Jenny can't
I'm
answer
gonna
the way I want
withdraw,
to answer it,
Lorenzo.
so if you
I'm
don't
gonna
mind.
withdraw my motion and ask whoever seconded my motion to also.
You can keep it on the table and then we can go into exec. I mean, it's okay, right? Procedurally, can't you go into exec?
Procedurally, I don't think so. I'd have
Oh,
to,
okay.
I think you have to get rid of
I have to
that
get rid of
motion
it.
before
Okay.
you.
yeah, I'll
that's
just
fine.
withdraw it, okay?
Thank you.
And then, moving on to 17, I think that was just in case we didn't finish today. That was a leftover. We should be good, right? We're gonna meet next week. Unless that's the budget workshop?
Yeah.
Okay, forgive me. Is that what you wanted to talk about, Commissioner Modis? If you'll bring your calendars up on budget workshop, item number 17 is discussing our meeting dates, okay? And so if you look at our budget meeting dates, they start on Monday, the 8th, and Tuesday, the 9th, 2 days. And then the following week, they are 15 and 16. And I think the request was to discuss it, Dale, to ask you, and you may not know, but maybe, do you believe all 4 days are needed? That's no. May we create a motion that would say that if we finish this week, that the court could then cancel next week's?
That's usually how it runs. We go really invested on the first few days, and if there's any conflicts, we would possibly need the next 2 days, but if we can go through the balances and show you what it is, and y'all can work with me separately, we could probably eliminate 1 or 2 days.
So what do we have? I'm sorry, I thought
This-
we only had the 8th and the 9th next week, and then the 15th and the 16th the next week, right?
And then, but commissioners' courts are back to back, so if you're really looking at it, it's 8, 9, 10.
A ton.
And then 15, 16, so the question is, isn't it possible that maybe we could just do, maybe 8 and 9?
Or maybe, I think.
We
I
should
think
have
I-
your budget books to you
And
by the end
10
of this
too. We
day,
have
so you'll
10.
be able to review this weekend. That'll give us an advanced start on Monday.
But Barbara's right, I mean,
And I know y'all have a quick turnaround, like going from like Monday to Tuesday, what I recall from years past. I mean, maybe spacing it out. That's a lot to go, 3 days in a row. And I remember some years, I thought we did like 5, but maybe it's usually the initial budget workshop presentations that we've done back to back.
What we probably do is spend a lot more time on Monday, then we can not do Tuesday, then we do the following week on the Monday, then not do Tuesday.
that
See,
would
I
be
think-
great.
I think that would work.
Yeah.
And and here's the thing, to me, we can always recess, and if we need to recess and have it on the 9th, we
Yes,
can, or have it
yes.
on the 16th, we can, but like Barbara said, we've got like a county
And
commissioners
even at the
meeting also.
commissioners' court meeting, we could put a notice on there.
Right.
To take
Notice
An
for
hour
the Monday
for
and Tuesday,
budget.
we can suspend Tuesday and then follow it the next Monday, so.
See, and I'm fine, I mean, if
I'd
we,
rather get it
if
over
we
with
did
next
8
week.
and 9 and get it over with, I agree.
I want to get over with.
I agree. Sometimes it takes us a little bit longer to process all that.
That's true.
And you all too. So that's all I'm just saying, like, hey, if we can knock it out, I'd rather knock it out in those 3 days next week and then know that we have at least just the 17th to meet, then I'm good with that.
I'm good with that too, but is there something on the tax rate that we have to meet on that 15th week? I'm fine with doing 8th and 9th and canceling the 15th and 16th.
We're gonna provide you the information for tax rates, and of course, on Wednesday, we actually officially notify the court of what the tax rates are, so that's just showing you what the voter approved rates are and then the balances for. Then we have public hearings showing about what we're proposing the rates to be, and then we set values and where we start for, then we have hearings and what we, for that point in time, so that's later on in August and September.
That's just me. I'm just throwing out my dates. I mean, I'll tell you now, I mentioned maybe to a couple, but I'm gonna be out moving my oldest to college for the first time ever, so, on that week of the 15th, so.
You're gonna be
everything's
crying
gonna
the
be-
whole week,
Not
and I don't
me.
want to see it.
Just my wife, just not me.
No,
I
you
don't
wait
plan
and
on it.
see.
So, yeah, right, I'm gonna be the biggest crybaby, I know it.
Yeah.
So.
Our budget workshops,
so
we
if
do half
can,
a
I-
day, we can do maybe the full day, and then we can, yes.
That's fine.
So, John, so then would everyone prefer to do it?
I'm
like-
just sharing you where I'm coming from on that. I know we just talked about how difficult it is to balance all our calendars, but
I don't
I
think
can
we've
do
ever
those
need, I
virtually,
don't
that
think we
week
ever
of the
need 4 days.
15th, that's fine.
We've sent you the file virtually, we're gonna get you the books today, and you'll have everything ready to go on Monday.
So Dale, are you saying that the potential exists that if we could do it the 8th, do everything we need the 8th and 9th, and we could cancel the 15th and 16th? Then if everybody's okay with that, I'd make that as a motion. If everybody prefer that, if everybody would, or I'm okay with the 8th and the 15th and not the 16th and the 9th, but it sounds like for John's, and I'm not saying that's not the right thing to say. So is that what you prefer, is do it the 8th and the 9th and then cancel
If we can get it
15th?
over with, that'd be great.
I'm okay with
If
that.
it works, I just wanted to throw some options, and I didn't want it to be all about me, but I just kind of wanted to share you where I stand. That week of the 17th, I'm probably not even going to be here. I'm going to have to do it virtually anyway for Commissioners Court, no doubt,
I
so.
won't be here the 31st.
So cancel the 15th and 16th?
Okay.
I won't be here the
I'd say
31st.
leave them as backups. I can participate probably on a limited basis on those days. I just wanted to make sure that we don't
Knock
commit
it out.
ourselves to all those days, because I don't think we need them, and to hear that we
I don't
probably
think we've ever
don't,
needed all 4 days.
then that's
I
reassuring.
was just gonna
We're gonna be
say,
at the end of- I'm sorry, you're gonna be at the end of, anything at the end of the month, because I won't be here on the 31st, 1st, and 2nd. I've got to go back to something for procedure.
all right,
Say that again?
31st, 1st and 2nd, but let me just say this.
I didn't-
The motion is that we are flexible on our workshop dates. That's all I think the motion is that we're
Oh,
gonna
I'm
know more about how we do next week, okay? And so I think the motion is that we're putting everybody on notice that we don't think we need all 4 days, but that next week we'll make that ultimate decision.
Sounds good,
So Judge,
it's fine.
Now, there are some items that I'll work with,
Eighth and 9th for sure, and then we're in court on the 10th.
Right,
So we're
so-
gonna have 3 days next week. That's a lot of time.
which is crazy, so I would go ahead and like to make the motion so that everybody knows what's going on. We don't post it and have to cancel it, that we cancel the 15th and 16th. We might need it, and then we can always reinstate it, but I don't want it to get posted.
Okay.
And then we cancel it, for people like that. So my motion would be that we just cancel the 15th and 16th. We can always reinstate it, but we got a lot of time coming up in August. We're gonna have meetings.
And I can include the same language, you know?
She could help by putting
Yeah,
the
I can
same
include the
language.
same,
Yeah,
to
put-
discuss the next, on the
No, I
agenda,
think-
on the 10th.
I think having that in there all the time is
Yeah.
great. That
All right.
needs to be a standing deal. So-
Okay.
So
Some
that's,
of these Wednesday meetings are very important. If we start talking tax rates, a quorum for a tax rate requires 4.
Yes, sir. Okay, so
And
let me,
for,
in person.
in
In
person,
person,
On which day?
for the tax
On
rate,
the
when we do the tax
17th.
rate.
On which day?
because I'll be virtual,
When you do the
so
tax
I'm
rate,
telling
you
you
can't be
now,
virtual. You gotta have
we need everybody here on the
quorum.
17th, because I'm gonna
Yes.
be on the Trail of Tears back home, so,
And then,
that day, so.
did anybody, did
And
any?
do we have to have it on the
Trail of
17th?
Tears?
not
It
to
has to be on
make
Wednesday. It has to be
light
on an
of that, but-
official Commissioners Court day. It has to be on a day, so we have to have it on a Wednesday.
okay. But it has to be that Wednesday, or do we, could,
If
we
you
push it?
postpone
No,
that, then
do
it
the
gets later on, then
Never
our
mind.
public notice is on this, and then we have to go past September the 8th, and when we're adopting it, then our tax rate, so it's timing issues.
Okay, what about the 10th? Is that too soon?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna be here, and but we only have to be here like as a four as in person for that part of the
for that one
budget.
issue, yes.
So like, as long as the rest of us are here for that part,
Yes.
then John's okay being
Yes.
virtual.
Yes.
Then the rest of the meeting's okay with three being here.
Correct.
Okay, so then, again, the motion was to cancel the 15th and the 16th.
All right, and there's a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, there's a revelation that you're gonna be gone the 31st, 1st, and 2nd. I've just looked that up, and we do have a meeting. Is there anything, we cannot do it the day before, because that's state of the county. And,
Can we, well.
can we look at that for next week, and you can come back and give me an option? Because, you know, I've got to make sure that we've got all the, I don't have my budget calendar overlaid with this calendar, so just make sure that we don't have any budget decisions that need to be made, that he would need to be present for, okay? All right, so,
The one on the 24th too, right? Meeting?
No.
A meeting?
Let's just,
we do not have one on the 24th.
but let's just see where we are, because, my gosh, we've got a lot of meetings. I mean, we're meeting today, we're meeting the 10th, we're meeting the 17th.
Right.
Maybe we can,
August 17th is when we actually discuss the tax rates and make the proposal rates of what the rates would be. Then we do our public notices. And then August the 28th, we have public notices. And on September the 1st, we have the public hearing on tax increase. And
Okay, so
on
that's the
September the
problem.
7th, we vote.
Okay, so that's the problem. On the public hearing,
But
he's
the-
letting us know right now that he cannot be here. And that's where that policy worries
Hold
me,
on.
because it's a procedure.
hold on, but September 1 is only if there is a tax increase being proposed,
But
correct?
it's anything over the effective.
The ones that require the 4 members here is when we actually do the vote on what our proposed tax rate would be, and that's August 17th.
The September 1 meeting is,
Public
if it's
hearing.
anything,
If we adopt a rate higher than the no new revenue tax, we have to have public hearings.
so depending on where the court goes, we
And
may
the
or
public
may.
hearings will only require 3.
Second, no, but I'm saying if we don't propose, and I'm not saying we aren't, but if we don't propose something above the effective tax rate, then we don't have to meet on September 1.
We don't have to have a public hearing, that's correct.
All right, so.
Right.
Gives everybody some incentive, just a
Well,
little humor,
Or
little
no,
humor.
or Depression City with
Little
no
humor.
cola.
Yeah, little humor, little humor.
So-
Sounds like a setup.
You know, I was gonna say, we can just all go home for the month if that's the deal.
But I'm sorry, on the public hearing, Dale,
First meeting would be required is anything above the no new revenue tax.
So I need Commissioner Gonzalez to really hear that, because
on the
that
public
worries
hearing,
me.
though, you only need 3 in person.
Correct.
Yeah,
so-
but your policy says if he has a procedure, we shall move it.
But we also changed it to where if it's time sensitive and it's an urgent matter, then this would be something we don't have a choice on. So that would,
Okay,
right, that's why we added that language in
Okay.
the policy.
okay, I'm with
I mean,
you.
we have to have it on September 1st, but if we're
That was
proposing.
my point.
No, but we covered it.
I'm with you,
No,
I'm
we
with
covered
you.
it, so we
I
covered
got it,
So
okay.
it's time sensitive, we're good.
Okay, as they say, all right. Okay, Dale, I think you got us, right?
Yes.
All right, okay, so B1 is where we are, and there's 4 items here. And it's gonna be an update. So we've done some work, ongoing improvements at the ME, and Juan's here to kind of showcase those improvements.
Judge, Commissioners, I did a quick presentation. Connie, can you bring it up? Here in the past couple of months, Public Works has been working on doing some renovations at the medical examiners. The renovations were coordinated through Dr. Fernandez and also Dr. Fagan, where they were doing the color selection and also the flooring selection in the facility. So, can we go to the next one? This is a list of the renovations that were done at the medical examiners. One was the flooring, the awnings, the ceiling repairs, some painting. Right now, we're finishing up the landscaping, some fencing, the gate controls, some LED lighting, vapor lighting, and then, so a total renovation about $100,000. It was approved by Commissioners Court. The start date was on the 18th. Everything was pretty much completed by August the 1st. And the full renovations, with the exception of the landscaping part. Next. So I'm giving you a kind of like a before and after photos. The one to the left is the existing access control going into the medical examiners. We went ahead and replaced the we went ahead and replaced the access control, which is the brand new one to the right. Next slide, please. And then this is a photo of the awning. The left one's the existing condition. It was rusted out. It was kind of deteriorated. And then to the one to the right, it was rehabbed and primed and repainted. And the holes that were there were resealed. The picture in the background is a little bit of what we cleaned out. Not we, but the contractor cleaned out already, getting it prepped up for the landscaping. We're going to be putting an irrigation system and some sodding and cleaning up the trees and the shrubs that are out there. Next photo.
There's no real grass there, is there one?
Right now, what was there was just pea gravel.
Yeah.
And to make it more aesthetically pleasing, we're putting in an irrigation and some sod to kind of bring it up.
So, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe you
Right
can
now-
draw
right
a
now-
little something for me. I mean,
Yeah,
don't get me wrong, I want it to be aesthetically pleasing, but as you well know, water's kind of an issue right now.
Yes, ma'am. And we talked to, already, as a matter of fact, Rocky coordinated with the city.
He did?
Yes, ma'am, about the new sod that we're putting in.
Okay.
And
I mean, I'm
that's
just saying, maybe wait till the fall. I mean, don't do it right now. I
Yes,
mean,
ma'am.
it's just so hot
And
and
the-
just, I'm for it, but why don't you just hold on that?
Yes, ma'am. I'll talk to Rocky.
Just think about it.
Yes, ma'am. The city was fine with it, so we're looking to that, Judge.
Yeah.
The next one, this is the side awning, the one where as you're going into the medical examiners, you can see the rusted out awning, and then to the right, it's repainted, primed and repainted, and they did a real great job. The next one, please. This was the existing fence, the old fence, and then there's some pictures on the next photo. The next slide, I'm sorry. This is the new fence. The only bad thing about this, if you look at, I'm gonna show you the next photo, and what's so sad is that they already tagged it. So the city came out a week after that, and to the right, you see what they cleaned up, the city did, and we thank the city for that. However, Rocky called me yesterday and informed me that they retagged it again. So we're gonna request for the city to go out and try and assist us to clean up the tag. The next one, please. This is the existing ceiling tiles that were there. This was kind of throughout the whole medical examiners. Some were dirty or old. And then next photo, please. Next slide, I'm sorry. And then this is the register system. You can see they were dirty. We had them, I think it was over 100 registers. And to the right, pretty much to the right, they were all cleaned out. And you can see that they're pretty much looking brand new condition. Next slide, please. This is the lighting improvement. We put all LED lights in there. With the new, the one to the right is kind of doesn't really show what we did, but we did do some lighting improvements. If you go to the next slide, please. You can see the difference. The lights it lighted up the area. And next slide, please. This is the duct cleaning. The one to the left was dirty in the duct system, and then to the right, the system was cleaned out, and you can see how the difference. Next slide.
Good.
This is the painting. We did repainting the whole facility, and that's already been completed. Next slide, please. And then this is just some additional photos of the new lighting with the new ceiling tiles, and you can see that it's brightening up the area with the new painting in the background. Next slide, please. This is just some additional office spaces that we also did throughout the facility, and you can kind of see the difference in the brightness and the color. Next slide. And then we also removed the existing flooring Some of it was the tile, some of it was carpet, some of it was just the painted flooring. Next slide, please. And then this is existing flooring, what it looked before. Next slide, please. And then this is the new flooring that we installed. You can see the difference between the existing and the new. Next slide, please. Just some additional floorings of the new flooring throughout the facility. Next slide. And then we also put some vapor lighting in the back area, and also the new flooring also in the back area of the medical examiners. Next slide. And the only items that are still left, Judge and Commissioners, is the ADA accessibility in the front, and also we need to do some pavement modifications because there are some areas where you drive in and it dips down. So we'll be coming back for recommending to do those items and try and get some purchase orders. I know we already got some proposals for some of them, and then pretty much to do the ADA, it's going to be about $30,000, and then to do the parking lot in order to, when they're driving, they won't have those bumps and hitting the concrete. You're looking about $25,000. We already talked to some
Question
contractors.
for you. Is that in your next year's budget, or do you think you're going to need help?
Well, that's what I was going to ask, Judge. We're trying to get everything done between now and September, and hopefully by September. Our funds we've already, we're down to the.
Right.
We're trying, yeah.
Do you think that we could put it in next year's budget or no? And I'm just asking because I'm trying to find a funding source for you.
Yes, ma'am. I would recommend, Judge, if we can. I know that we have some ADA monies, and I need to talk to Teresa about that. So maybe we can fund the ADA part of it for the front part, but the parking lot would be something that I would.
Why don't you bring both items back, either on the 10th or the next court, but work with the court, everybody, when I
ma'am.
say that, to figure out what the best funding source recommendations are, so that way we can get that completed.
Yes, ma'am.
And they'll let you know whether they think it's best to wait till October 1, or whether they think that maybe half of it waits till October 1 and the other half goes.
Okay.
But the trick is, don't pull the trigger on any of the POs just yet, because if we wind up using like some federal fund, then it's tied to doing a certain way.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
So just hold till next week, and maybe you can figure out how to bring both of those back. And that way you will have kind of completed your renovations.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good one, good work.
Okay?
The other thing I want to just say, if y'all can go back and, at the entrance,
Yes, sir.
the furniture that's there, maybe we can replace it with some good furniture. As far as chairs, I'm not saying furniture, I'm just saying good chairs,
Yes, sir.
People come in there, at least it looks, a little better.
Yes, sir. We'll coordinate with Michael, because I know he handles the furniture part.
Real bad,
So we'll get with Michael's, with purchasing.
I commend you and your group, man, y'all did a great job.
Sir, thank you. I just want to say, Judge, and I just want to thank Rocky Criswell. He's the one that was coordinating with all these vendors, and also, trying to expedite the appeals, from the auditors to Dave's office to purchasing. So thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. The next one, we had a little bit of discussion with regarding CLK. We're going to bring it back next week.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm just gonna, I think we already dealt with it. Lorenzo, do I need a motion, or I need to pass on it till next week? Okay, so I didn't make it back then. Okay, is there a motion to table item number 2 till next week?
Judge, before we do, as an ancillary item, can
Yes.
can we make the motion to put together the RFP for this in anticipation of the review coming back that says what Tom said? So that
As
we-
long as Jenny says it's okay, we didn't quite, I wish somebody had put in related matters somewhere.
Well, it's related to the Nueces County Medical and consider selection of, so I mean, I think it's ancillary to the item.
Jenny, we're pushing it,
All I'm
but
saying is,
I'm ready for
just
the
to go-
authority to procure, but,
that's all, I'm not saying, just put together the RFP.
I'm sure he could have it very close to complete in anticipation that you request that next time.
that's a good idea.
Who is he?
He's listening to us.
Michael?
She's saying that if that's what you're looking for, and that's where we're all gonna go, then maybe he can do it, and be ready for it.
Well, so,
By
again,
next
subject to Tom being right, which I'm sure he is, and Jenny, looking at that, then I don't want to delay, and I want to get the RFP going on it so we can get the project going.
And so on the next Commissioners Court, there would be an item that says, actually direct Michael to do that RFP, and that, if that's what's needed, that vote could order him to do that at that time. But he would have it ready potentially.
Can you put that on the agenda? One of y'all put that on the agenda? For Wednesday? I mean, because today's the deadline, right? Yeah, I need to file it. Yeah, we need to get something on there now. I keep forgetting it's
Okay.
Friday.
And,
I love spending my Fridays with y'all.
okay, one. And,
I just have a quick question. Dave, would it be an RFP or an RFQ?
it's
RFQ,
funny,
right?
trust me, we had that huge
Or-
discussion.
An RFQ. That would be an RFQ.
Yeah, he said it's an he said it has to
Yeah,
be an RFP.
we're also, normally, you're absolutely right. We also
Qualifications.
thought that, but somehow there's a little,
Oh,
just
okay.
be ready for anything. That's what I want to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Be ready for a Q or a P, whatever
The,
they tell us, but.
Bring all the letters.
Yeah, the next one is, the next two are somewhat related, but they're different projects.
yes, ma'am. You want to go?
You need a vote?
I'm so sorry. You're right. We hadn't done it. There's a motion to table, item number 2 under B.
Yeah,
And
and that would just be an indefinite table,
indefinite table until we get
clarification.
clarification. Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, then item number 3 and 4, as I said, are related, but not on the same project. It's basically a de-scoping of LAN on work authorization. One is for Hilltop, the other one is for the ME building. Remind me which is which. Is 3
The first one would be for,
Hilltop?
yes, ma'am. The
Yeah.
I'm mistaken it is.
Hold on, we need to think about that now, because now we've got this federal money issue. And Tom's saying everything has to go out for RFP. So I don't think we can do this one either until we get word back, because, I mean, I'm totally fine with it, but I don't, now, until what Tom said today, I think we have to go out for RFP because it's a federally funded project, both of them, Hilltop and, what's the second one, Judge? Sorry.
Commissioner, this.
ME?
can
I'm sorry, and the ME, right. So I mean, how do we?
Commissioner, this is just for,
He's trying to take
it's
them
for
off the
it's CIP, it's
projects.
from the CIP monies. It's monies were allocated from the CIP monies. And all we're doing is we're doing a deduction from the contract from the.
What he's
program
doing, so on one of them,
Right,
on the
but I
ME, I still think you're right, Commissioner Chesney, but what he's trying to say is that on the ME building,
Mm-hmm.
since we've gone to a $7 million building currently, you're trying to bring that back down. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it was at a certain level, and now we're coming to 7 million.
But I'm agreeing. I know what he's
I
trying
know
to
what,
do.
I know,
But
but I think he's,
in other words, here, Juan, you weren't here earlier, so
Oh, okay,
what
yes, sir.
Leatherby said was, if any federally funded project that we do, we have to RFP every element of that project because it's federal funds. So
and the
I
question
think this
is,
is all moot because, to me, the way Tom
so just, so you know, LAN was RFP'd.
well, but they weren't RFP'd under the ARPA
Right.
situations. I mean, in other words, you may be right. I
Yeah,
don't know.
no, as long as the procurement was done in a federally procured manner, you're good.
As long, well, I'd like to, let's.
Yeah, I mean, we need to check.
Yeah, that's
I
what
mean,
I'm saying.
that's the bottom
I
line.
don't want to get in trouble on one, in other words,
But the bottom line is it can be subject to, what you're doing
All
here,
we're doing is
you're going from 25 million to 7 million.
we're talking about.
On the
Hilltop-
ME.
On Hilltop, or we're
Well,
going to.
I did it in wrong order, but
Okay,
he
yes,
started
ma'am.
talking about,
sorry.
I'm in the wrong order, but
Okay.
let's talk ME because it's easier.
Okay, on the ME, what we're doing is we're de-scoping the work from,
20, whatever it was.
correct, and what that's doing is just, we're removing the $503,719.50 from the CIP monies, and that can get reallocated wherever it needs to get reallocated.
But is that the number that represents The
the
25
project
million
mana-
to 7 million?
That represents the amount that's in there right now, the total amount that's in there for project management right now.
Are you saying you're not gonna have, are you trying to de-scope them out of the ME building altogether?
I'm recommending that, since I know we have other projects that are gonna need some monies, from CIP monies, I'm recommending that some of these monies, be rescoped, because we need to do some roof improvements at some other
Okay,
locations.
so you're trying to go to zero. So I
Yes, ma'am.
have a problem with that because we have, the court directed,
So Judge, before
them
we
to
get into
do
an argument
that.
on this, could we just get an opinion from Leatherby on this before we get into
Yeah,
a-
that's fine.
a heated discussion on that?
That's fine. But you
Because-
know where I'm headed here.
I do. And so before we go
Okay,
there-
we've
no,
already,
I
I mean,
get it.
assigned them
We're
this.
we're just recommending it's y'all's
Yeah, I hear
decision,
you.
Commissioners.
Well,
so
we're
let's-
gonna give you a table, so you get another bite at the apple.
Okay.
Table item number 3 and 4, until we get, some procurement clarity. Until, I mean, the last week of August, I mean, I hope for the 10th, but
No, that's too early. Because
better, I mean, next
17th.
week, whatever the next one is, 17th.
Yeah. So
Is there a
motion, second. Second to
motion, and there's a second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay,
No.
no, I'm sorry, I should have said that.
What was that?
Opposed, same sign. And he says no. I'm gonna excuse myself for only like 3 minutes and ask that Commissioner Gonzalez take over for the monthly financial report, and I'll be right back.
Go ahead. C1.
Do you want to approve monthly financial report for the month of May 2022, Dale?
Yes, your Commissioner, we have the report for you for May for the 31st of 2022. I will go through a few of these pages to see where our positions are. On page 4 and page 5, it shows you your asset balances for all the activities, your general fund, as well as your other funds. As we go through the totals of the books, there are some challenging items that we come through. The next page we need to go to is going to be page 1011. 1011 is your
Is that the tab, Dale?
Pardon?
What tab is that, 1011?
It's
Not a tab.
C1,
Oh, got it.
page 10 and 11?
Page 10, 11, that's where your self-insurance funds are.
Okay.
Our self-insurance fund for the group health is very, very promising. It's $793,000 fund balance, which is very good. And we know we got the ARPA money coming in for about 1.7 million, so that's gonna be some good numbers there, and that's gonna kind of help us when we get to the numbers that we'll be talking to about very soon. Because if we go to page 16, is where we talk about our revenue for the general fund. Our revenue for the general fund is not coming in as fast as we had hoped for it to come in. We did hope for it to be higher than 89.5%. We were hoping it to be a little bit higher, because our rates for our expenses are kind of going up. So if the revenue stays like we are, there's gonna be very challenging as we get to the point where we're gonna start talking about our budget cycles next Monday. We're gonna show you our estimated actuals. Our estimated actuals are predicting a loss of resources, but we're gonna try to reduce those loss of resources as best we can, and I'll have some option plans for us to go through. If we go to the start page, on page 22 is where our budgets for our general funds are, and I'll go through those that have a negative position. Page 38 is the first one that shows you a negative position. That's legal aid. The legal aid's always there because we always have to pay rent all at one time. So that's pardon me, is very challenging on that. The next page on 39, you'll see the magistrate court at 0.08%. The reason for this is during the middle of the year, the court administration transferred some of their employees back to 3250. So that's where we're gonna do some budget change orders to be able to take care of those deficits. The next item is gonna be on page 52. Page 52, you see the very bottom is the sheriff's office at 29.3%. The biggest issue is of course, your overtime, and the other balances are your small travel balances of other items that they've used the funds. Now, some of this has some costs in there that we're going to be transferring out, so this will kind of resolve itself. For example, you'll see those other service charges of 2.2 million. We have that $590,000 MetroCom that's going to be going to ARPA funds, so we're going to take some money out of there, as well as some of the transporting of inmates between the back and forth as being out of the jail, which is on the next page, that will get reimbursed for that. So even though it is a deficit, we believe that should recover itself. The next item is going to go page 61. 61 is the very ending of the general fund, showing you we have 45% of the budget remaining with 33% of the year. Now, that sounds good, however, we know that our courts are starting to run again, and when our courts start to run, it gets very expensive. Unfortunately, our revenues don't follow our courts. Our revenues are usually 4, 5, 6 months behind our courts, so that's why I was concerned about our revenue coming in a little bit less than what they are when we know our expenses are going to be going up. If we go to page 70 and 71. 71 just shows you your balances for your special revenue funds that each of you have. And of course, 71 is your diabetes funds that we each have. Now, there's a small error on page 72. They're not showing you your fund balances for your RTA, so we'll get that corrected very soon. The remaining balance is, if you see on page 82, is where our capital outlay funds are showing what's remaining to be spent out of our seal funds. You see that a majority of our 2004, 2007 are almost gone. That makes this interest up, but we need to get that spent, as well as the other ones. The largest one we see is, now these could have been already obligated, they're just not spent, and that's your 2017 at 24 million, so we need to get that spent, as well as your other items on the list.
Hey, Dale, I'm pretty sure that I've already spent my diabetes this year. Maybe it just hasn't been cut, but I want to make sure that doesn't fall through the crack, because it should have been.
We'll make sure.
Yeah, it should have gone.
It could be, it's just timing, could be the timing issue.
American Diabetes Association, I thought it had already been gone, but.
I think we'll make sure the correct, balance. I believe you're right, correct, sure.
Okay.
In the report showing you the revenue reports we received for each of the ones, which ones that we're still waiting on, as the district clerk, we're having a discussion back and forth with them on getting the information they need. They're behind on staffing issues. That's the monthly financial report for May 31st, 2020, and then submit this for your acceptance.
Ask you, I'm sorry, going back, I'm slow. On the RTA funds, why is it showing a negative?
For some reason, when we ran the balances, the fund balances didn't come forward. They should have. Then we'll get that fixed.
And then, because it says prior year's expenditures, I'll be honest, I forgot about those funds, so I need someone to just tell me what it is, and I've got a project, but I just forgot about them. Sorry.
Yes. That's the monthly financial report for May 31st. As I said, we're getting a little bit towards our challenging year. When we start our discussion Monday, you'll see on our books, we're kind of proposing a loss of resources, but as we mentioned, we're transferring 35% of the sale assets to the general fund. I'm going to be asking the court for permission to suspend a premium pay for medical insurance for the month of September, which will save money at the general fund, because we're going to be transferring 1.7 million to the funds, but I'll bring that to you in the next court. But that's the monthly financial report for May 31st.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. At this time, let's see here. We have Julie with one item regarding our student loan repayment policy and a potential amendment. It's item D1. And I asked Julie to place this on, and without talking about individuals at all, let's try to describe, Julie, what the concern is and maybe what a good remedy is while still keeping to our current policy, which is you work 2 years and you're allowed to recoup up to X amount of dollars. Remind me, $1,500 a year on student loans?
It's $1,200.
$1,200, okay, $1,200 per year, and if you work 2 years, you don't have to worry about ever paying it back. If you leave before the 2 years, our own policy triggers. And so
Shouldn't there be something that
there's a
if
potential here.
someone's been here for a lengthy
Well,
period of
that
time?
is the amendment.
That is what I want to change it to.
Right,
That's what my
because
recommendation is
that
going
was
to be.
not- Yeah, I think the intent on this was, we just didn't want
Newbies.
someone like to be here for 6 months and hit the road, right?
That's right,
And-
newbies.
And then not do it. But if someone's been at the county 15 years or 10 years or 6 years or whatever, then I certainly think the intent of the court was for there to be not,
The current policy states that there's a retention of 2 years after the first payment has been made.
yeah.
And so what's your
So,
recommendation?
My recommendation is that if somebody has been here 2 years, period, actually prior to those first payments being made, then we shouldn't have to make them pay it back.
I would make that motion and I would make it retro to, I'm gonna say.
Do we want to go
January-
back to the first? Because as
Yeah,
of right now,
yeah.
we've had 7 people have to pay
Y-
something back.
I mean, if they've been,
And they were
maybe-
all here over the 2 years.
And maybe I don't know what, well, so
How-
that
do
we're
you
not
mind-
being for someone, how long, like, let's say it was, we made it
What's the
4
range?
years or 5 years, what's,
Yeah, what's the range?
where do these 7, so that we, I don't wanna be
Does
unequal.
anybody fall, like if we said 5 years, does anybody fall outside that? Fall inside
I'd
it?
have to go and check their start dates.
Because maybe it should be longer than 2, but I don't want, and I don't wanna, part of me doesn't wanna know, because I don't want anybody to think I'm doing this for any one individual.
Right.
I wanna clean this up, but I do wanna clean it up for the 7 if possible. But at the same time, 2's not quite, doesn't, even though I made the motion, sorry, 2 doesn't feel quite long enough, but maybe it's 4, maybe it's, something, 5, I don't know, something, so
But,
can you just see could you go look real quick and see what that would?
I can.
but the student loan, I don't know, we have an average of what we're paying out. We started with the tuition incentive, and I think that was probably where we should, I'm sorry, but we should actually just stayed with, I kept student loan, I said, maybe we shouldn't have done a student loan. Maybe we should have just gone just strictly on the tuition reimbursement. So would that be how can we do that if do you know we can eliminate the student loan if we have to?
Well, we currently have both programs going on right now.
I know.
So I don't know that we want to eliminate. We're helping about 25 people or so right now.
How does it work?
And some people have actually paid off their loans and have dropped off the program. So it's actually helping.
So
how
is
does
it
it
helping the people in the bottom or is it helping the people in the top?
I can't tell you right off the top of my head who all is enrolled, but anybody that brings me the information, we're enrolling them.
The only people at the top are sitting right here at the dais. Everybody else is an employee underpaid.
So wait, so-
I don't know who else
But
is
it
at the
is a
top.
recruiting tool for us, because that's a great recruitment benefit that we're able to use, that we assist with tuition, and that we also assist with
I have no
student
problem
loans.
with tuition, believe me, I have no problem with tuition. People going to school, they're trying to, I just kind of started thinking about loans, because we don't know where all that loan was actually for school, all of it, or how much was for school.
It was all for school, and the majority of it is owed back to the Department of Education.
So how does it work now? Tell me again how our policy works.
The policy is if an employee works with Nueces County and they've met our probationary period of 6 months, we started making loan payments effective January 1st of last year.
Making them for them.
Yes, sir. And we were paying $100 a month for each employee,
Right.
and we're paying it quarterly. So Dale pays him,
Oh, I see. So in other
he makes
words,
one payment every 3 months.
if they leave under 2 years, I got to pay back what we've paid?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that's what we want to do. So can you find?
It's 4 years, I just found out. So the employee with the least amount of years was 4 years. So they've all had a retention period of 4 years prior to us paying. They had all been here before.
So then, then that would equalize it if we said that someone has to be here for a total of 4 years, and it's not the date from which they get their payment. If they work for the county for 4 years total, then they don't have to repay that 100 a month. That would be fair for everybody, right?
I agree.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay, so moved. And I want to make it retro so that we don't have any problems with these 7 or however many that are there, so that nobody has to, you know, have to
And
pay
this
something
would,
back.
and this would require Dale being you're gonna have to make those calculations and, I mean, they've got deducted from their paycheck, so you would have to restore that to them, Dale.
No.
That they were talking about, that we may have got money back for them, we may have to pay them back if this is the will of the court.
Correct.
But
Because
we
they're
have-
not here anymore.
But they're not here anymore.
No, the 7 I'm talking about are the ones that are still active, whoever's.
No,
No,
these
no.
7 have already left the county, and
We'd have to
we
pay
had to withhold money according to our policy.
Oh, I see.
We'd
So-
have to issue a check.
What,
Okay. And
Judge
how much would
Canales is-
that, you know, well, he's not gonna know how much.
So it's $1,200, if they got the entire year, it's $1,200 at the most.
Well, but I mean, could have been, we could have been paying them for 3 years. Oh, no, we just started the policy.
we just started
We just
January
started it.
of 21.
1 year, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we can correct and correct, as they say. We can make a better policy that's
We're
in
probably
keeping with
talking-
our intent, and
probably
then we'll
talking
keep
$10,000.
everybody, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
And when we cut the checks to the bank, not to the employee.
Correct.
For their loan and reimbursement.
Okay, so my first motion, Judge, would be to change the policy to where if they have worked here a cumulative of 4 years
Prior.
prior, or, well, no, 4 years total, right? 4
Well,
years?
okay, so do we want, from that point going forward for like new employees, do we want a retention of 2 years or do we want a retention of 4?
I think they've got to, in other words, if they're here a total of 4 years, right now they have to stay 2 years from the date of whatever, I'm saying a total of 4 years or 2 years from the date of payment. We could do it that way.
Okay.
A total of 4 years employment or 2 years from the date of payment. And that would take care of all those 7 people equally and would not doing anything for anybody special. And then going forward, we would know that that wouldn't be a payback deal. Unless
That's
they're less
right.
than, unless it's less than the 2 years or not, they don't have 4 years accumulation. Is that fair? Anybody?
I agree.
I think,
4
I
years
think
prior
that's
year
good.
service,
Okay.
and then
that-
going forward would be 2 years of service, 2
That would-
years
that-
retention.
Correct.
Yeah, that would be my motion.
That's your
would be-
motion, and I'll second it.
And that would be retro to,
Retro to the beginning of our program.
there you go.
Right.
And any other discussion on this?
We have had a couple pay up to $1,800 because right now we've already paid
Every quarter we withhold.
half of this year.
But if they've been here that long, then
Right.
we did it to help people to retain them.
And remember, it was budgeted.
Yeah.
Right? So,
We did spend about 32,000 last year.
and we budgeted
But a lot of,
I
some
think
are
we were
still,
gonna budget 50.
50. Okay. All right.
some of them are still.
There's an issue
Okay.
where the checks are gonna go. It's not gonna be able to go to the individual who has paid this back to the county or had this retained back from the county. So I think that, I know there's people listening who would be,
Well, why is
Why
that?
would-
Because, see, what we did is
That
we
would.
said, you have to pay us back. So we paid the education department.
Right.
You wouldn't want to have them unjustly enriched. What we did was we took from the employee
Paycheck.
Correct.
paycheck
So you would pay
withdrawal.
the employee back.
So the paycheck, yeah, because the Department of Education got paid.
Right.
And now we're saying, employee, you pay us back, we withdraw your last paycheck, deduct whatever you owe us. Now we're saying we owe them a refund.
How it would normally go, the normal salary, then we added an additional $100 per month for the retention of the loan. Quarterly, we would then deduct it from their salary, put it as a liability. We would pay the loan company. Now we're saying when they're leaving, our policy is that they would then now have to repay us for what we pay the loan company.
If they haven't repaid us yet, then we don't owe them anything, we
Correct.
just waive.
Correct.
But if they physically had to repay us, then we would
Well,
pay
the way
them.
we normally do it is we withhold it from their last check.
Right, but that means we took it from them.
Yes.
So,
Right,
so,
that's what I'm saying. So
Right,
we
so-
owe them a refund on the
Yeah.
last check.
right.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Just
And-
make sure it's all
to the
clean.
person, not the loan.
person, yes.
To the person.
To the person, right? It was withheld from their last paycheck.
Right. And it should be accompanied by an explanatory letter,
Right.
right? In other words,
Thank you
put
very
it all
much.
out. Thank you for
very
your
much. And if you want to
service.
come back, we'll love to have you.
That's exactly right. That's
To
exactly
make sure we have the
right.
right amounts, we'll make sure we actually have checks and they have to come back to actually get the
Okay.
checks.
All right.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Motion, I need to be vote, Judge.
Yeah, I've got a motion from you and a second from me And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, Julie.
I think that's it, right?
That's it, except for that I've got to go into, I'll be honest with you, I skipped over, just so that Lorenzo knows, I skipped over item number 2A2, and we were going to go into executive session on that. And I also skipped over 2A16, okay, let me check that out. Oh, well, we did skip over the Miller one, but you said that.
I don't need to go to exec anymore. I remember
need
what
to
it's
go
for.
anymore.
I'm ready to ratify, a motion to ratify the hiring of Mr. Miller.
Okay, motion and a second, please. Is there a second? Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And let's see here. Item number 2 is the only executive session item that we have. And I'm just going to tell you on the G1 informational reports before I skip to executive session. Does anybody have any questions at all regarding any of the disasters, ERAP, ARPA, any of that? Okay, I know that today we're monitoring, I just got some emails on it. We're monitoring fire hazards again, but I noticed that Nueces, thank goodness, is not on today's big weather service. And the other thing is Louis wanted everyone to know that this is scary, but apparently we're in for a cool front. It's not gonna be, it's gonna be below 110.
97 cool front.
I just want you to know that our threshold for our cooling centers has been over 110. We open them up. So I just would love to know how you feel about that, because I'm asking your opinion. If you, typically our threshold is 110. Anything above it, and we're gonna open up on heat indices, we're gonna open up all the cooling centers. This is heat indices, right? Not actual temp, but the heat index. So supposedly our threshold, it'll be below 110 this weekend, and Louis wanted you to know that unless you direct otherwise, because I told him I was gonna be asking you, how do you feel about it? By the way, they use it. They use these cooling centers. But of course, we use staff when we use these cooling centers. So, we are below 110, and would like to hear y'all's comments. Right now, we're not planning on opening because we set that threshold some time ago. And again, the only other information I have to offer is about the fire, and I have to look it up.
Judge, are we doing the,
I'm asking you guys what you
no,
think.
yeah, I'm fine with your threshold. I mean, I was gonna ask you, are we going to executive session on that?
Well, I can bring it up either
don't-
way.
I don't
I
know
mean,
that
there's
it-
really nobody here.
I don't have any legal questions. I mean,
Well, the
I
legal
understand.
question is that it's a contract amendment, and the Water Development Board only has so many travel expenses that are allowed.
I'm
And when
okay,
we
Judge, I'm okay if we just will leave out the other parts that kept getting bringing in. I'm okay with what this is proposing.
Okay,
So
because
just
all it
without-
is trying to get it straight with the Water Development Board. That's it.
I'm,
For half and for ice.
Right.
And to
I'm-
do that, we're gonna abandon Roth's travel expenses and put everything on the half and ice piece, because that's how their contracts are
and
read.
as long as the Water Development Board is okay with this and what we're doing, then I'm fine with it too.
And that is the representation.
So I would move.
All right, well then, if you'll move passage, we
I'm-
do not have to go to executive session.
I'm moving past it.
All right, and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed,
No.
same sign.
No.
If you want to discuss. I want
Okay.
to discuss. Did you
All
want to
right,
discuss?
did anybody need to discuss before
Well, I'd like
before
to just-
voting
I'd
no?
like to know, how do we come up with 108,000?
Well, you should have said,
So-
sorry, can we pull back so everybody can discuss? I didn't realize you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'm happy, but Commissioner, this is a contract that's been approved like
Well,
a long
explain.
time ago.
No, I know that, I know.
How did we come up with it?
Well, I'm saying, why are we changing, just because somebody complained about miscellaneous expenses?
No,
So
sir.
so why, is this the reason you come up?
Yeah,
Or is it
no.
the fact that Now, we're gonna just switch the 8,000 or 100.
Basically, she's eating the
800,
expenses.
108,000, that's what I understand. I don't know what the correct amount is.
She's eating she has decided to eat the expenses, travel expenses that were not qualified. This is just a
eats them
supplemental, pardon me?
Well, she eats them anyway, I mean,
Well, no, I mean, she didn't charge us for them. And so this is a supplemental contract that we've already budgeted for, right?
no, I don't think
No, I'm
we have.
asking. Isn't this
Yeah,
a-
so Commissioner Gonzalez, let's start from the beginning. Half and Ice, when we hired Susan Roth to be the program manager for the Tri-County Drainage Study, we executed a contract with her, and it had travel expenses. Then, later in time, we hired,
Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you.
yeah,
To me, when I say travel, I think it's travel coming to and from, maybe a hotel night, you gotta stay hotel night. But it's not,
So it-
you're gonna give per diem, or you're gonna give her?
so the contract called for a certain amount, and it includes everything that normally is included in travel expenses. And so the point is that what this amendment does is zero her out. She's not gonna get any travel expenses. And the reason is because the Water Development Board has a cap. And that cap is being utilized by Half and Ice. They have travel expenses.
But this
And
is
so-
this is an additional
Doesn't
funds.
change the contract
This is the
price
same
at
contract
all.
price.
This makes us money, not loses us money.
And that's she's just, my reading, as I said I would between the last meeting and now, was that forgetting all the other stuff around it, that this was a situation where there's no additional cost. This is in fact a less of a cost, and she is on her own choice, made a choice to eat the travel
So-
expenses, and I don't know why, but that's fine, she did, and
So this is really expended by,
can't hear you.
this is really expenses that being expended by, Half, Ice, and her?
No, this is just her amendment, is the way I read. This is just a contract for her amendment, and it's not, there's no additional, this is already budgeted amount for her. I don't know I have to, maybe you can remind me, Judge, I don't remember why we have to do this
Yeah,
supplemental agreement.
so the reason you have to do a supplemental is because Texas Water Development Board has a contract with us. And they have a cap on expenses. And when you take Half's expenses for travel and ICE's expenses for travel and you add them up,
They
that
exceed the
is,
amount.
that is your Water Development Board expenses. So the only way to, in order to be in line with Water Development Board's rules and contract and not be in breach, we need to do an amendment and get it back to them. So that means, because they're looking at 3 contracts. They're looking at Half, ICE, and the program manager, Roth. And so when you add up all those travel expenses, it exceeds what they can do. Now, again, the reason this happened is because we did Susan's first. So nothing changes here at all with the contract. All we're doing is shoring up the Water Development Board side of things. Half and ICE get all the travel expenses. Susan gets nothing. We get all of those dollars in labor, which is great. And if we don't do this, you're violating the Water Development Board's original contract, so you need to fix it. But more importantly, it brings us money back, I think, to the tune of $4,000. So it's good for us. It's important. That's why I said it was a legal situation. It's a Water Development Board requirement, and I thought since it had to do with contracts, but again, it's just us, so it's kind of nice not to have to go into executive and come back and go back out.
How much money are we talking about, Judge?
We're talking about us making $4,000.
No, but how much extra is Ms. Roth?
She gets no extra.
She
That's
doesn't
the
get
whole
anything
thing.
extra?
She gets 0 extra. The contract stays the exact same.
Basically, this is just an administrative change on this contract, right?
That's correct. It's not adding any funding.
It adds $0.
Kind of a technical change is what
That's
I
correct.
gathered after I was able to kind of go listen or, think about it and read it and understand it. So there's no additional funds. This is already budgeted funds. This is just a technical change based on the snafu that we had with the travel stuff. Is that correct?
That's
Jenny, is
correct.
that how you read this? Is that how you look at this too?
On this, hold on. This is still number 2.
On
Yes.
Susan Roth, yeah.
Right.
And just so I can prepare, do I have any
And-
other items?
This is the one you previously looked at and approved. I
Yes.
just want to make sure I'm articulating correctly to Commissioner Hernandez's.
I'd have to hear your articulation again.
So basically, what IDA has confirmed and what I'm asking you to confirm is this is not any additional cost. This is just technically, this is a technical change in the contract because of the snafu that we had with the over expenditure on travel expenses. So this is a net gain to us of that $4,000 that she's giving up on the travel expenses, but we have to redo the contract because we were out of compliance, and this is kind of a technical change, not a, no cost increase.
That's my understanding. And so instead of using that money towards items for travel, they would be work hours for her.
But that she has to earn, and we're not,
Yes.
she's not getting anything for it unless she works the hours. and
Right.
earn.
So what you're saying is when she travels and she stays at a hotel, those are hours earned?
No,
No, she has to
No.
pay for
If
that.
she's
There's-
working, that's how she would earn it.
yeah, she has to work. The sleeping doesn't count as hours.
She doesn't get travel. She's foregoing the travel.
Which I really
And
don't
she's saying,
get, but-
which is wrong,
In
okay?
the hours,
Yeah, she's giving us all the hours.
but she's charging the hours too, but
Well, she's charging
Well,
for the,
actually,
going back to the
the
contract.
grant pays for her
Yeah,
whole contract, but
right.
she's charging it back to the contract.
Right.
right, but she's not getting her travel, and so
That-
this is. right,
That's
so-
correct.
Okay.
All right, so will you renew your motion, or?
Unless somebody.
There's a
need-
motion,
I-
there's no real change, so
No,
it's
I-
a motion and a second, and then we'll take the vote again. It's the same vote, but, yeah, unless you want to change your vote, it's 3-2.
You know, I'll vote for it.
I'll change my
Okay,
vote.
all right, 5-0. All right. Okay, that's all I have, Lorenzo, but do you mind doing a double check? And again, I'm gonna ask that if anybody has any, I'm gonna take your, acquiescences, it's okay, we will not do cooling centers. By the way, if anything changes, guys, we always react. Something terrible happens in the weather, the heat, we'll open those cooling centers. If you feel like your constituents are in trouble, call Louis, he'll do it. But that threshold has been a good number so far for us, okay?
Thank you.
I was approving.
All right.
In fact, I'm thinking of doing fans too, my.
Okay, so, well, you know what? Check with Edward, because he said that it was blowing hot air. He said we almost need like mini splits rather than fans, because he said the fans were blowing too much hot air. But anyway, check with him. I don't
Excuse me,
see
Judge?
anything else, guys.
Judge,
Yeah.
I believe, I got a call from Edward, and, he said he was going on vacation for 2 months or something like that.
Oh, I did not know that.
A month and a half, really.
But he said if we needed him, we could give him a call, but I really don't want to bother him.
Okay, but he's got Sly in
Yeah,
command.
that's what I was gonna say.
Right.
You know,
So it'll be
No.
Sly that we call, not Edward.
Yeah.
That's
Wanna go on
good. Good to
vacation
know.
For a month and a half.
Okay. All right. I'm feeling good about shutting this down. We have a lot of not a lot, but we have a few adjournments. Okay, who asks? Who has one first?
I
Go
do.
ahead, Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, thank you. I'd like to offer our condolences to Judge Neal's family. Samuel Lloyd Neal Jr. went to be with the Lord on July 30th, 2022. Successful businessman, a tireless public servant, devoted husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He left an indelible mark on all who knew him. Lloyd's legacy is one of unparalleled devotion, service, leadership, and accomplishment. He was a loving and supportive husband to his wife Thetis for 63 years. They were high school sweethearts who married in their hometown of Paris, Texas in 1959. With a total of $50 between them, the newlyweds embarked on their honeymoon, a 2-day drive from Paris to Fort Benning, Georgia, where Lloyd reported for active duty in Ranger School. He worked multiple jobs to play for college. He received his BBA in marketing from his very much loved Texas A&M University College Station in 1959. While at A&M, Lloyd was a member of the Corps of Cadets, a distinguished student, a distinguished military student, and a distinguished military graduate. He later earned an MBA in Business Administration from Texas A&I University by attending classes at night and on weekends. Following his active duty service, Lloyd went to work for Procter & Gamble in San Antonio selling soap to grocery stores who already had shelves full of soap. Lloyd and Thetis moved to Corpus Christi in 1963 so that Lloyd could begin a career in the insurance industry. He devoted 40 years to a highly successful career in insurance, first with Aetna Casualty, and which later became W.L. Den, where he became president of the company in 1978. In 1990, Den merged into Hild, Rogel & Hobbs, HRH, a national insurance company, and Lloyd became the president of HRH Corpus Christi and executive vice president of HRH Texas and Oklahoma, where he remained until he retired in 1997 to pursue public service on a full-time basis. His military career spanned more than 30 years in the active Army and Army Reserve. He retired as a colonel in 1989. He was a graduate of the U.S. Army Command and General Staff and the U.S. Army War College. For 60 years, Lloyd devoted his spare time to improving the lives of others. His service and leadership positions included, and I'm not going to read all of them, but there's 100 of them on this list. It's incredible the amounts of service that he had. In 1997, this accomplished businessman and volunteer leader decided to run for office, believing he could make a bigger difference in the community if he could serve in the more official capacity. For the next 20 years, the people of Corpus Christi and Nueces County never had a more ardent supporter and advocate than Lloyd Neal. He was elected to serve 4 terms as the mayor of Corpus Christi from 1998 through 2006. He was then elected to serve as Nueces County judge for 3 terms from 2008 to 2018. Third, second and third terms as county judge, Lloyd battled myasthenia gravis, a progressive autoimmune neurological disorder which he openly addressed but never allowed to dampen his spirit. His enthusiasm or his visionary leadership. As mayor, Lloyd was a driving force behind the construction of the American Bank Center and the landmark minor league baseball park for the Houston Astros that became known as Whataburger Field. In 2003, under Lloyd's leadership, Corpus Christi was designated as an All-American city. As county judge, Lloyd guided Nueces County through Hurricane Harvey and the rebuilding process that followed, amongst many other accomplishments. In 1992, Lloyd was named a distinguished alumni by Texas A&M University for his service to city, state, and country. In 2018, Lloyd was inducted into the Texas A&M Corps of Cadet Hall of Honor. Over the course of 4 decades, he received numerous awards for his leadership, service, and accomplishment. Perhaps his greatest passion was his undying love of Texas A&M, Aggie sports, and the Fighting Texas Aggie Band. As a season ticket holder, Lloyd and members of his family made the pilgrimage from Corpus Christi or wherever they were located to College Station for almost every Aggie home game for almost 50 years. But that wasn't enough Aggie football. Lloyd and members of his family also traveled to other 20 states, including Hawaii, to attend out-of-town games, making memories in pursuit of an elusive national championship. He was a longtime member of St. John's United Methodist Church and later a member of First United Methodist Church. In the 70s, he started an elementary school basketball program at St. James Episcopal, and he coached youth basketball for 6 years in the Padre Little League. Baseball. He also served as the president of booster clubs at Tom Brown Junior High, Carroll High School. Whenever either of his children competed in a sport or participated in any extracurricular activity, Lloyd was there, front and center, as their biggest supporter. Lloyd is survived by his wife Thetis, his daughter Ann Margaret Neal Eddy, his son Samuel Lloyd Neal III, and his daughter-in-law Carla Johnson Neal, known as Pop. Lloyd is also survived by his 7 grandchildren: Kendall Lauren Eddy, Leighton James Eddy, Logan Dempsey Eddy, Krista Sherry Eddy, Samuel Lloyd Neal IV, Sterling Thomas Neal, and Savannah Grace Neal, and by his 2 great-grandchildren, Penelope Marguerite Neal and Dorothy Collins Neal. Visitation will be held from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. today, Friday, August 5th, at Seaside Funeral Home. A service to celebrate the life of Lloyd Neal will be held at 2 p.m. on Sunday, August 7th, at 2022 at the Performing Arts Center at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. Lloyd will be buried at the Aggie Field of Honor and Memorial Cemetery in College Station on Monday, August 8th, following a graveside service that will begin at 10 a.m. All are welcome and invited to attend both services. I think Commissioner Matas and I are probably the only 2 people that have had the honor of serving with him both as a city council member and as county. And he will certainly be missed by all of those who have served with him, his loved ones, and he did so much for this county and this city that people will never know, in my opinion, the amounts of things that he did in such a wonderful fashion, and I will certainly miss him personally. I've had the honor of knowing him and serving with him and keeping up with him over the last few years, and that was a very well-written obituary because he was certainly a man who never gave up, never let his illness get in the way, never made excuses, just did what he had to do and moved on. So rest in peace, Lloyd. We'll miss you.
Brent, and, you're right. I mean, all those accomplishments, and he never bragged about them. He just got it done. And actually, Judge Neal, he was coming off city council at 12 o'clock, and I came on city council at 2. So we actually missed each other. I actually served with Henry Garrett as the mayor. But I always thank the judge. When I first came over here, Commissioner's Court was the first time I served with him. But I did thank him for all the work that y'all had done, because I said I got elected. The following weekend was opening day for the Hooks, and I said, hey, that's one of the greatest accomplishments I will ever take, is being part of Whataburger Stadium field. It's because he did all the work, him and the council that you were on. But I got to be there with the ribbon cutting and with the judge on that back when he was still mayor. But of course, we have the terminal out there in Robstown. Lloyd, Neal, Airport. That's also a lasting legacy that he has, in addition to everything else. But I put this on Facebook, and I took some time to think about the words, but they kind of just poured out for me because when you have someone like that, it's pretty easy just to share how you thought. And my first kind of sentence or two was, we didn't agree hardly on anything. But we found a way to work out. He always had an open door and allowed me to share concerns for the precinct, and I did appreciate that. He just did so much for our community, and he just always kept going. And I think that, you know, one of the things that we'll remember, and the three of us that are currently serving right now, that we had the opportunity to serve with him, was that he was tough. And he would put his foot down, and that was a pretty hard obstacle to overcome. But when it came to wanting to work in our precincts, he was pretty supportive. So I appreciate the work that he did there, and of course to Thetis. And we had a really great celebration, and those were some of the photos I shared on social media when word had come out of his passing. And I really think of the best time that we had was the last meeting we celebrated in December of 2018, and his retirement party that he had, because that was it. That was the end of his legacy on public service, and he knew it. You know, that was it. He wasn't going to run for any office after that. And so to be a part of that history in this community means a lot for me. And so it's pretty tough not to get really emotional, choked up, to talk about Lloyd, or just all that he encompassed. And he would be the first to tell you it wasn't only him, it was all of the staff here, the staff that really he was endeared to, and the staff, of course, there at City Hall as well. So good man. We'll definitely miss him, and I know that, and I hope there'll be other ways that we can honor him and his memory in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add as well that I can't believe that it's been 22 years, probably closer to 23, because we were working together in advance of the millennium. But I got a call from Judge Neal, and he said, "Barbara, I want you to come over to my office." He was the mayor, and he asked me, and she's deceased now too, Miss Lena Coleman, to chair the millennial, the year 2000 celebration for our city. And that was my really great introduction to his style of government and how he liked to run things. And then fast forward years later, as a port commissioner, he swore me in, and I thank you, John, for sending me that picture. And it was he who said, "Let's go get this done right." And we went over and had a very unorthodox, because it was standing room only. He made that happen for me. I wouldn't have even known that we were going to have a swearing in, but that's the way he was. Once a decision was made, he executed on it. I think that he will always be remembered, definitely for his toughness. When he walked into a room, I think I said this in my comments, you knew he was there. One of the last mission trips, I guess, we both did together, I was the county judge, and he thought it was real funny. He said, "I want to take Barbara over to the Republican dining room." And so we had lunch together there in Washington, D.C., and he was advocating, as he always was, for his beloved military installation and bases here. And I think that for me is what I'm going to think about forever, is that he fought with my uncle, Dr. Hector, to keep our bases alive and traveled to Washington. And then decades later, he would go with his great niece to do the very same thing. That is what we need more of in this community. May you rest in peace. And I do have a beautiful photograph that Maggie found of his tenure here as county judge. And I wanted to make sure that the commissioners will come up with a way that we can present that honorably when it's the appropriate time. Thank you. Does anyone have any other, do you have Coach Bettis?
I got a few things to say. But,
Okay,
you know, just, again, I did what everybody said about Judge Neal. I worked with Judge Neal for 12 years, 4 as a judge and 8 as a commissioner, and he was very special individual in his own way. We didn't see eye to eye in a lot of things. We argued about certain things, and you know, and the things that he always liked to say after a 5-10 minute argument, he would say. In fact, I remember telling Commissioner Sensley one time, telling him, Commissioner, only got 2 choices here: yes or no. You either vote yes or vote no, and that's it. You know, so you know, so he. But I tell you what, he. No matter what the issue was, you know, Commissioner Judge Neal didn't think about what went inside that commissioner's court. He said, you know, hey, we walked out and you always say, how's your mom? How's your family? How's your wife? You know, we kept on, you know, we talked, and I really admire him because of what he stood and what he believed, and he always had a vision of moving the county forward. Always a vision that, you know, he wanted to of course, the military, like John said, that military was probably his pride and joy. And, but I tell you what, he was a good man, very respectful, very courteous, didn't like to argue a long time, because once you start telling you, hey, time to move on, yes or no, we knew what he wanted. So I know he's going to be missed in many different ways, by different groups. He was always involved in Group A through Z, you know, and especially with the university. So my condolences to the family. My prayers go out to him, and wish him that now he'll hopefully rest in peace. Amen.
thank you.
Excuse me, Judge, what I also remember about County Judge Lloyd Neal was when he first ran for office as a city mayor, he called me asking me if I would help him put up his signs. He was lacking short on that, and I said, yeah, of course, I'll help you. And I always liked him. He was a good man, and I just did whatever he was lacking, and that was working for him, putting up signs. And also here in the county, I worked with him. I was working in purchasing, but he also was lacking help in having signs put up, so I offered to help him. He was already up in age, so I didn't want him out there by himself. So that's what I recollect about Lloyd Neal, and I didn't mind doing it, not one bit. Thank you. Rest in peace, Mr. Neal.
Thank you. Are there any?
One more.
Okay. Is it Coach Pettis by any chance?
Marcos Perez, yes.
I need one. He did.
Did I not do that one?
We can hold till next week. if
You
you-
mentioned it.
I
It's
mentioned,
passing,
but I
we
didn't
didn't
read
have
the
it.
But
obituary.
I have the obituary, but I can't find it right now.
When he passed away?
Well, his rosary was
The funeral was
Wednesday.
yesterday. Funeral was yesterday.
Funeral is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Pardon?
This one I have, it's on Rudy Cantu. Most of us here probably knew Rudy Cantu. Rudy Cantu was very active in the community. He was he was a public servant. He was retired from the Air Force in over 25 years. Loved the military, but also loved his community. He served in many, many boards, you know, and always giving his input. He was director of an organization called PASIS, Parents Association for Drug Rehabilitation and Educational Services, which at that time received a grant of almost $2 million. And he did a great job with that program. Inside the community center, which is mostly the housing in Armadas. Really always looking for things to do. He also volunteered to coordinate the Colonia Coalition Group for Nueces County, kind of worked with me side by side on that and volunteered. Always a big heart for people, especially the indigent care. And of course now, my friend will be missed. Now he will sit next to his love of his life, his wife of over 55 years, Viola, which is probably my wife's best friend. Prayers and condolences to his family. He was very proud of his family, especially his grandchildren, who will be missed, and may God bless him, bless the family. Amen.
Amen.
Judge, I
I
actually.
found it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
What do you have?
No, I was
You
gonna say,
found
I've
one
got the
too?
one in my car, but it's okay.
Well, I've
go
got
ahead.
it. I found it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Javier, otherwise known as Kid Bettis, Coach Bettis, 86, passed away on July 28th, 2022, in Corpus Christi, Texas. He was born in Laredo, Texas, on November 7th, 1935, to Juanita and Theodoro Bettis. He attended St. Augustine Catholic School, Laredo Junior College, and Texas A&I in Kingsville. Basketball has always been a big part of Javier's life. With an early start playing basketball in elementary school, he was accomplished enough to play on the St. Augustine varsity team as an 8th grader. When he was a senior in 1955, his team won district and was a finalist at the state tournament. He was picked as All-District 3 years in a row and selected to the All-State team in his senior year. He represented Nuevo Laredo in the Tamaulipas State Tournament in 1958, was selected to try out for the Pan American Games representing Mexico, but he declined to participate since he began serving in the United States Army in Germany. He attended sniper school and was assigned to the sports division to play basketball and baseball for 2 years. In 1960, he was selected to the All-Armed Services European All-Star Team. That same year, he was invited to try out for the United States Olympic basketball team in Rome, Italy. He later became a teacher and coach at Winseal Junior High School and the first head basketball coach at Moody High School when it opened in 1967. His teams were known for their discipline and aggressiveness. As a coach and teacher, he encouraged a good attitude, courtesy, loyalty, punctuality, and self-confidence in his students. In 1972, Coach Bettis led the Trojans to the district and by-district basketball championships. He continued his career working at Moody High School until he retired in 1998. After his retirement, he couldn't stay away from teaching and coaching his students, so he continued his passion at Richard Milburn Charter School until 2004. Early in his career, he was very active with politics, community service, and volunteer coaching youth sports. He was very generous, often giving financial support to schools, sports teams, PTA, Boys and Girls Club, LULAC, and those who were in need. Coach enjoyed spending time with his family, watching sports, and sitting around the kitchen table with coffee and pan dulce, catching up on life with family and friends. He's survived by his wife of 60 years, Ruth Garcia Perez, his daughter, Ilia Andrade, his son Charles Bettis, beloved grandchildren, Martin Andrade, Javier Amadeo, Amarlisa, great-grandchildren, brothers, nieces, nephews, and as we just commented, he was laid to rest yesterday, actually, August the 4th, and the burial was yesterday, so.
Judge, if I could just.
I just want to say.
Yes, and I just want to say that, just quickly, that he used to babysit for my dad. So our family has known him forever, and Licha, his sister, was my grandmother Cleo's main nurse for just decades. So it was a passing of yet another great.
Big time.
And boy, I mean, just an incredible. But last thing I'll say is that his grandson looks just like him, and he's just this accomplished athlete. And I looked at him, and it just made me. I said, oh my goodness, he lives with you every single day now. I'm just going to look at him.
Yep.
You know him, Commissioner Chesney, the one I'm speaking of, the great
Xavier.
athlete. So, at any rate, please go ahead. We can't say enough about this great man. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Agreed, Judge, and I was honored enough to be at the service yesterday, and the family are very, very close friends, and you're right, his grandson Xavier looks a lot like him. Xavier really grew up in my house and is one of my son's best friends, and just a great man. And you talk about a guy who had some tough times. I mean, he had a stroke about 15 years ago. I'd not known him. I didn't know him pre-stroke, and I've just never met a finer gentleman who cared about people and would love to. He was at everything Xavier and Mia did, and he'd love to watch him play basketball, especially. But he just went to everything, and it was hard to understand because the stroke really affected his speaking and his body, but he didn't care. He was always there. He was just always such a good guy, and he was always coaching. It was pretty funny. It was sometimes really hard to understand what he was saying, but he'd pull Xavier aside or Joshua or whoever it was and try to tell him, hey, this is what you need to be doing on the court. He just was a coach at heart, and he was just such a great man, and he will definitely be missed. He certainly passed peacefully at his son's house with his family around, and I was able to go by and see him a couple of times before, and he wasn't super responsive, but he knew I was there, and he knew people were there, and in his own way, you could tell he appreciated it being there. So, great man, did a lot for this community, and I didn't know him as maybe you did, Judge, but I just knew him as just such a lover of my kids and his grandkids, and that's what I'll always remember him for. I'm sure he was a great coach also, but he was just a really great man and great family friend. So he'll be missed, and condolences to Charles and Ilya and all their family, and of course his wonderful wife, she's as bright and shiny a penny as there is in this world. So
I just want to say a couple of things. Coach X, call him Coach X, Pettis, he's a character. You wanted to laugh, that hang around with him for about 5 minutes, and he'd make you laugh, and tell you a joke or two, and every 4 years when I ran, he always called me. He said, "Don't worry, I got Moody. Don't worry, I got Moody." So and every year, he would. If I was a judge, he would send me a little card. It was a little prayer card, always with encouragements, always give faith that he did, I'm sure, to a lot of people, because that was his way of telling you, hey, what you're doing is the right thing. Have faith, believe in God, and by giving you those little prayer cards, that he was sharing what he felt. So. And every time you put a sign, and there was a monito there, call him monito, right, little statue, in his yard, said, don't knock down my statue. So, but anyway, I was just surprised to hear that today, and but anyway, I just want to say my prayers and condolences to the family, and that he rest in peace, and he's gonna be missed by a lot of people. So, amen.
Yeah, this must be the month for greats, to all have supper together in heaven, because it's like they're all there.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share real quick, Judge, same thing. I mean, Coach, that's how we knew him. I knew him fortunately before he had had some significant health issues and very vibrant, but he, after rehab, was still able to get out, would never miss a game for his grandkids. That's where we would see him. His granddaughter and my daughter played softball together, and so we would see Coach Bettis everywhere and get to visit with him. And in my early years in city council, he would send those just words of encouragement and just little prayers or little Bible scriptures that he would send as well, and so encouraging. So we were really just saddened for his family to hear of his passing, and I knew most of us knew him or knew the family. And I was thinking of, we were going to have quorum issues out there on Tuesday night, but Commissioner went on Wednesday, and the judge and I were there on Tuesday, and so it was just it was a celebration of life. There was a lot of people that were there and just laughing and talking about him and just catching up, and to not know his part of his life with LULAC, and then seeing your dad there, Mr. Canales, and Chairman Ruben Bonilla was there as well, and several others in the community, kind of just showed that, yes, he was very active and involved and cared about Corpus Christi a lot, and you couldn't go anywhere on the west side without them knowing about Coach Bettis, right? If you went to Windseel or through Moody especially, that people knew him from there. So he will be greatly missed, a very good man, and so, yes, we mourn with the Bettis family as well.
I'd like to say something about Coach Pettis. He was my coach at Moody High School. Tried to play basketball, but he was very strict. If you didn't go to practice, you wouldn't play, so I didn't get much playing time. But, you know, he was a good man, and I was working at one of the funeral homes here, Memorial Holly, and every time we had a student, or he had one of his students that would pass, he would always attend their funeral. So he just said, you know, I mean, he was a good man. That's all I can recall about him. He was a fair coach, and you know, may he rest in peace. And my condolences to his family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, we do stand adjourned. It's 4:48 p.m. Thank you.